we're no longer under that same sort of old world tyranny.
Um,
I'm that's I mean that's how I see it, right? Like, because if I keep looking at the circumstances that were happening in Africa at the time, and then I'm being so harsh on the new conditions that were created by like the United Nations and all that kind of shit. Like, which one am I saying is more like of what I would call the ideal situation? Because neither one of them are ideal, but which one would I say is more ideal?
Logic. Why do you have to pinpoint it on one thing?
No, I'm using two things. I'm comparing what happened with what British did, and I'm comparing it to what was still happening on the African continent. And I'm calling what the British did progress compared to what was happening in Africa. Just not ideal.
So you're gonna ignore the wars that was happening on Africa during that time?
What you
Like
mean? You
you
talking about in the you talking about the Berlin Conference War?
no, like you are you gonna ignore the Berlin Conference came in 1880,
Yeah,
1870s,
okay,
Right.
but
that's
in the
later.
early 1800s, when Britain was moving to abolish slavery and they was transitioning from their economic systems from slavery dependency to more capitalism, you're going to ignore the fact that even in Africa, there was still wars and conflicts happening with those Africans fighting against the colonized and inclusion of the Europeans. Are you going to ignore that there was no resistance?
I'm
That's what
I'm
they
not
would be
ignoring
documenting.
it. I'm not ignoring it.
They
I'm just
wasn't
simply
opposed to
saying
slavery though, as an
right. It
institution.
didn't. Yeah,
That's the
it didn't lead
issue.
to that. Yes, it did not lead to that.
So you don't think
My
uprisings?
people on the continent at that time was voiceless because they didn't have nobody there documenting what they were doing. I
And
hate
also
running into that
Mujasi.
dark history.
No, I know, but Mujasi, I just want you to understand something in these conversations so you can keep your sanity. Um, just understand. You gotta also understand when a person is willing to die on an argument, bro. You
Yeah.
can't you can't be willing to just go get into. You can't get into a shootout. It ain't even intelligent to get in a shootout with somebody that's willing to die.
Don't
We
frame it
can you
like
can
that,
Yeah.
bro.
No, I'm talking to no,
Don't
no, I ain't talking
discourage.
about you,
Don't
logic,
I know,
logic.
but
I ain't
don't
talking about you.
discourage
I'm
this
not talking about you.
discourse at all. This is too good, bro.
No. It is great discourse, but you're trying to get us to accept your point without listening to ours. There's another piece in the Berlin Conference. Like, at least somehow, at least take a second and look at what do you mean by the Berlin Conference. Africa wasn't invited to the Berlin Conference. So whatever wars, whatever happened after that, to put that solely on the responsibility of African people as to what they did or didn't stop, with no written real at the time, I guess. Then what you're determining is remember when they split Africa up, they did this irregardless of the people that was there. So if you just split people up, I mean, I hate to say it's the first redlining. If when you split tribes up, warring tribes up, and then put them in the same place, or then you split certain people up and split them completely up in the Berlin Conference, and then you just sit back and watch. Imagine if they did that right now. Imagine if they just split up Compton and did that. Just forget and didn't invite nobody from Compton. Didn't ask them what beast was going on, what tribe, whatever was going on. And they just split it up. You have anarchy, and then the stuff that happened after would be blamed on them for getting the Berlin Conference.
Okay.
There's reasons
So
like that, and that's a
when
structure. That's not white people. That's
Don't
power
even
structure.
follow him down that road, logic. Slavery was already abolished in the West
that's what I'm
by the time of the
and
Berlin Conference. It don't even make sense.
and by the time white people get there, they join in something that's already happening.
Okay. The slavery that was abolished in the West, what was it, Logic?
You talking about? Are you trying to make a difference
No,
between
I
chattel
am not
slavery
trying to
and
make
other slavery
anything.
now?
Chef just told you the chef just told you that don't listen because slavery was already abolished in the West. What slavery though? What slavery was it that was abolished in the West?
Transatlantic slavery? No, it can't be, right?
Yes,
I thought that was later.
logic.
Okay.
Who abolished the
The,
the
the,
transatlantic
the,
slave trade?
the Berlin Conference was
Logic.
in and like 1890 or something.
72. No, it's like 1872,
Okay,
1876,
so
something like that.
Mujasi,
Yeah.
who abolished the transatlantic slave trade?
Slavery was already over.
No. Who?
White people had
Who?
already stomped it out.
America stopped participating in the transatlantic slave trade, I think in 1804, 1805. I think Britain removed themselves from it, or was it in 1807 or something like that?
Yeah, 1807.
They
Mhm.
passed, but Britain did pass the Abolition of the Slave Trade Act in 1807,
Right.
which made it illegal. So they were one of the
Yeah.
first ones, even though they withdraw themselves from it. They were
Stay
one of
right
the
there,
first.
Mel. Stay right there, Mel. Who was the largest
That's what I add, though.
member of the
There's two
transatlantic slave
countries.
trade when it was popping? Wasn't that
America.
also?
Hey, but there's a few other countries who also abolished it before the 1800s, like Denmark, France, and
Mhm.
they did it like in the late 1790s.
Yeah, but France brought it back with Napoleon.
Yeah, they reinstated it, but I'm just making a point.
Yeah, no. But when we're saying
Napoleon
that it
was out of his
abolished,
mind too. Don't forget to tell the people that.
no, I'm not telling the people nothing. They gotta know something. If you don't know,
Talking about in his later years.
Napoleon is. I mean, they knew he was crazy. I mean, that's not. What is it? A Napoleon complex. If you don't know Napoleon was crazy, they named complexes after this.
Some tapes.
So chef, these they abolish, they quote unquote abolish slavery, right? They talking about those in power, not
The white
not
people. The white people.
No,
Let's
no.
get down to it.
The
Nigga troublemaker.
the individuals in governmental power, not Joe Schmo that fucking plants potatoes and pushes donkeys around the town. I'm talking about the king and the fucking just all them guys, right? Now, for me, I can't give them no credit because they still had colonies. They still had colonies globally.
Didn't say they ended oppression, yo. Oppression's been out, like has been a part of the human experience since forever. Didn't
So
say they ended oppression.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand, Cuban. Like when they made this decree that it was illegal to engage in the slave trade through the empire, the first thing they did was enlist the Royal Navy to intercept all ships to enforce the ban.
So
And then don't forget that the real push behind this act was those abolitionists like Wilberforce, like Equiano, like Thomas Clarkson. They actually are the ones who helped promote it. So it didn't reach a turning point until they got involved, but Britain did enforce it.
So why?
Britain enforced what?
What would be your answer to? Okay, well,
The
Britain.
Abolition of Slave Trade Act of 1807.
Okay, they back out of selling Africans into slavery, right? They do that because why? Because it's immoral,
No, it was
was it?
finance. It was finance.
Or
It
it
was strategic.
Okay,
It was strategic.
Remember the owl noise.
I agree,
Brad,
Brad, I
is
agree with
why.
but I agree
No,
with
it was
you. Why?
strategic. No,
It
but
was-
clearly. No, listen to me. But Cuban, stay right there.
Uh-huh.
Free paid wages in
Uh-huh.
in industries was
Uh-huh.
cheaper than slavery. So they didn't end it because they you can't paint them as some kind of liberator because they didn't do it because they wanted to. They did it because remember that's the rebellion in Haiti. No, Jamaica. The there was a rebellion in Haiti where they lost so much money, so many soldiers that they realized it makes
I'm not saying
it.
it makes no sense to now have slaves. You can't. It doesn't. You can't possibly. We can pay the wages. This is industrialization era. So now we're talking. Now you're talking about it makes way more money. It's way cheaper to just pay these pay motherfuckers cheap labor or free labor in the factories than to try to control these sugar plantations.
Uh-huh.
So then they stop.
Yeah.
But once again,
I
when
wanna-
y'all
I
keep
wanna-
saying
I
they're
wanna-
part of slavery, hold on,
So
let me say
that-
this last.
I want to add on to what
that's
Brass
why-
is saying.
That's the point I was getting at, because I had said
Hold
that
on,
earlier.
keeping this. There's
before-
more to that. There's more
Go
to
ahead.
that. I want to.
Wait, hold on. That's before Brass came in earlier. I said the same thing. I was like, could
Same
it be that it was the Haitian Revolution?
Yes.
Because
Mhm.
okay, now they do this over their loss of money, their capital. They didn't do it because they care. A liberator liberates because they care. They don't do it and say, well, you know what, I'm gonna liberate you guys because if I liberate you, I'm gonna have some, more livestock and this. A liberator liberates because they care about the people, they care about humanity, they care about injustice. So that's why they're not liberators. They're masturbators.
So that's why you got to give
They
the
are.
credence to the abolitionists. The abolitionists are the ones that were activists. They had activist groups, Granville Sharp,
No.
some
But
of
I
the
know that.
Quakers.
No, but what I'm talking
And we
about.
talked all about all of that too.
We're talking
Yeah.
about towards. I'm talking about towards like the government.
I understand. I understand,
yeah.
but that's why I the government doesn't care,
that's-
and I want to
that's-
add.
That's what
I was
my aim is towards the gut. Like my aim is towards when he's saying that Europeans liberated. They passed this law and they did this. That not the politicians, the everyday person. Yeah, I'm sure that there was people that really cared from the bottom of their heart. I'm sure that there were, but them politicians and shit, they didn't give a shit because that's what I'm saying. Like you stopped engaging in slavery, but yet you still had colonies because you still need to make some little revenue. You still need to make some money. You still need an expansionism. They foresaw that if we stayed here and we went here and we went there, we're going to get A, B, and C. We're going to gain. They didn't. That's what I'm saying. They're not liberators. They're just not liberators, man. John Brown, that's a motherfucking liberator. That's a liberator. The guy with the Amish beard that goes to the Quaker church, that was building schools that and help you. That's a liberator, but not the king. And they're not liberators.
And
I think
earlier,
right. It's
Let
I
Mel
was gonna
add
say-
earlier, Cuban, earlier we juxtaposed John Brown against William Lloyd Garrison, and to your dichotomy, John Brown will be a liberator. William Lloyd Garrison will be, to some degree, a considerator. Invent a term real quick, because, like I said, he was a radical abolitionist, one of the best proliferated arguers against the slavery system at that time compared to anybody. But he still held true that there was a inherent unequal reality to the Negro and the white. And so, like, how do you find complete? That's why I go back to my question to my brother Chef. How do you reconcile that? Like, and so everything that y'all Fairmont Brass that y'all have talked about, we're recycling. It's a good thing because we're bringing again full circle. Y'all are saying the same thing that me and Cuban was saying earlier in the conversation. It's difficult to just try to land on this moral aptitude of British Empire without considering all the forces, politically, economically, that they were contending up against in order for them to do what they do. We're saying the same arguments again 45 minutes later with more people saying the same thing. And yet, like I said in the post, my brother Chef is still trying to climb Mount Kilimanjaro at some
because he's
Crocs.
willing to die. That's like I don't mind having discourse, but at some point, if I'm not accepting your point, you're not accepting mine, then you're just wanting to die. There's not a, and if every point I bring up, I kind of knew that it was a white person thing. I kind of knew that that's where this was going. That, well, are we the same as saying inherent? But I hate to bring up the evolution of it. Human beings are 99.9% the same, correct? So if we're all essentially the same, nobody is inherently anything. But dominant power structure systems and institutions make things happen. And y'all trying to tell me that people writing a letter People write letters to these institutions, structures, and systems all the time. Abolition could be a cog in the wheel. Abolitions could be a kindling or a branch in a fire. But that ain't. It's not gonna be the thing that gets rid of it. It's just not. It's not gonna be the thing that gets rid of it.
So
He's gonna do.
you're saying that your problem with it is that Seth is describing it as morality being the lead driving force. Is that what you're having a problem with?
I would
No.
say that, yes.
Yeah.
Would say
Well,
that, yes.
I wasn't here earlier for the conversation. My issue with the conversation will never change, Logic. It's not gonna. You're gonna have a very difficult time trying to have me see the person who oppressed and enslaved as the person that did the liberation. Because even when y'all talk about the Brits, right? Are you familiar with the with the British apprenticeship system around the time?
No.
Okay. Around that time, and the funny thing is, we all keep saying we all keep leaving these certain things out. So when they did abolish the slavery and start removing these ships and start they use their navy per se to go out and take slaves from these 1,600 ships. So I'm gonna describe to you when they took the slaves off the ships. They didn't take them back to their homeland. They didn't give them back to their people. They joined what the British had was called an apprenticeship system. The apprenticeship system looked like this. Now I looked it up so I can get a technical form, right? I want to be clear. The formerly enslaved Africans were legally bound to work for their former enslavers for 4 to 6 years. Field workers for 6, house workers for 4. They were unpaid. Instead, they were supposed to get training for freedom. But in reality, they just continued doing the same labor. They were required to work 45 hours a week for free. If they wanted wages, they had to work beyond the 45 hours. Punishments still continued. Whipping, imprisonment, and forced labor still existed for misconduct. Now, the master still controlled their time, labor, mobility. Freedom was delayed and conditional. It was slavery under another name. Apprenticeship ended early in 1838 because of protest resistance by the apprentices themselves, not because Britain suddenly grew more humane. Now, if you trying to, in every particular case where we have these conversations, if you're trying to tell me that they went out into the ocean and knocked off 1,600 ships and freed those slaves, and that was Britain trying to stamp out slavery. But then they took those same damn slaves, bro, and put them into this system, their system. When did they abolish slavery? Oppression never leaves. It just shows up as something else. So they just called it apprenticeship. So what credit are y'all? Y'all keep telling me what was already abolished in the West. Okay, so then they called it apprenticeship.
Well, the only reason why we value sunny days is because we have rainy days, right? So like there has to, like, to me, there's a comparison necessary to even see how valuable that or an event is, right? I keep saying, so what were the Africans doing? Right, a little progress that is compared to where we could be today, or where we could be today, exactly, right? Versus what was actually happening and what those people were attempting to retain. Like to me, there's almost no comparison. I'm not saying that what the British did was perfect. I'm not okay. Yeah, so I'm comparing it to what they were doing in Africa, and compared to Africa, as horrible as it sounds, it's still an upgrade. It's still progress towards human rights. As crazy as that sounds, I would still consider progress.
It sounds so crazy. I want you to say it again.
It would
or
have to
not
be
just
progress compared to what they were doing in Africa. It would have to be progress.
okay.
So that's why I'm saying that I gotta compare it to something to know like what bad is. I need to have an example of bad, right? So if this is what's bad, and at one point in time they both doing it, well, one group decided to stop doing it and then tell the other group to also stop doing it. So we're concentrating on their motivation on why they stopped. Well, I'm just simply acknowledging that they stopped. Now we can
Mm.
go on to say they also implemented this and it wasn't good, but they stopped doing something.
You know what it sounds like you saying, Logic? That if I was to
What?
lay you on your side and kick you in your stomach with a steel toe boot for 100 years, when I stopped, you want me to think that that's progress, and you would say thank you. But
I'm
if in
saying
another place somebody's
let
kicking
me tell
somebody
you,
in the leg and never stops, you'll say what I did was progress because I stopped kicking you in your stomach. And you'll look over there and say, why are you still kicking that guy in the leg? This guy stopped kicking me in my stomach. I don't get the progress part. Like these
human
words
beings
that
are.
y'all keep using, liberation and progress and Western civilization. And now, do you remember yesterday when I told you Western civilization? Y'all are talking about white people. And y'all just kept saying to me, nah, we're talking about the Dutch and the Portuguese and this, that, and the other. And then Chef turned right back around this morning and started talking about white people. This conversation
No, I think he admitted to. I think he admitted today that he wasn't going to be scared to use that term moving forward, right? And I get it, right? I get. I don't know why you saying you don't get it, but I feel like I get it. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to
Right, what do you
at
get?
least I
Why do you get
understand
it?
me. I know I'm trying to make, because I understand that this is difficult and it's sensitive and it's complicated. So I'm trying to say what I'm saying in the most palatable way I can, right? Because I'm seeing the sensitivity, right? And as I approach it, I'm trying to almost help you work through it because I'm working through it too. I don't like what the reality of it is, but I'm feeling as if I'm attempting to articulate or be objective about the reality. Right. So I understand about what I want to do. I may not want them to have any credit, but if I look at the events, like
And so, man, I'm gonna answer your question.
to some
When Britain introduced apprenticeship, oh, go ahead. I didn't know you was done. I thought you was done. Go ahead.
degree, I'd have to say that they at least a part of it. Right. So the conclusion may not
Is he going in and out?
be
Leon?
ideal, but backdrop.
No, it's
I'm
kind
gonna
of like he's
change
going
and
in
what
and out.
facilitated. Not the reason why the change is
Is he
facilitated,
going
but
in and
who
out, y'all?
facilitated. Right. Not. What's the last thing you heard me say?
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah, he's
we're
going in
only
and
we're
out.
only
Yeah,
hearing
his
like
audio is going in and
every
out.
3 words, and then it pauses. Every 3 words, then it
Yeah,
pauses.
it's his audio. It's the audio is intermittent.
It's
Yeah,
all right.
I was
It's all right,
I
Brad.
was in
He
there.
ain't talking about nothing. He ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah, I'm just simply asking you to remember that the African didn't give a fuck about stopping slavery. While we sitting up here saying how imperfect it was when the white man did it, the African wasn't doing that shit at all. As a
Okay,
matter of
so let
fact, the
me
motherfucker was saying, "No, I'm not gonna stop."
right, but I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
give you a little bit of game. Just listen. What Africans were doing in the 1830s in Africa. When Britain introduced apprenticeship in the Caribbean, 1834, 1838, Africa was actually not backward or empty. Across West Africa, you had complex kingdoms and trading states like the Asante Empire, the Oyo, the Sokoto Caliphate, and Dahomey. East Africa had long-distance trade networks. Ivory, gold, cloth were moving from the interior to the
What you
Indian
think
Ocean
they were
ports
trading, Brad?
like Kilwa. Hold on. These societies had cities, armies, tax systems, and trade with Europe, North Africa, and Asia. That ain't really had nothing to do with the slavery. I just want to make sure sometimes when people say that Africa was fucked up at the time, you picture this dark place where nothing is going on. So I just wanted to give
What
clarity
you
as to
think the
what was
Asante
actually.
and the homie niggas was trading, bro?
No. I'm about to get into that. So yes, slavery and forms of servitude existed in Africa, but it was not the same as Caribbean chattel slavery or apprenticeship. Quotes.
No, their whole economy was based off of that shit, bro.
Enslaved people in African systems could often marry, own property, and sometimes rise in status. It wasn't hereditary and race-based in the way the transatlantic system was. Apprenticeship was basically plantation slavery extended under another name. So to say apprenticeship was better is false. It was simply Britain's way of maintaining control over black labor. Now, where I will never get away from the fact that slavery had already existed. But when y'all move to the fact that slavery already existed and that what Africans were doing to Africans on the continent at the time, and then somehow flash forward to talk about Western civilization coming in to save them, but all the while the transatlantic slave, like, how do y'all get around the transatlantic slave trade?
I'm not trying to get around it. I'm saying that they did both.
Yeah, I can't. That's our disconnect.
I'm not trying to get around it. I'm saying that human beings are so fucked up, right? That they literally ran rampant with enslaving each other for thousands of years, and as history goes, the first time I'm aware of somebody making it illegal and enforcing it is this. I mean, other than that, like, that's all I'm saying, and that's what y'all fighting me on. Fighting me specifically. Now, Chef argument might be a little different. I think he might lean into moralities a little bit more than me. I'm not necessarily focused on why they did it.
But do you know how dangerous it is when you say that the Africans on the continent you're saying Africans on the continent doing slavery to each other on the continent is somehow worse than are you saying it's worse than what Britain was doing?
Are you saying it's better? I'm not saying.
Answer that question.
I'm saying that what the British did certainly was different. And in terms of human rights, those people would have had more rights. You get the opportunity to be protected under the law, so on and so forth. We talking about in Africa, them niggas not even like they're like, when they say that they're the minority, like, them motherfuckers is like on the bottom rung of the caste system. All of them niggas. That's like, I mean, you're trying to give me a scenario where they can be married and have kids, and I'm talking about they ain't voting, they ain't never leaving that servant class like that.
I don't know. Somebody else got to talk on that one. I don't.
What I miss?
You got a good one here. You got a good one, Mel.
I didn't do no speaking for you because I didn't like how that was played out yesterday. So, the floor is open for you to be able to say what you got to say. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I don't lean as much into the moral fabric of it, but you might got some information on that I don't have. So I'm just simply saying that, at the starting point, humanity was just fucked up, and slavery ran rampant for thousands of years, and it wasn't until and it wasn't until this thing happened where stuff starts changing. Right? I keep comparing it to like we keep talking about what how bad the new thing that Europeans introduced us to, and I keep saying, well, damn, the Africans, them niggas ain't give a fuck about
what new thing that you introduced us to.
The abolition of slavery.
I mean,
no, you said it. You said that. No, hold on.
Who else did it?
You didn't say it. He said it. What new thing did they introduce us to? Some new form of slavery or something? What are you talking about?
I wouldn't call it slavery. It might be a new form of oppression, but it isn't slavery.
No, man,
I just described the apprenticeship system to you, and you saying just because it wasn't the other thing that
you just made a distinction between chattel slavery and other slavery. To me, they both slavery.
Right, but I'm not saying one. No.
And I'm saying that
one was better than the other.
Program. Go ahead.
I'm not
I
saying
get
one
what
is
you're
better than
saying.
the other.
Yeah,
You
I
saying
get what
one
you're
is better.
saying.
The difference in our argument is that the difference in our
I get what
argument.
you're saying. Oh yeah, there must be some lag because we're talking at the same time. Go ahead.
Okay, the difference in our argument with what we're talking about is the British apprenticeship. I see it, yes, it's different, but I don't see it as better. I don't see it as an example of abolished slavery. Somehow when I hear abolish slavery, I mean like stop. Like completely
Right,
stop.
I feel you.
Don't
That
do something
apprenticeship.
else.
Hold
Don't
up.
tell me you
I got
abolish
you.
slavery. I'm not just talking to you though, Logic. When I'm saying abolish slavery, I'm not. If you abolish slavery and start apprenticeships, what the hell did you liberate? If you abolish slavery in America and start Reconstruction, and then go to Jim Crow, and then
Thank
if
you.
it never actually stops, when is the liberation? It never
That was
stops.
my argument. That was my argument, Brad.
I
Like,
didn't
Like
even
we
say
didn't say
oppression.
nothing yesterday.
I'm not
saying
talking about
me
oppression. I mean slavery.
specifically. I'm
Slavery
saying
by any other name is still
slavery.
slavery. It's just slavery by
He,
another name. You keep saying
right. They
oppression.
think
It's still
they
slavery.
think changing the word make it something else. I don't care what you call it.
It's
That's what
still
it is.
slavery.
Right.
Where's the
That's why we brought up the
liberation?
prisons. That's why we brought up the prisons, Brad.
Yeah, what I don't understand, y'all.
I
These
mean,
words y'all keep using. Listen, if Logic, just think real quick. If your job told you, let's say the job you work at right now, they're not paying you, and then they just said, well, next week, instead of not paying you, you could work 45 hours for free, and anything after the 45 hours will pay you. They still not paying you, Logic. Like you wouldn't accept that for yourself. But you trying to just tell me that versus slavery, where you just and on top of that, at your job, we still gonna whip you, we still gonna drive production, we still gonna do that. So what the British did was they abolished slavery, and then and the weird part about it, we forget this whole overglossing point of these great liberators. The money that they paid, that they just got finished paying off, was to slave owners. It wasn't to the slaves. So when y'all keep talking about it was a moral thing and a this and a that, every time they had the opportunity to do the moral thing, they didn't do it. Because even when they freed the slaves, they just took them from the original slave system and took them into this apprenticeship system. It's the same system, the same shit. When they freed the people, if it was moral, when they freed these slaves, these 1,600 boats, when they used their navy that was funded by the transatlantic slave trade that they were previously in, I can't forget that their naval empire and their wealth was based from the transatlantic slave trade. But let's go to when they freed these people, they didn't send them home. They didn't send them back to wherever they was from. They just took them from one slaver, called it freedom, liberation, and then put them into their apprenticeship program, which was just a different form of slavery. When did they liberate anybody, bro? When did they free anybody? They didn't free anyone.
I mean, based on your definition, like after hunter gatherers, like large swaths of the population just aren't free. Like I gotta generalize everything that you're saying, but based on that, like we haven't had freedom. Nobody in no society, at least no minority group. So that would then
Slavery
put
has
them doing the
existed.
same thing that everybody else is doing.
Slavery has existed in every society: Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. We had the Africans had complex empires. I get that they had evolving systems, but I'm never gonna let someone try to make me believe that Britain did this out of morality. They just reshaped it, and then like they reshaped it, and then like Cuba said, colonial rule after that.
I would never say that I wouldn't say that morality was the primary driver, but I accept that morality is one of the components in the like the I guess momentum. But no, I don't
I don't
believe
know.
it's the primary driver.
This conversation is gonna stagnate with me because I'm not giving no ground. Because as soon as I give ground, then it's gonna be something.
You on
else. I'm
your
not
hill.
giving no
You on
ground.
your hill.
Yeah, I'm not giving no ground in this conversation.
Can you give some insight in like what's problematic about giving ground?
On what specifically?
Start with your favorite thing. Like, what's the most glaring thing you like? If I give up ground here, then it's too much because.
I mean, we could talk about a whole bunch of points, talk about facts and history. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to give ground to highlight someone as a liberator. Then before I walk out the door, I ask them, I appreciate you for freeing us. I'm about to go across the street to this apprenticeship program that you was talking about. That sounds amazing. But then when I go back, when I look at that British person, I'm gonna say, hey, real quick, who did you free me from? And the motherfucker says me. I'm gonna have a hard time, pause, trying to rationalize in my mind that the person that freed me when I'm in a store is me and the person in the store, me and Britain. I'm a slave, me and the British. I'm talking to one British representative. And I say to this guy, I appreciate you after he pulled me from the slave ship. I say, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. You might say it at that point. But then when he says, well, I got this apprenticeship program and he shows me this beautiful billboard of what you can do and this, that, and the other. He don't show me what I'm actually doing. I'm just focused. He got me focused on the name apprenticeship program. Sounds like work. And I'm learning the trade and I'm doing this, that, and the other. And then he says it's across the street though. And then I say, you know what, man, you're a great person. And then before I walk out the door and look at this apprenticeship program, because it looks crazy now that I'm looking at it, I look back and I ask him, bro, you the one, I appreciate you, but I got a question. I didn't get a chance to realize who did you liberate me from? And your ships was beautiful. How did you pay for those? And that person say to me, the transatlantic slave trade is how I paid for the ships. And then, I freed you basically from us. And then I go into the apprenticeship program and realize as soon as I sign the contract, the shit says you got to work 45 hours for free. And then I could whoop your motherfucking ass the same way like slavery. And guess what? If you was a house nigga, wherever you was, you got to do this for 4 years. You ain't got no choice. But if you was a field nigga, wherever you was, you got to do this for 6 years. You ain't got no choice. And then somehow logic, in the middle of the evening, when me and you, both slaves in this apprenticeship program now, you somehow tell me, man, thank you for their liberation. And I cut your fucking throat. Because you can't even see it. I could picture us arguing about it right there. But now I'm picturing you telling me, oh, you liberal, man. Look what they doing for us, man.
When my first year at college, there was a Christian, there was all the organizations on campus trying to recruit people. And it was a Christian group. And one of the members was a West African brother. Everybody else was white. And this was me at a different time in my life when I thought differently about things. And I just say that without getting on into that. So the conversation kind of turned into you following the white man's religion, blah, blah, blah. So this guy proceeds to tell me that if it wasn't for Europeans coming and doing what they did, bless their hearts, they would have never known about Jesus and they're saved. Right. So he was like, I'm thankful, that happened. And to say that these individuals in power are liberators, it reminds me of that. It's like saying I'm thankful to them because they got me from point A to point B. And it's just like, but what about Africans in Africa and Africans that were displaced in the diaspora that weren't engaging and doing their own people wrong, but were liberating their people. I mean, there were maroon societies, there was uprisings, like, and again, it goes back to the point of Haiti. They did what they did because they were terrified. After Haiti, they thought the next uprising was going to be in Cuba. They were terrified in Louisiana. They were terrified all here, Central, South America, the Caribbean. They were terrified. And Brass pointed out about the money they would be losing, their loss, right, versus their gain. They didn't liberate, man. They just didn't. I mean, I don't know why I don't know why this is even a conversation. It's kind of weird. It's an interesting conversation, but it's strange. I've never. I mean, that's like
Very strange. No doubt about it.
you know. I mean, that's like, man. If it wasn't for Spain, my ancestors would still be canoeing around the Caribbean, and my ancestors, whatever the other ancestor, if it wasn't for Spain, my ass. If it wasn't for Spain, they caused the problems from where my family comes from. If it wasn't for whatever other group, West Central Africa is primarily the English that were responsible for Africans coming here. They caused was there problems prior? Yes, but the problems intensified. Is what I'm getting at. There was already problems, but the problems intensified, and it's I don't know. It's just like, why is it hard to just denounce?
Well, because I'm trying to be objectively truthful about what I'm saying. Right? If you're still there, could you explain that Tookie Williams point that you made earlier? Are you still there?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Nah,
Your
man.
Sheffield. Out of love, can you do it one more time?
Yeah, so look. For me, the way I see it, I'm gonna get to the Tookie piece. The way I see it is, when listening to Majasi and Cuban earlier, and I had to jump off for a minute, I was doing something. But before I jumped off, they had laid out the case for the whole economic piece and all of that. That was, the reason, right? And yesterday, even Stupies had laid out that certain that losing the colonies, the 13 colonies, the United States, you dig what I'm saying? And a slave revolt in Jamaica, you dig what I'm saying? And all of this, and the Haitian Revolution, all of this stuff made the British say, "Oh, this ain't lucrative no more." And for me, I think that's a poor reading of history. I'ma just say that, right? And I think it convolutes.
It was wrong.
Okay, Logic, reprogram that Logic. Yeah.
Back to work, nigga.
So I think that, that's an oversimplification, right? And it's a way to take the moral argument off the table, right? Because the British, at the time, I think, of them losing, even after they lost the 13 colonies, right? They still owned more slaves than France, Spain, and the United States. Even after they lost the 13 colonies, they were still bringing in more money than, the United States. Don't the slavery that they had, they still had more slaves than all of the other powers, and they was bringing in more money from their slave trade than anybody else at that time. You dig what I'm saying? The late 1700s to even when they when them how do I want to say this?
Spain would have had most of the slaves.
No.
You
Nope.
you do know that Spain. I'm talking about in all of the Americas. We including the Spanish colonies that were in like South America too, right?
It's South, no,
Florida, Texas, Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Those are Spanish colonies at this time.
no, they wasn't slaves in Florida. What are you talking about?
What do you mean it wasn't
Hey, Chef.
slaves in Florida?
Florida was
It
free.
wasn't slaves in Florida.
No,
You do
slaves
listen.
was the
Listen.
black people was
You do
free
know-
in Florida. What are
You
you
do
talking
know
about?
the first slaves were Native
Man,
Americans.
yo, you about to mess up my point.
You're
I'm
not making
telling
a
you,
point.
the slaves were free in Florida. And what they
When were
wasn't
the slaves?
slaves in
When were
Florida.
the slaves free? First of all, if they're slaves, how are they
Oh
free?
my God,
They're
yo.
not slaves if they're free.
Right. So thank you. So how can you make your point if the territory in Florida was free territory, you dig what I'm saying? Then they were running to Florida because it was free. All they had to do was become Catholic and
Christian.
yeah, that's the reason why they was running to Florida.
Are you talking about the papers and about they can come and colonize the Americas and anybody
Yes.
that's not like Christian? Okay.
Yes. So back to my point. You know what I mean? Britain was making more money when they motherfucking ended the transatlantic slave trade. When they outlawed the transatlantic slave trade, they was at the height of their shit. They was importing over 50,000 slaves a year. When they ended the transatlantic slave trade, that marked the end to slavery for them. It sent their shit into a decline. They was making more money off. They was how do I want to say this? They was kind of 50% of the sugar that was being imported into York was being imported by the British. So when they put an end to the damn transatlantic slave trade, they marked the end to slavery in their empire. But it wasn't that it wasn't lucrative for them. That's my point.
You ready for this?
Something was happening with them,
But you
and
do.
I'm saying it was a moral thing.
But you do
Go ahead.
know to the British, to the British, the colonists were the slaves. They came over as indentured servants, right?
What?
The colonists
You messing something up again. Explain what you're saying.
I'm saying that. So what you're saying is that you're talking about. So, to my understanding, the people that came over from Britain to the Americas were persecuted in Britain and came here as indentured servants.
I don't know what you ain't
never
talking
heard
about. What
that?
you talking about?
Chef,
No, I'm talking about the history. I'm talking about the American history. Talking about
the colonists wasn't slaves.
He threw you off. You were supposed to get to bring it around that Tookie Williams point.
Yeah, he keeps saying crazies like what you're trying to say that the 13 colonies, George Washington and them, were slaves to the British? Is that what you was trying to say?
Yeah.
No, they was British citizens.
The first slaves were Native Americans.
All right.
The black slaves didn't come till later, and then when they was dealing with the African slaves, they found out that they was too aggressive and sent their ass back.
No.
the Native American slaves were a little docile. They weren't, you know what I'm saying, as good as workers as the African slaves. But the African slaves weren't as timid as the Native Americans, Indians. But I think I would say between I think it was like 1492 to about 1800s, about 6 million Indians were slaves.
Well, hold on, King J. You might have to get acclimated to the current conversation because you derailed his point to bring up something
I
we
don't
was
think he had a
never
point.
talking about.
That's why I derailed it, because it didn't make sense. It was just like
Well, how you know if he had a point if you derailed him? You ain't let him get to it.
that's why I stopped him, because his premise was wrong. If you start with a faulty premise, your whole conversation is gonna be off. That's why I'm like, it didn't make sense.
That's cool. Well, up in here, you know what I'm saying? We try to let people at least make their point clear before we rebut them, so we can at least know what their point is.
Now
I
I
think that would
want
be
to know what I
beneficial
said.
to everybody.
If he uses dates, we'll be okay. Like, we gotta deal with
No, like
1850.
let him finish his point, though, please.
I
Okay.
remember my point. Hold on, Logic. King J, where was I wrong at?
Go ahead. I
And
mean,
how did what you say give any context to what I was saying?
you said that the American colonies had more slaves than the British. I mean, than
No,
the
I
French
didn't.
and Spanish.
No, I
That's where I
didn't.
stopped you at.
Yeah,
You
you
said
stopped me because you heard something wrong.
your
Yeah, he didn't
exact
say
words.
that.
He
I
did say
didn't
that.
say that.
Well,
You just
correct
said
me if
the
I'm wrong.
opposite of what I said.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I thought you said was, even after the British lost control over the 13 colonies, they still had more
They were
slaves
still
than
importing more slaves. Exactly.
than the
Yes.
Spanish.
Yes.
And so that's where I stopped you at, because
50,000 a year. Yes.
I said the Spanish colonies would have still had more slaves than the 13 colonies, because that would included Brazil, that would included South America, Florida,
Spain
Texas,
wasn't Brazil. You got that wrong.
Portuguese,
That's what I'm
Spain.
saying. That's the Portuguese. That's the Portuguese. You're
Spain still
wrong,
had the
brother.
back half of Brazil. They did.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're wrong. You
I'm not
mixing
wrong.
stuff up.
So I'm saying that's you have to include all of that.
Why would I include that? Why would I do?
Because those were the areas that the Spanish were importing the slaves to.
Oh my God.
The Spanish and Portuguese weren't importing slaves to Brazil.
Now you said the Spanish and the Portuguese.
The
But we're talking about
Portuguese.
the slave count of the
I'm
Spanish.
gonna let you do your thing. I'm gonna mute out. Go ahead.
I was just saying that there would still be more slaves in the Spanish colonies than the British ones. That's all. That was it.
Oh, okay. So hold on. Let me get back to my point. Let me see. So we have. I'm gonna read.
So even after the British lost, they still had control over the port in America.
They still had control over the ports. No, but by 1807, they stopped the transatlantic slave trade. So even the ports of the Americas couldn't import new slaves in.
African slaves.
Yeah.
They still had Native American slaves.
What?
That didn't end until 1880.
King J, you believe in the reverse slave trade thing?
What's the reverse slave trade?
Are you trying to say that well, never mind. I don't want to jump what you're saying. It just sounds like I heard just a lot of people trying to say that Native Americans were actually
the first slave. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying that.
Okay.
Like DeSoto when he came to Florida, he encountered the Native American. He didn't encounter Africans. They enslaved those people. The French, when the French came down through Canada, they encountered Native Americans. They didn't encounter Africans.
Well, yeah, the Inquisitions of the Iberians, the Spanish and Portuguese occurred before the African Holocaust.
Right.
Yeah.
So
But
these are
then
the first.
the Inquisitions was the window to the African Holocaust because they used up and killed and damn near killed all the indigenous people.
Right.
And so
They brought the Africans over.
yeah. And then after the Africans in the Caribbean, then comes the Asians were the ones that were used. The Japanese, the Chinese, the Filipinos, and the Indians from India
On
were
the
used as
railroad.
no. I'm talking about in the Caribbean and South Central America.
Oh, okay.
When they stopped quote unquote enslaving the Africans, they then went to the Asians because it was them that was dealing with the sugar cane, but they were called indentured servants.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why like you have the Chinese in Jamaica, in Trinidad, Guyana. You have Filipinos, Japanese, Chinese in Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. That's where they all come. That's why they're there. That's why there's the admixture of Asians and people from these places.
The Taino.
Well, that they were the original people. Yeah, but my fault, Chef.
No, go ahead. I just
Took you
learned
out.
something.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
All right, now thought the main struggle.
Discord. Be party popping. Discord acting up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I can y'all hear me?
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, so where was I at? Okay, so the point that I was making was for the last 2 days, the people, everybody was saying that somehow Britain had faced economic hardship with slavery that made them change their system. Y'all remember everybody trying to say that, right?
Well, that's what it said, sure.
Yeah, they saying that slavery wasn't lucrative to the British no more, so they start hating on everybody else. So that
Hey,
they
Chef.
huh?
If you look what I put in, because I was been doing research behind the scenes. I threw all this in ChatGPT. It says that it was a switch in the economic landscape from 1700s to the 1800s. Industrialization was the main fuel to switching up. Like Brad's been reiterating that it was more profitable, now to have controllable wages than slave wages. That was the number one reason they put. 2, it showed resistance and rebellion. Number 3 was morals and humanitarian pressure. That's more what you were speaking about. And then 4, what you just spoke about, was political competition. Of course, if you cut out slavery, you want to cut out everybody else doing slavery because they making money off the slavery. I understand. Then shit, we looking like we on the same page. Is because the summary said European powers abolished slavery because it was less profitable and more dangerous and a political costly, while abolished movements reframed it as immoral. So we within that same aspect, and I don't see where the issue is.
All right, so let me share my screen.
Bet.
And let's go get some sources here. Let's see if we can pull up some motherfucking books, right? Let's see if we get to the bottom of this. All right, 205. Let's see what we got here. We got all right, Abolition, a History of Slavery and Anti-Slavery. All right, let's go to, let me look at, where was I at? Let's go to the abolitionism. 8. Abolitionism without revolution. Great Britain. Page 205. All right, let's do this. My bad, y'all. I hate doing this from my phone. But I'm at work, so I ain't at no computer.
You ain't got no job, Tommy.
All right, we about to do a little bit of reading, so bear with me, y'all. All right. As we have seen in the case of North America, the Caribbean, and Latin America, and continental Europe, the boundaries between slavery and anti-slavery and most of the Atlantic world appear to shift as a result of unforeseen and unintended outcomes of violent struggles fought for other purposes. Within one nation, however, the boundaries shifted in a deliberative process matched only in one corner of the northern United States. Britain also experienced enormous vicissitudes in dealing with its overseas slave system during the 2 generations after 1775. Now, this is after they lost the American colony, right? That's what they're talking about. All right. In the first decade of that period, from 1775 to 1783, the imperial power with the world's largest and most productive slave system lost control of half of it. All right. In the middle decades of that period, from 1794 to 1814, the Caribbean remainder of the slave system was first threatened and then enlarged. So y'all was right. They lost in the beginning in the first decade, but then in that second decade, from 1794 to 1814, their shit grew. All right. And then it says, on the eve of the post-war peace settlement with Europe, the British Empire again ruled over more slaves than it had at the outset of the American Revolution. So it diminished first, then they picked back up and started kicking ass for slavery again, right? It says in 1814, Patrick Colquhoun estimated Britain's imperial slave population at 1.15 million, consisting of 634,000 in the British West Indies, 372,000 in conquered Caribbean colonies, and 108,000 in conquered Asian colonies and dependencies. Even setting aside India, the British institution encompassed a slave population equal to those of the United States and more than those in Brazil. The trajectory of Britain's policy towards slavery was not primarily dictated either by the loss of its North American slave sector or the later dramatic threats of some Caribbean islands in the mid-1790s. As we have seen,
I get what happened now.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
As we have seen during the decade preceding British abolition of the slave trade in 1807, the British Empire had discovered a cheaper solution to the defense of the institution in the Caribbean, which had cost its military 80,000 men in the 1790s. Once it became the largest single purchaser of African slaves as recruits, the British military easily extended its empire to include all the colonies of its enemies. Ironically, British colonial slaveholding reached its zenith in the wake of the slave abolition. Think about what that just said. It said it reached its zenith in the wake of their abolition, meaning the shit was bumping, it was profitable. So how can we then say now that it wasn't profitable? You think what I'm saying? If it reached its zenith, right, when abolition started to come on board. So when they started to take on the abolitionist movement, right, the abolitionists was fighting against Britain being having this most profitable period under its slavery institution. What? Think about that. All right. So then it say, even after no, hold on, I already read that. No, I'm right on point.
No, that's where you stop. That's where you
Right.
stop.
Even after returning some colonies to former belligerents in 1814, the areas most appropriate for slave settlement exceeded those controlled by the monarchies of Spain, France, and the Netherlands. Meaning they was importing more slaves and making more money than Spain, France, and Portugal with their fucking slavery, right? And then it says Britain extended its slave frontier and the greater Caribbean alone more than tenfold in the half century after losing North America in 1775. It says that rate of it says that rate of expansion exceeded even that of the United States of America until British policies began to inhibit slavery's growth. The British transatlantic slave trade also reached its all-time peak. By the end of the transatlantic slave trade, by the end of the 18th century, British slavers were landing 50,000 slaves per year in the Americas and moving nearly 60% of the total number of captives shipped across the ocean. Therefore, British slavery did not decline because of any major shift in the institution's contribution to the British economy. I'm going to end right there. Meaning they were making buku money. You dig what I'm saying? And you can't say that they stopped because they lost the Americas and it was some fighting going, some slaves was acting crazy in the Caribbean. Nigga, they was still getting money.
In the Caribbean, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I thought so. As long as we know that don't have nothing to do with the American.
What?
Yeah, after British lost the 13 colonies, they continued slavery in the Caribbean. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so you come, my bad, Jay. You coming in the middle of the conversation.
No, I'm just reading what you just said.
Yeah, but I was reading it for a reason.
Because I'm new to the conversation. Yeah, I'm
I was countering that, you know what I mean, the thing that, you know, they were saying that, you know, it wasn't profitable for them no more. Like it was profitable for the British at that time.
Chef, can I ask you a question, Chef?
Go ahead.
Okay, do you believe there was an economic shift?
I think that them stopping the transatlantic slave trade created that economic shift.
No, that's kind of a stretch. So, but you do believe there was an economic shift, correct?
Yes. But I think that they brought that shit on.
So you're saying you feel like Britain brought that on?
Yeah, like they changed their system, right?
Industrialization started in Europe, correct?
Yes, but they still needed the shit that go into that. They still needed the raw materials that the slaves was producing, the raw materials that was going into the factories that was producing the goods from those. Basically, you had to get those raw materials out of the earth, right? It's two parts to it. Do you agree with me, DQ?
No, I definitely do. I want you to get too far off my point because I'm showing why there was a big boom. I'm going to show
Okay.
why there was a big boom, and I'm gonna break it down easily just in drug terms for you.
Go ahead.
Because you see that Britain abolished slavery. They saying abolish of slavery was 1807, but
No,
they
that
kept
wasn't the abolition. That was the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
throughout it kept going until 1833, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So 1833, 1807 to 1833. If something was legal and they banned it, but they kept it going, what happens on the streets like that? If you got some bricks, they ban the bricks, but you can still get them on the side, get them off on the side. You're going to keep doing it. You're probably going to make a lot more, and you're probably going to make more money within that little short span than you did the whole time you probably was.
Right.
So I can totally understand the shit bubbling because that's what it's going to do. It's illegal now, and the legal goods probably cost a little bit more. So,
DQ, you could even take it back to when alcohol was banned. They were doing the same shit.
Exactly, the prohibition. Yeah, I was gonna do that, but you know, Baltimore, them niggas talk drugs. They don't talk alcohol. Yeah, but you're 100% right with the prohibition. You know what I'm saying? That's how Al Capone got all his money and shit. That's how the Kennedy family got their money. They ran it up during that time period. And I was about to touch on it deals with timing, bro. This whole shit was an amalgamation of timing that happened. Niggas was making too much money and got hot. The abolishment movement was picking up, and then they realized there was a new system that could be more lucrative than this old system. Everything changes with it. So that's what I'm just trying to say. It was an amalgamation of many things. I don't want to just harp on the economic system change. Of course that happened, but there was an amalgamation of it. People's mindset and thinking change also. There was a transition, like you said, from people being in a traditional type thinking in Africa to a social, not socialistic, but a status Lacoste type system, which I learned from Cuban. You know what I'm saying? It's a total mind shift. So I can totally hear what you're saying, but there are multiple other reasons than just that. And I believe timing, you need to look at that because that's more important within this situation.
No, I agree. But the moral issue. So I'm gonna go to France, right? With the French Revolution. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that from the Enlightenment period in Europe up until the drafting of the U.S. Constitution, I'm saying that to the Civil War and the amendments, I'm saying that this was an evolution of Western thought and progress into what we see as humanitarian. Now that I'm saying it started with the Renaissance. You dig what I'm saying? And their ideals of freedom and humanity evolved. And I'm saying that the anti-slavery movement and all of that was a part of that process. You feel me? And it was about I'm saying it was largely had to do with their change in understanding of morals. I'm not saying that it wasn't economics involved. They had to put the economics into it. You feel me? Like you just can't tell.
The whole thing was economics, so I totally understand that. The whole
You
thing
can't
was
tell slave owners, right? You can't tell slave owners, yo, we gonna stop the slavery. And so, nigga, that's how they make their money. You feel me? I can feel as though the shit is wrong. That's like you trying to go out on the street right now and say, yo, selling drugs is wrong. You dig what I'm saying? You still you can feel that way. That's your morals, right? Now, you're gonna have to figure out a way to be able to show these drug dealers, I'm gonna be able to have to replace the way that y'all making money.
The
You
way they
feel
do
me?
it.
I'm gonna have to show you another way to make money. But you can't act like that your morals is not the reason why you're coming up with different ways for them niggas to stop selling drugs.
It's,
You feel me?
it's well, God damn it. It can in a smaller sense, but when you're as big as we want to talk about Europe, I can see, because this is how I blanket it. It's real simple to me. They are the largest business that started the shit, and once the business model switched, it was a wave to switch the whole business, and that took time because they controlled so fucking much. That's just how I look at it. It was just like the switch happened. It was a slow, gradual switch. You see, it took them 30 years with the transatlantic slave trade. They were still thugging underneath the table because like you said, the mindset switch. It was a different system that they was moving through. So, like I'm trying to see where the confrontation is. I've
So
definitely seen.
look at the United States. Look at the United States. All right.
Okay.
So in the United States, you had one half of the country who was for slavery because they were more agriculturalists, right? They had the land and they was drawing the raw materials out of the land. So you need slavery for that. But then you have another part of the country that is industrial, right? Now they got to take that raw material. They need labor for those industrial factories, right? But I'm saying, either way you look at it, those two work together.
Of course they do. We see that in 2020 hindsight.
Right.
So,
you're right. So if those two work together, right, then obviously both sides is making money with each other. The drug dealer need the nigga with the poppy fields. You feel me? That you still need those motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Growing the cocaine. You still need those farmers. So you want, yeah, right. So just because the motherfucker who made the shit into the consumable drug, he still need that other piece to it. So if I'm gonna say I'm gonna take away that other piece, then it has to be how can I still make it profitable if I take one half of that shit away?
Well, it's not even taking one half about it. It's about modifying the way that one half is doing. It's different if I got 6 of my Mexican homies working to grow, and they getting paid right. I'm making sure that everything is good. It's a stipend versus kidnapping 6 illegals and forcing them to grow plants for me. It's a different way. If we gonna work together, you got to clean that up over there, bruh. It's simply like that. You know what I'm saying?
So what happened to the South? What happened to the South economically?
We got crushed because we had to clean that shit up. It's a different way you had to do it. It's a reason why they switched from straight chattel slavery to sharecropping. My great-great-grandfather was a sharecropper, Drew, Mississippi. They had to switch the way they did it. It didn't switch the whole system. They were still getting the cotton off. They were still shipping it up to make the shirts. They were still getting it distributed. But they switched the way.
But what happened though? It started to gradually die.
It started to boom. It started to boom.
What are you talking about?
The South started to succeed from the North. This is the whole reason.
No, you just jumped, bro.
Yeah, but this is the reason why they started to succeed.
No, we're talking about after the war.
Talking after now.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It was booming during slavery. I'm saying that it was on a decline after that.
Industrialization.
No, you still gotta put. You still need the farm.
You do need the farmers, but put it like this: that let's break it down in front end and back end. The back end, and you can say the farmers and shit. The front end, you can go ahead and say the processing of the plant. It shifts. It used to be the back end was the most important. Once they got the system right to where they systemized it, the front end became more important. The industrialization of it became more important.
And it killed the other economy, right?
But it didn't kill it. It just started working within the system. The ratio dropped a little bit. It went from 50-50 probably to 75.
Right, let's look it up. Let's look and see what happened to the Southern economy after
I hate
slavery.
this school. I truly hate the school of chef. Y'all, this is insane, bro.
Let's see what happened to the Southern economy.
Somehow y'all talk about morals, and then y'all say if morals was the key, then they wouldn't give a damn if the Southern elites tanked. They would have just ended slavery. What do morals got to do with it? They only didn't do it because of finance.
Right, morals ain't got shit to do with it.
Yeah, like what do morals y'all listen to Chef say that it was morals. Y'all heard he said 2 minutes ago, and I had to replay it on YouTube to make sure I heard him correctly. He said that it was the agriculture of the South was the justification for slavery. If it was morally wrong, what the fuck? They pick your own fucking cotton. Find some white people, pay them to pick that fucking shit. You just said agriculture was the justification for the South. And then on the same voice say, well, morally, they ended it because they evolved morally. What are you saying? Your argument don't make sense. I'm trying to step back like Chef do and listen to y'all talk, but it seems like y'all are listening to Chef, not what he's saying. You can't no one can say the agriculture is a justification. They needed the slavery because of agriculture. No, they could have paid people to do that cotton. They could have paid people to do it. They just didn't do it. They would have made profit. They would have just made less profit. Slavery was never needed in the South, bro. Never. It was never needed. I told him that didn't
follow yesterday. I told him that doesn't follow. It doesn't make sense to do it that way. I told him that yesterday. Chef just he won't. If he owns something, he own it. So like if you heard him when he started talking, he had already read that article because he was talking about the 50,000 before he started talking. Chef ain't slick. I know his fighting style.
Yeah,
hold on, I'm back. What happened?
See,
we caught you lying. We caught you lying.
Yeah,
what I lie about now?
Yeah, this is ignorant. this is an ignorant conversation. We're not even that. Even when we start talking about slavery after, even when we start talking about that, the North was complicit in the slavery too.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think was making money off all this cotton? There wasn't no morals.
Maryland was fucking eating that money.
The North was they was completely against it while selling that shit. See, listen, if y'all trying to tell me somehow that on this planet, if the people and morals ruled the day, how the hell could you look at the planet and say that? How could you look at any inch of this planet and say morals rules the day? Look at the billionaires list. Not a moral motherfucker on it. Look at the Forbes list. No morals. Look at the thriving nations versus the ones that aren't. No, it's not morals. This is economic system, structures, and institutions. Dominant class systems. Capitalism. You find me the morality in capitalism. Find me the morality in what we claim is democracy in the United States. Y'all keep talking about this thing that don't exist, but you want me to think it exists for your argument. People they didn't morally evolve from the Enlightenment period. When Thomas Jefferson was saying that slavery was terrible, the nigga had 600 slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Like we can't have these conversations irregardless of history. If it was moral, they wouldn't have wrote the loophole in the fucking 13th Amendment. Everybody has rights except if you locked up. Like, where's the moral? So we don't have morals for prisoners? That don't make sense. What's
Do
up, Corey?
morals evolve? Just asking. Do morals
What's up?
evolve
What's
at all?
up, Corey? Concrete.
Peace to y'all. Peace to
Peace
y'all.
to
Hey,
you, G.
look,
It's good to see you,
I
bro.
thought
I'm
today
losing
would
it.
be I thought today would be a different day, Brad. But
It's Chef, bro.
y'all doing this to me again. I
It's
went to
Chef.
sleep. I went to sleep last night with low self-esteem, right? So now here I go again. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime, and my self-esteem is not coming back up, bro. I'm not hearing a good argument. You guys are not making good argument. Because it made me think too. Like, even after the conversation yesterday, I thought about it. I said, well, maybe if I ask a question, I don't know if they can talk me out of something that I'm thinking now. You know what I mean? Just a hard question. Like, I want to be talked out of it, right? Because I don't think y'all. But my problem is, I don't think y'all up to the task, bro. So I thought about the fact that, well, I think planet Earth was in better condition during slavery than now. I think during slavery, right? Because it's like, what do you do? How now? Is you gonna say like it was better for the planet 100 years from now when the temperature is +3 degrees on average, and then like
All
y'all
the
gotta
smoke,
come up with a good answer. You can't just get emotional about, well, how can you say the planet is better off and with slavery? Like it's actually the data shows that the planet was better off. Planet Earth was better off during the slavery time than now, than the time when the slave was free. So just like what Shepard's saying, right? The British, or I guess Western civilization, spread the most freedom around the world, or liberated the most people around the world from being in slavery. Now, y'all can keep going back down the road of, well, they started the slavery, fine. And I think he done gave y'all that already, right? But now y'all still ain't gave me like a group of people, or some person, or a country, or a continent, or an organization, or an institute that's done more liberating of oppressed people or enslaved people than the Western world. I just hear a bunch of, I don't like the way it sounds. I don't like the way it sounds either, but that's not convincing me otherwise. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
That means y'all not listening. If you kick me in my stomach and then stop and say, I'm gonna kick you in your knee now, you ain't liberate my goddamn stomach. If you just change slavery into apprenticeships, you didn't liberate me. You just put me into something else that you're comfortable with. My argument is that there was no liberation. I'm saying that it never stopped. You can't liberate me from picking cotton and then call it sharecropping and put a quota on it, and then say, well, if you cross the street after 6 o'clock, I'm gonna lock you up, and then you lose your rights and you back in slavery. It's the same thing. So what y'all call liberation, I'm calling control, labor control. They just changing it from one thing to the other. There was no actual liberation. So yes, I will say that they're the most they're the largest enslavers and the largest oppressors. But you still got to show me. Y'all have not showed me liberation. So I don't have to show you. I don't have to show you where who did others or who did this. I mean, we know Toussaint. We know Haiti freed themselves. I can go back and look up examples of people that freed themselves. But what I'm telling you, though, my argument hits to the core of the word. Western civilization has never
You
actually
was gone
liberated
yesterday
anyone.
when he rebutted that. You was gone yesterday when
Oh,
he
I didn't.
rebutted
Yeah, I
you on
wasn't
your
gone.
Haitian thing. You
Yeah, I wasn't gone. I mean, I
well,
was
that was
gone, but
funny. Hey,
You
bro,
gonna hate this right here, bro. You
What
gonna
was
hate
the
this.
I
what
never
was
heard.
the what
I
was the
don't want to throw
rebuttal to
my
that?
tablet costs too much to throw this motherfucker, Corey.
What was the rebuttal to Haiti? Because Haiti not only liberated themselves, but Haiti liberated Venezuela. Haiti liberated Ecuador. Haiti liberated, and that was another fear factor that the French and the English and the Spanish, and these people had a fear of, because it wasn't just with Haitians; it was any oppressed people of colonial rule. That the Haitians were down to liberate the people. How
He
can
said
that?
that
How can Haiti be?
Jefferson
How
said
can
the
that be rebuttal?
Haitians that if it wasn't for the French, the goodness of the French heart, they had it. They had the the French folks. They had it in the good morals. And if it wasn't for them, thank the Lord for them, right?
Oh my God.
Because they could have pulled back up on them ships and bust them niggas' heads, but they chose not to. They chose not to bust them niggas' heads. So I mean, I think what he's saying is the freedom was given to them. They didn't shit get taken. You know what I mean?
So Francis Grace is the only reason
Wow.
for the
I
Haitian.
think you guys are trolling. I don't think you guys are being
Y'all
serious.
got to be trolling, bro. Y'all can't be serious
gave
at this point, bro.
the emotional rebuttal. I gave an emotional rebuttal to that yesterday, right? But I have not heard
I didn't even hear him say
a
it.
sound. I haven't heard a rebuttal that was sound, devoid of emotion. Yeah,
I don't want to teach history, bro, but I'm assuming that either Chef don't know much about the Haitian Revolution, or people in here that he was talking to just didn't know much about the Haitian Revolution. They didn't free them out of no fucking mercy, bro. They couldn't contain the revolt. If you read it, and Chef noticed.
Man, bro, if you
know
don't
they
think
couldn't
that
contain
the
that
French
revolt. They couldn't
Empire
contain it.
couldn't put down Saint-Domingue,
Because they were
like if
fighting
they decided,
no,
man, come on,
no,
bro,
but
that's
see,
crazy.
what you won't tell them, hold
That's
on,
crazy.
what you won't tell them, right? I know y'all niggas went to school. Well, who else was France fighting at the time of that revolution? They was fighting Britain and Spain. They were fighting both of them. So when Toussaint switched allegiance after they abolished slavery, it became some shit that they couldn't do. The abolition in the France colonies was survival to them. So they weren't showing grace to Haiti. They had to do it. And the revolution was what caused them to have to do it, because they couldn't fight. Anytime you fight in a war, what do y'all always hear on terms? In the street, on Monopoly, and fucking Battleship. You can't be fighting wars on too many fronts.
Yeah, that's
Because
what
when you
happened.
fight a war on too many fronts, you gotta pick one of these motherfuckers and be like, nah, y'all got it.
Yeah,
because I gotta focus on
that.
them.
They could have took that
Haitians
motherfucker
wasn't
back.
even part of the argument at the time.
They
And
could have
that's
took
what
that
happened.
motherfucker back.
No, they couldn't.
because the Haitians were using
What
guerrilla
up,
warfare.
Psycho? They
The
fighting
French,
right now,
the
bro.
French,
Hey, no. Wait,
the French
Cuban,
did not use guerrilla.
Wait,
Guerrilla
Cuban, wait. I
warfare
don't want
was
nobody
used.
helping me with my argument. Let me be clear, because apparently when I'm not in here, then nobody is actually like using facts to fight this fucking white supremacist chef in this motherfucker. This nigga's a white supremacist.
No, they wasn't using facts.
Brass,
A lot of
that's why. Hey, but Brass, that's why I typed in the back about the Napoleonic Wars. You would understand that France was already weakened militarily from those wars to begin with.
Right. Okay,
That-
so I
that's what
appreciate
happened
you.
to the-
And then on top of that, do y'all want to know
Corey,
wait, Trump?
Earlier.
Hey, Corey, do you know what France did to Haiti after that fucking war?
made them pay
150 million francs in indemnity to compensate them damn slaveholders. And they crippled the fucking Haitian. Y'all act like France didn't do anything to after them. This is what I'm trying to say. Y'all be so focused on the gun in France. Hold on, y'all be so focused on the gun in the France's hands that y'all forgot that France to this day crippled the Haitian economy.
It's still
Crippled it,
fucked
bro.
up.
So
I brought that up. Brad,
so
yesterday.
even if it wasn't slavery, if you cripple the countries, if when you leave, you cripple the fucking economy for 100 fucking years, what's the fucking difference? This ain't liberation, bro. They didn't give them freedom, bro.
So
They just
Haiti
stopped
is
so they can
fucked
focus
up.
on
Hold
Spain.
on,
The
Haiti is
ball in your court now, Chef.
Wait,
Haiti
no.
is fucked up because of what?
I'm done, bro. Y'all go ahead, bro. Y'all
Chef,
niggas. I'm not
Haiti,
listen. I ain't no fucking
Haiti,
history teacher, bro.
Haiti
If y'all
is
need
Haiti.
history, y'all can look that shit up. It's too much
All right.
technology.
So Haiti is in a situation, Brass pointed out, that they did not defeat the Haitians militarily.
However long, you know what I mean?
They made them pay back, quote unquote, a debt that they shouldn't have had to pay.
Right.
That cripples them economically. Then you have to put in perspective, since these people liberate people so much, right? Then you have to put into consideration coups. You have to put in consideration political puppets that were put into place by America. You have to keep in mind that the French and the Canadians and Americans are going into Haiti to this day, taking the natural resources. They have a lot of natural resources in Haiti. All of this is a factor of why Haiti is in the state that Haiti's in. Like, it's just, that's why when you guys keep talking about liberators, it's like, you look currently what's going on in so many different places. Liberators liberated.
Right. Now I'm gonna ask a question.
Look at real quick. Look at Dominican Republic. Why is Dominican Republic in the situation Dominican Republic is in, and why does Dominican Republic have the relations it has with Haiti? Why do a lot of Dominicans view Haitians the way that they view Haitians? Because that was your liberators that indoctrinated them. These were your liberators that put puppet politicians into position of power, that corrupted their own country just for their own personal gain, fucking the people, mind fucking the people, making people hate each other over a little invisible border, saying, oh, this is Haiti and this is Dominican Republic, dividing people over language, or you speak French or you speak Spanish, dividing people. This is all through the Caribbean, South Central America, and North America. This is like a global thing. This is what, and this has nothing to do with race. It has to do with money. It's just a thing of people maintaining their power, and by the means of them maintaining the power, then you got to divide people. And once you divide people, you don't have to now hang people from trees and burn crosses in people's yards. Now you got people doing the biddings of these people that buy into the shit. And so it destabilizes people socially, destabilizes people economically, it destabilizes people on every level. It's not a good thing. So these people are not liberators. I can't believe y'all have to be trolling. If you guys know so much about ancient Egypt, but you don't know about Haiti and what happened in Haiti in comparison to fucking if Tutankhamun wore depends male underwear, diapers, whatever it is you guys be talking. This is
Who's
crazy.
looking for a liberator in the first place?
They were saying
Chef,
before before.
No, that's the whole conversation.
Yeah.
There's no need for a
Western
liberator.
civilization is the liberator. But I'm trying to make it clear in every single case when we have these conversations, I'm trying to make it clear that there was no liberation. There was no actual freedom from any fucking thing. You just took slavery and then said, well, here, we're going to let y'all free, but y'all owe us 150 million francs. And then you cripple their economy for the next 100 years. And then you say, well, at least y'all not slaves. That's not liberation, bro.
Hey, Corey. Corey,
Yes, sir.
what I said? What did I tell you? The French did. They spared them niggas. They pulled back up on them. They
like
pulled back up on them, and they told them either y'all gonna pay this money or we gonna level this bitch. And they paid them. They paid them. They gave them the ultimatum. So all of this shit sound good. Bro, I promise y'all, all y'all talking points sound good. But I'm telling you what actually happened. It's hard to swallow this shit. I know.
Would you call that
No.
liberation?
Yeah, you have liberation. You have.
And I was gonna ask Psycho. I was gonna ask.
How is that liberation though? Like that's not liberation. That's a shakedown. That's a shakedown. That happens in the mafia all the time.
They pull back up on them, Corey.
Break a window, then say they walk in the next day and say, "Look like you need some protection." Like that's basically what they did, right? Like so, like. But my question is this, because I'm hearing these talking points. I heard some of it yesterday. I see y'all back at it again today. And oddly enough, I had a debate with a popular white supremacist up on here. I don't know if you remember this, Corey. You might have saw this back in the day. But yeah, one of the talking points he had, the conversation was about reparations, right? And
who was the guy? What was the guy's name?
JF, what's his name? JF Garify or whatever the hell his name is. That
oh yeah.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, and his position sound a lot like y'all's is black people ain't owe reparations. As a matter of fact, black people owe white people
Psycho.
Psycho. They're the ones who set us free. They're the ones who fought in the war, and X, Y, and Z. So according to these talking points that I've been hearing up on here, and these sound like whacktivist talking points, white activist talking points that are supporting white reparations, because there's a movement out here of white people that use these talking points to say that their ancestors of the slave owners were owed reparations.
Psycho.
Lost land, lost property, all types of wild shit.
Psycho, can I ask you a question real quick? Or can I make a statement for you? Can you please be clear when you say y'all? Because I don't want to be associated with that shit. Don't put my name with that shit. You've been listening to the conversation. Is Chef?
No, not everybody.
Is Chef? No, because I just want to be clear with the logic. Is Chef, Logic, Tony, Fetty? This is not y'all, bro. It's 4 niggas saying that shit.
Bro, stop doing that, bro.
No, you right. No,
I never said that.
Fetty ain't going to
Don't do that. I never said that.
This even made Betty
crazy, bro. This man Brass always doing that,
bro. You've been co-signing Western
damn, bro. I said both of y'all are making good talk, bro. You always
come in and out of the conversation.
I don't think Chef is making good talking points. I don't think Chef is making good talking points. If you think Chef is making a good talking point, or you agree at all with what Chef was saying, you in that
bro,
bag.
I read, bro.
Logic,
what I read, I said it was
Tony,
good talking points on both sides. Stop
this
doing
ain't
this
me.
goofy ass shit.
This ain't me, bro.
That shit's still
this ain't me. All 4 of them. When you say y'all, Psycho, when you say y'all, Psycho, I want you to be clear. It's 4 people. It ain't y'all. It's like 15 people in here. It's 4. It ain't y'all, bro. Go ahead. I just want to be clear.
I don't hate Chef's argument. I don't. A matter of fact, I hate how it sounds, but I feel as if it's objective. I think that's like, I think that would just be describing what happened. I'm not saying I like it. Right. My position is a lot more simple than Chef said. I'm simply saying that they did more than Africans did for human rights. Now, you can go beyond with that and take it somewhere else, but that's
I'm not trying to take it nowhere. I just want to be clear, because when this happens a lot in these arguments. When somebody comes in and makes
you weren't being clear when you lump me in the other stuff, and
you don't agree with Chef.
I don't lean into the moral framework as much.
I ain't talking about morals. You said
no. Well, that's what we
Wait, Logic. Hold on, Logic. I just want to be clear. Chef made a statement. Western civilization are the greatest liberators, the greatest human champion of human rights in world history.
They did not.
Did you not hear me say that I got a problem? I got a problem with the word liberator too.
Okay,
You don't remember me
fine.
saying that
Then
several
remove
times?
liberator. Okay, then I'll remove liberator for your part. In some way, shape, or form, I'll change my statement. In some way, shape, or form, those four people agree with what Chef is saying. In some way,
Okay.
either in
I
your
got you.
case, it might be the human rights or
I
whatever.
apologize for
I'm
y'all.
saying I don't agree with that shit at all.
I apologize for saying y'all. I didn't want to start running
No.
down names.
I was trying to say
But
that to you yesterday in the chat, Psycho. But when you say y'all, I just want you're speaking to Chef. You're not speaking to all of us. Because Chef thinks both.
it's not
Out of
just
all them
Chef.
four
It's not
niggas,
just
Chef
Chef.
thinks
It was multiple people, but I
call them
didn't
by
know
name.
everybody.
Call them niggas out.
All
Call
right,
them
well,
niggas out.
but the Civil War was not about liberating black people. Can we stop that lie? That's a whole lie. That white man didn't care nothing about no liberating white people. If we can get the union together and still have slavery, I'm cool. If we can get the union together and without slavery, I'm cool with that too. He didn't care. All he cared about was liberating this country, the white people in this country. He didn't care what happened to black people. It just so happened that shutting down slavery was liberating them to the industrial movement that was going on during that time, because the South was the ones that had all the wealth and everything else, and the North was trying to shut down the South. So it wasn't about them. They didn't have no kind hearts, all this liberation crap and everything else. No, it was a chess piece. It was a chess piece and a little silly ass game. That's all it was. I'm not giving them credit for nothing. I'm not going to sit up here and give somebody credit for shooting me, paralyzing me in the back, and then give them credit for taking me to the hospital. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I refuse.
Yeah, that's like running away from real quick. That's like running away from the accountability of what was done. It's like instead of doing that, it's like I'm gonna provide you this false Trojan horse opportunity when it really isn't an opportunity in the first place.
And go ahead, Logic. Now tell him I just said the same thing that Psycho said. Now tell him that he's wrong for saying shoot me in the back and then take me in the hospital, and then you sitting by my
somewhere in this, I just acknowledge that it's very difficult to embrace all the facts at one time, right? Because I keep trying to emphasize that it's complex and that there's not like a simple answer. And I'm even like willing to dumb it down as far as to say they did more than Africans for human rights, right? So we can debate that part of it back and forth, but like to some degree, when we looked inside like our own community, right? We were talking about what's his name, Harvey, right? We were using the word like redeemable qualities for a whole week, right? So I'm not saying that I'm looking for redeemable qualities, but when we're having those conversations about Garvey, we're willing to accept some of the mistakes that he made, even though he's a scammer, right? So I'm not removing the fact that he's a scammer, but if we're talking about like a cultural icon as far as the progress of human rights across the world, well, I'm just acknowledging that they play a role. You know what I'm saying? I mean, beyond that, I feel like this is like maybe a little bit of spin on top of that, or like to eat a little crow because my argument's a lot closer to what Chef's is than other people's. But I don't see why that's so problematic. You know what I'm saying? If we can understand that that even our leaders
your shit chopped up, bro.
That shit bugging, nigga.
Your shit chopped up, Logic.
Let me say something. Moreno, I'm
You can't say anything because you bugging.
Yeah, SETI would call that crackatosis. That's what you're doing. Crackatosis.
Many of us don't have enough knowledge of history to agree with Chef. Even on the African front, when the Africans became independent in the 60s, they look at the track records of the early African leaders and how they were promoting human rights in their country until many of these countries were destabilized. Just go back in history, look at the first presidents of most African countries and how they were promoting human rights within their countries before their countries were destabilized. I argue with Chef on this because there's no way anybody can agree with what Chef said. It is inconceivable because I make the same argument that Blas made, that psychopath made. We make the same arguments because we see history. These people were not liberators, and the abuse didn't stop. They just changed it. It evolved. It evolved, right? It evolved. It's just like how the IMF is a yoke around most third world black countries' neck. It's the same thing they did. They find a way how to bleed resources from these countries. Different ways, but we don't take that into consideration. Which liberators? Anyway, continue. But I'm listening. I enjoy the show.
And you know what's funny, Stupies? So Chef just said that it wasn't grace, okay? That it wasn't grace that France granted Haiti. But let me tell you the liberation that they granted Haiti. I would agree that literally off the coast of Haiti, they had ships that would have leveled Haiti if they didn't, I don't know the words to use for that, but I would agree. Back the fuck down, or we'll level this bitch. That was the words that he used.
Last one of you.
Yeah. That was his words that he used.
Yeah, they did
But
that.
you know what's funny though,
as they got
Psycho?
their armies back together and everything else, because like you said, they spread themselves way too thin. That's what happened to Napoleon. Spread himself way too thin. That's why he had to give up the island of Haiti, because he couldn't afford to send any more soldiers over there because he had too much stuff going on. And then it also forced the Louisiana Purchase to happen as well.
Right, they use the threat of,
you can also
to get the
argue
money.
that black people. So basically, you can make an argument that black people liberated this country because they helped manifest destiny get involved. They helped the
Essentially.
whole process
Yeah.
of manifest destiny, and because
Yeah.
black people helped weaken their finances to the point where they actually had to sell all this land over here.
Essentially. But hold on, Psycho, we in agreement. But you know what's funny? But Chef will also then in turn, because I'm learning that you got to listen to Chef's words and remove him from the argument. Remove him. Because if they're sitting off the coast, if you're going to say the liberation, how the hell are you actually freeing me if you got cannons on my ass? If the liberation that you saying that you giving me from this slavery is under threat of 150 million francs with fucking boats at the ship, and then say they evolved morally, then they would have just recognized Haiti's freedom outright. They wouldn't have needed the 150 million francs. And then on top of that, they wouldn't have had to use guns to do it. They wouldn't have had to force ships and cannons and shit at Haiti in order to force them to be free. You see how the paradox of how that don't make sense? We gonna give you motherfuckers y'all freedom, but y'all gonna give us these 150 million francs that we know you can't afford. And then if you don't give us the 150 million francs for your freedom that we about to give you, we gonna level y'all. And y'all want me to call them motherfuckers liberators and champions of human rights? On both sides of the argument, it don't make sense. Even when he say something that's cool, but y'all just caught up in the, we gonna level this bitch. Like it's the funniest statement ever, but forget that he's talking about human rights and liberation. This shit is madness, bro. This is Chef madness, literally. Use that as a drop, nigga, for the YouTube. This is Chef madness at its finest.
I want to know, do black people owe white people reparations since they so great and they freed us from slavery? I really would like to answer that question.
Give Chef a day, he'll make an argument that they do. Give him a day.
Black people owe what? Because based on these
No,
arguments,
we don't owe
white man, he
reparations.
totally owe him reparations based off these arguments.
Nobody gonna come out there and say that, Psycho.
Yeah, I don't know.
That never was the argument. That never was a position. Like, so I mean, I don't know how I move to, to now defend the United States not to pay reparations because I said that Western civilization has been, the ones who has been moving humanity forward in liberation and humanitarian. Like, why would I say that they don't, need to pay reparations? Like, I always believed in reparations. Like, I'm not gonna make that argument.
You know what I mean? I'm standing where I'm standing at. You feel me? And France pulling and France
Isn't that
pulling
what
back
happened?
up.
Is it speaking of the Haitian Revolution? Isn't that what happened with France though? Like black people had to pay white people reparations. That's what happened, right? You literally just broke it down, right? They came back X amount of years later and said, "Yo, y'all fucked us up with this little bullshit y'all did over here. Y'all owe us."
They forced
and we
it.
had to pay.
They forced that on them. You feel me? Now, if we can enforce that on the United States, then go for it. You feel? I'm with it. You feel me? But I don't think we're in a position of force. You know what I mean? And I don't think that France making them pay was right anyway. Like I don't even agree with that.
You called it liberation, though.
No, Brad. The Haitian Revolution got mixed into the argument, right? My overall position is that Western civilization, that was my position. Now, to argue intricacies in that and start talking about the Haitian Revolution does not detract from my point. You feel me? Because before Napoleon came back into power, France had abolished slavery. So that's just a bloop in that shit. You feel me? That's just a bloop. That's why I'm not even arguing with y'all over the Haiti shit. I just said the
Wait,
only
what
thing
the
I
fuck
said.
did you just? What did you just say?
That's a blip. If France had already abolished slavery, then Napoleon came back into power and reinstated slavery, right? And went to war with them motherfuckers. That's something completely different. That don't take away from. That don't take
Who was
away from the
Napoleon,
old.
though?
He was French.
So why you trying to separate Napoleon from France?
Yo, all right, bro. I'm all right. I'm gonna let
No,
you have
you
it.
just said no.
I
You
don't.
just said France
Listen, if
abolished
you don't,
slavery,
listen,
and then you
if
said
you don't,
Napoleon brought it back. But
right?
he's
So
the fucking. What is he?
if you don't understand the point
I
that
do
I was
understand
making,
it. No,
all right, then. So
That's not. That don't work.
why would you say that?
That
Then?
don't work. That don't work.
How that don't work with my overall
because
argument?
France is still part of the Western civilization, though.
Yes,
Now
and
here's the
one
thing: Napoleon ain't
emperor
and
decided
Napoleon
to bring that shit back.
because Napoleon didn't live forever. That 150 million francs was they've been paying that shit for 100 years. So where is the liberation with the people outside of Napoleon?
Listen, I didn't say that they were perfect.
Realize that at what point in the 150 million franc indemnity from Haiti to France, take Napoleon out of it. I'll give you that argument. He was acting outside and against the majority of French interests at the time. I understand that part. But what I'm saying to you is, them 150 million francs, I can't remove France from that. And that's 100 years later, still. How do I remove them from that? You can't. You can't just say because Napoleon brought it back up. Then where was France's morals after Napoleon was defeated? After Napoleon was defeated, then how come at any point in the next 100 years did they not say that the 150 million? If France was so moral in their abolishment of slavery and it was just Napoleon acting out, then why the fuck did they continue with the 150 million francs 100 years later?
Didn't I say that this liberation and everything was an evolution? I keep saying that it didn't all come at one time, but we're looking at stages of it. I ain't say that they was fucking angels. I ain't say that it wasn't contradictions in it at times. Like, when did I ever make that argument? When? So you doing a good
because you
job.
Can't make the good.
You doing a good job attacking one point like I'm standing on that. That's some shit I ain't even standing on.
You're
standing on what I'm standing on.
Because you're standing on Western civilization as the greatest liberation. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you specifically what I'm attacking. You're saying that Western civilization is the greatest liberators. I'm telling you, they never liberated anything. They'll do something, call it liberation, and do something else to you right after that. That'll put you right back in the situation, and then somehow they'll fix that, and then they'll put you back in the situation, rename it, and somehow fix that. I don't think they've ever liberated anyone. That's one. That's the liberation point. Two, when you keep using these words, they're the greatest champion. of human rights in history. So when you say that you not saying they were angels, fuck it. You ain't calling them angels, but you said they're the greatest champion of human rights. And I'm calling bullshit every time you say that. Because they're not no fucking champion. A champion, or whatever you want to call it, if I ain't talking about no angels, they do that shit because you're supposed to do it. They don't say, well, we should end slavery in the South, but they do got a lot of agriculture there, and we'll be afraid that they'd have to pay those good white folk to work that kind. And we'll figure this out. Britain, we're the largest transatlantic slave owned. We were the largest members of the transatlantic slave trade. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna start paying the slave owners and for them to stop. We're gonna pay them. When it's morals, bro, you say fuck that industry, bro. Fuck the industry is morally wrong. End it. And if it bankrupts them motherfuckers, then they deserve it. You don't use morals in
That's why
something
they
like
ended
that.
it to bankrupt them. That's why they ended it. They didn't do it because of morals. They didn't
This
do
is
it.
ignorant, bro.
They
You
didn't.
talking about
Self-esteem ain't getting
champions?
no
This
higher.
shit crazy.
Self-esteem ain't getting no higher, y'all. I apologize, but it's just not, because we still haven't showed who went around other than Western civilization, who was sprinkling more freedom on motherfuckers than the white man.
When y'all say
I
that,
still ain't heard that yet.
when y'all say that, what y'all really saying is white Jesus is the biggest liberator in the history or whatever, because that's what was being used to quote unquote liberate everybody, right? How they get the Indians to stop eating each other out in South America? The Bible. How did the movements and everything else start to get the got the Emancipation Proclamation signed? How did that happen? The Bible, abolitionists, right? Like that was mainly Bible believers at the time. This, that, and third. John Brown, Bible believer. You know, like what y'all talking about is white Jesus. That's what y'all talking about. Yeah, white. So if y'all want to say white Jesus is the greatest liberator,
Y'all want to give it another name? Okay, yeah, go ahead. I ain't mad at who the name is, right? We're talking about Western society though. Like, so whether they brought Jesus with them or Mahatma Gandhi with them, it don't matter. They went around the world doing the most sprinkling of liberation and freedom. That's the argument. Like,
But
well,
that's
I'm not
now
talk about Haiti and France and everybody else, but
now
I'm trying to figure out who other than them was running around the world sprinkling freedom on niggas. Because that's the argument. That's the argument that y'all ain't addressing.
But that's not freedom though, because Psycho made a good point.
Corey, so you didn't hear nothing
Going
but
back down the same road again. I done heard
you
that
didn't hear nothing
argument.
but
It's hard to hear you. It's hard to
Cuban,
hear you.
your mic is low, bro. You gotta get off the speaker.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
He can
No,
hear
I
you a
hear
little bit
you.
better now.
It was
Yeah, but
somebody
we're
else
not
talking about.
So
the same. He got this shit. They don't hear nothing nobody say.
Psycho made a good point. He said that the freedom was via through a white Jesus, right? So
fine.
But here's the thing. Right?
Fine.
I mean, that really was because they believed that they needed salvation, that they were savages, they were barbaric, they weren't civilized, the same way they thought about indigenous people. So the only way to be accepted in their eyes was to embrace the white Jesus, be it Catholicism or the Protestants. So here's the fucked up shit. You say fine.
So who outdid them then? Give me the group of people
but I'm trying to show you
who did more sprinkling freedom than the white man. Go ahead. That's all I'm waiting on.
They ain't gonna do it.
I've heard all the other arguments that y'all made. I listened to it for 2 days.
But this is
You're going to make an argument that they made yesterday.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna lead up to what you asking. So, if an individual did not accept Jesus, what was the consequences for that? Death. Death was the consequence, whether it was from the Protestant,
Catholic. So
down and lay down.
Is Yeah, it my self-esteem going lower and lower, bro. Y'all ain't doing nothing for my self-esteem right. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that you live to see another day because you are forced to accept something, but yet you're still not free. And you're still not accepted. So at this point, it's a thing of, are you cool with living like that, or under them circumstances, would you rather just go all out? Dying standing versus dying on your
No.
Now,
Yo,
I'm
yo,
making
yo,
suggestions.
yo, yo, can y'all hear
The
me?
way
Yo,
people are
yo,
using free and
1 2 1
liberated,
2. Hold on 1
that
second.
don't line up with
Yo,
nobody
hold on 1
ever.
second.
So if we not in the
Michael
greatest,
asking for the
we
mic.
don't, if we in the
You.
greatest
Go ahead,
country
Lon.
ever,
I don't think
and we
Lottie
still
can hear you.
and we still don't got the social freedoms,
I just want
and we still don't got social freedoms, and we still can't consider ourselves free or liberated, well then there wasn't nobody free or liberated ever.
Yo,
So
yo,
maybe
yo,
we
yo,
should
hold
find
on.
better words.
So
Hold
the
on 1
point I was,
second.
what I just
Cuban, hold on 1 second.
Cuban, wait. Cuban, wait. Let
Cuban,
him
hold
go.
on 1 second. Hey, whoever's watching on YouTube, the Discord link is in the chat. Please join the Discord. Come in here, straighten these brothers and sisters out. I don't know what the hell they talking about. And I just want to read one thing to Corey, since Corey like simple explanations. I'll just read this for Corey. First, I want to say the brass, hey, they loosened up the chokehold so they can get a tighter grip. And I'm just going to read this to Corey. No, Europeans did not go around the world giving people freedom. And by Europeans, we're talking about Western culture. So let's just be clear there. European colonialism and imperialism are overwhelmingly recognized by historians as systems of conquest, exploitation, not liberation. European powers use their superior military technology to invade, conquer, and rule territories for their own economic, political, and strategic benefit, often with devastating consequences for the colonized people. And I'm out. Don't forget, y'all, join the Discord if you're watching on YouTube. Thanks.
Hey, yeah, his DQ had asked me for some stats yesterday on Appalachia, and I looked those up, right? And afterwards, I did just a little slight overview, just like you did, of the conversation. And that's what Google said. It said, "Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit." like, nah, nigga, they was
If
none
we're
of that
not free
shit.
and liberated now, then nobody
I
was
don't
ever
think
free and liberated.
I'm not impressed with that. I'm not impressed with that.
I know. I'm just saying though. That's what
Under their
Google
rules,
said though,
under their
Corey.
laws, under their gods, under their culture, everything else. How we liberated?
So
we literally had to assimilate ourselves, lose our whole identity, everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if we're not liberated now, like what would be the proper scenario in which you could describe people as being liberated?
They're being exploited. That's the new term.
I agree. We're also being exploited.
Exactly. Exploitation.
Right. So
yeah.
Right. So how far back do we have to go to find the minority people who aren't being exploited? Where do we go find that?
Yeah. Who looking for it?
But it's getting.
You would have to have an example of some liberated.
No. You need an example because y'all the one said that they liberated everybody. So how is everybody being exploited?
What I'm saying is if this doesn't fit the definition of liberated, then nothing does.
If they liberated everybody, why are people still being exploited?
The word liberation is subjective. People will tell you whether or not they liberated, right? Like, because at the end of the day, like, was Cuba liberated when Batista went down and Castro took over? Was they liberated? That's subjective, depending on who you talking to, right? What was the Indians? Was the Indian Native Americans here? Was they liberated when they got the Bible shoved down their throat and all those missionaries and everything else, and they forced them to learn all their culture and everything else? Was that liberation? That's subjective. Like, we're calling it liberation because this is the morality codes and society that we grew up under. So that's how we look at the world. We looking at the world through their lenses. So we looking at it as liberation. Those people wouldn't tell you that they was liberated. Those natives back then wouldn't tell you that. Like, do you think they would tell you that? When those conquistadors came down there,
No, so
You had
I'm
liberation
literally offering you the perfect
and
example.
you had freedom, though. Hold on, let me get this one out. Right? If you you can go with Uncle and them and go in the cemetery and cut chickens open and practice any religion and that you want to in life. Meaning you're the one who's choosing to still be a Christian. We the ones who choosing, you know what I mean? But you're free to do whatever you want to do.
The conquistadors came down there. That wasn't the
You
case.
can go live off the land if you wanted to.
That wasn't the case.
But this was based on a question that Corey asked that was past tense, asking who liberated Africans. And he's going with Western society. So so based on its past tense, I mean, the people liberated themselves. The people are the ones who did what they did to get where they are, whatever that may deem as good or whatever. It wasn't the government. It was people who fought and struggled and persevered and sacrificed. That's the liberation. But it's an ongoing process. It's not an overnight thing. If people have been colonized and or displaced and colonized, imperialized, and all these things for hundreds of years, it's not going to be a 3-year plan. It's not going to be a 400-year plan that you're going to do to achieve this liberation, because the mentality is still going to be there. People are now indoctrinated, so now you got to deal with that shit. So it's not simple, but it's not no goddamn government that or anybody in those powers that liberated anybody. That's the thing. I think that.
So now you're saying we're not even liberated. We're not free. Y'all see what y'all them recruiting?
I'm basing off the question.
Yeah, that's where we at now. We're not even free now. So if we're not free now, which minority group are you going to say ever was free? If our social liberties don't equate to us having freedom, like that's why I'm saying we might need to find a different word, because at that point,
I'm not even
nobody was fit.
willing to argue that with them. I'm not even.
Nobody was. I'm trying to get y'all's definition of it, because would nobody fit that definition?
I wouldn't take it that.
I wouldn't say that.
Here comes the black cloud. The black cloud is this. While we're sitting here concerned with whether it's a particular ethnic group or we're concerned with humanity, it's bigger than humans. Everybody's subjected, and there's no fucking. Is nature liberated? You do know there's environmental.
That's what I'm saying, bro. We need some different words, bro. I'm telling you.
There's environmental colonization. So what I'm saying is that these people that do what they do for the money, everything that breathes, that's alive.
Y'all had me
niggas say environmental colonization.
Hold on. Okay, they made me go back on my heels for 30 seconds, and now I realize that I'm completely right.
Because this is what happens when you're trapped in a bubble.
Jeff, the trees ain't even liberated no more, Jeff.
Listen, do they not destroy rainforests? Does the trees not produce oxygen? Do we not need water?
Y'all niggas doing too much. Y'all don't even have to do this much.
No.
Why do y'all? I think Psycho conceded. I think Psycho conceded already. But y'all didn't hear it. Specifically for these arguments, because we all ain't making the same argument. So don't that y'all shit. You trying to? I ain't brought up a tree, but somehow or another in my argument, y'all talking about y'all. That's Cuban.
But nobody.
Yeah, that's what y'all all saying.
No, I'm the one who said it, Brash. I'm the one that said it, Brash. And if you want me to change it, I'll change it. The Cubans doing too much. That's fine. I'm just saying,
Cuban is saying what y'all really want to say.
Cuban's smart. I don't want to cut him off. Let me let him finish. My bad, Cuban.
I don't need a fucking attorney or somebody to speak for me. I can tell you what the fuck I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that this thing you talk about liberation and freedom and oppression and all these things. This this is why things continue to be the way it continues. Is because man does not learn the mistakes of what it's done in the past. And it continues to happen and it recycles. And it comes in different shape, forms, and fashions. And we see different events and we see different people and different players and different things that happen. But in that, nature is also subjected. So y'all laughing and think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, or you can clearly look up environmental colonialism, environmental colonization. It'll explain to you what it is. And it's a very serious thing. But we are so concerned with just our mere selves and not realize it's a bigger picture. And this is why everything's interconnected and one thing affects the other. So while we're sitting here distracted about fucking a guy who likes another man's nut on his nipples, fucking puffy, and that's the fucking conversation. Yeah, that's what he likes. That's what he likes. That's according to the male escorts. You can watch the interviews on Vlad TV. They talked about this. What the fuck he likes. So while people are concerned with that dumb shit, are concerned with whatever dumb shit, but there's other things going on, like fucking Jimmy Kimmel, right? His freedom of speech is taken, right? Meanwhile, fucking files have not been addressed about pedophilia. Meanwhile, what's not being addressed is things that's going on in other places globally that's affecting these places and these people and these things, but it's also affecting the people here, but yet these people say they care about their nation. But you're affecting the nation economically. You're affecting your nation.
Can I say one thing? Real quick?
You can say what it really is and what these niggas really saying. I appreciate you, Q.
So that's why.
Can I say something real quick though? I just want to say I heard what Psycho said, and I think he conceded, but we went right past it, right? So he's saying it's not the white man per se, but it's white Jesus. White Jesus done the most freedom sprinkling around the world. And I'm saying that don't make me feel no better. That don't make my self-esteem go up no higher, Psycho. Because we changed the name from the white man to white Jesus.
I'm putting the proper term on what y'all was saying. Because that's basically what y'all was saying. Because that's what they was using to do this quote unquote liberation and everything else, right? Like I said, they kept telling everybody that wasn't living around like them was immoral. They had to get down with their morality codes, and that's the Bible, right? Like that's what it is, right? Like now this country is a little bit different, but when we talking about our quote unquote the white man liberating us in this country, that got to do with economics. Period. That ain't had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, we're talking the global. And then that's another thing I keep hearing y'all like change the going from one spot to another, but we're talking in a global aspect. You know what I'm saying? So
but then you gotta talk about white.
I think we ought to keep the arguments in that realm. Yeah.
Walmart. I'll just wait till you get back.
Beat out Logic.
When you get back, I'm gonna go up there.
Beat out Logic.
All right. Your black ass get fired when you get liberated live.
You're free. You're free to go out there in the world. You ain't got to
God's gonna liberate his ass.
Me being a whole heathen over here. Me being a whole heathen over here, I don't deem them forcing people to believe in the Bible as liberation. That's just me. That's just a different type of slavery that they putting people under. That's just me, but that's how I see the world. So I don't necessarily to say they liberating people. I feel like they're putting people in different types of chains.
Yeah, I couldn't get past that. I couldn't get past that, Psycho. And Chef, I'm gonna tell you where I am with it.
I don't even know what y'all talking about.
Nah, just from the conversation yesterday, bro. Like I was getting where you were coming from yesterday, right? And I was kind of agreeing, right? But man, when Brass dropped that shit about them just changing the same shit the Psycho saying right now, I can't get past that, bro. I just can't. Like I can't do it, man. I
Can
can't
I take
call it
another
liberation.
moment?
There's a difference because there's a difference between legal freedom and true freedom.
Yeah.
So when y'all talking about freedom, that's why these words, everybody keep telling me the words ain't important. Liberating, champion, the human rights and all of that.
Oh, I
The
know they're
words
important.
y'all,
That's why I'm asking you to change it. But go
the
ahead. I'm
words
sorry.
the words that everybody's using are very important because when we throwing around free, you got to understand that you cannot call the 13th Amendment true freedom or
Yeah.
legal freedom. If you say
Right.
I'm free unless you commit a crime and then commits to over policing me and say you got rights, but if you go to jail, you got no rights. And then you introduce the slave codes and you start over policing me. And then in 2025, you mass incarcerate me. Then what the fuck is you calling freedom, bro?
Yeah.
So what are you?
That,
So what true and legal freedom? When y'all keep talking about white people walking around sprinkling liberation, all it is pressure, revolt, and then some kind of control. They've never relinquished any kind of control in these situations. They're always gonna have control. It might be control that you feel immediately would get your ass down there and pick up that cotton, or it might be control rebranded as reconstruction and sharecropping, or it might be it's never going to be a situation so far that I've seen where where the systems, the structures, and the dominant institutions of any given time have relinquished control. And it damn sure wasn't because of no fucking morals.
And
It's
that's the key
always
thing you
been a
just said,
situation.
control. I always tell
Okay,
people
now
all the time,
so who outdone
when
them?
people try to say white people trying to annihilate us and wipe us off the face of the earth, I always disagree with them on that. White people are not trying to kill off black people.
No, I'm
They're
not
going
talking
to
about white
do what
people.
they always try to do throughout the course of history, and that's control us. That's
Yeah.
they go.
use us.
They go has always
Use
been
us.
to try to control us, never been to try to wipe us out, never been to try to eliminate us. They always try to control us. They control freaks. They try to control
Right.
everything. And we're no
Yeah.
different. And that's why I have a hard time saying they freed us and everything else. It's just like Brass just said, it's all about control. They still controlled us, even though we wasn't in chains.
I think that's a bit more that human element, right? That I think that's a bit more of you see oppression as far back as you can see it. You know what I'm saying? Like and of course the challenge is definitely still out there to present another people group that did more. But you know what I'm saying? And I also feel like we're also having to compare this to, like, it wasn't that long ago where niggas just cut your arm off if you was stealing and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers was fucked up. So coming out of that, I mean, it's difficult to swallow. I get it, pause. But like, it would have to be progress. So what would progress from get your arm cut off and you not having no rights and you just being subjugated based on your ethnic group? Like, what would be progress compared to that? I mean, just an inch of progress. I mean, I don't know. I don't even, because like y'all probably gonna attack me on the word progress now. You know what I'm saying? But like, what would you describe the forward movement from the old way of people doing stuff, and who facilitated that new way? I mean, I feel like it's simple. It's a simple question, and I get why the answer's hard, but y'all just don't want to say it.
I just when y'all
What the
start
fuck
talking
is
about
you
champions of
talking
human
about?
rights and liberation, I just need y'all to show anytime. Now y'all put the onus on us and y'all talking about y'all self-esteem and all this other shit. Self-esteem is esteem of yourself. I can't help you with that. But what I'm gonna tell you is that when y'all talk about the Western civilization sprinkling liberation and freedom all over the place, I need you to show me at a time where institution or structure or system was not it's still in control after this liberation that was sprinkled.
But no, the challenge is for y'all to show a group who did more.
More what? My question is, they didn't actually do any fucking
Liberation.
thing at all. They didn't do anything. They didn't
Your
do
own
anything.
people,
Well, whatever they didn't do, can you show another group who did it better?
Man, this is
your own,
madness, bro. This is madness, bro. This is madness, bro. Jesus Christ.
Whatever they didn't do, can we see somebody else who did it better?
Yes, Logic, your
Who
own
did
people,
oppression better?
your own people did a better job
since you want to say the people in power liberated Africans. Africans are the ones. Black people here are the ones. They did. Harriet Tubman. Did any of those English dudes?
That's
Did any of them guys?
those are Western. Those are people in Western civilization.
That would be Western civilization.
How did they get there? The logic. How did those
Well,
people?
But they there.
Well, they walk.
But they there.
So Logic, let me ask you something. Where was the koala bear from? Where's the koala bear from?
Bro, can
If you took the koala bear and you put the koala bear in Minnesota, is the koala bear now North American? No, it's Australian.
Ooh, okay.
So just because a person
I didn't know
came
that's
from
where you was going, but that was good.
It went to a place, right? And now they're not African.
I don't understand.
Says who?
I'm trying to say. I mean, but bro, in Africa, how many Martin Luther Kings do you think Africa had? Where you had people standing up and saying, "This ain't right. This ain't right." And the people in Africa like, fuck that shit.
Wild shit.
Why am I saying wild shit that they didn't have Africans who cared about you?
You just said how many how many Martin Luther Kings was it in Africa?
They had to have some.
So you act like
I'm saying that they had to have people advocating for human rights in Africa. They had to.
How much human rights is the only one that's got a point so far.
It was
the only one that made a good point. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a good point.
No, it's not. Corey just choosing to die with Chef.
No,
that's all he doing. Chef must have texted him in the background and said, "Here go the mountain. We both gonna die. Let's both die on this hill." That's all that's going on.
I'm not even in the car with
I can't believe you. I can't believe you. Corey, I can't believe you right now. That's all.
Nigga.
What'd you say?
It really.
I was in the back seat. I'm jumping out before we reach the edge of the cliff, bro. I don't know if I can go. Yeah, go ahead.
Logic. I'm asking you, why do you feel the need that you have to ask the question, who did a better job? Why can't it be your own people did a great job?
Because I'm saying we did, and I'm saying that would be considered Western civilization.
Nobody's fucking topped it, my friend. So there you go. I
don't understand your point.
The point I'm saying is however things are, how everything played out.
It
is what it is at this point, right? It's fucked up. However, your own people are the ones that did the best. There was nobody else.
Right.
So when I brought up Harriet Tubman, I'm saying nobody was going the extra 50 fucking miles to liberate her people into what she deemed as freedom.
Can you show me where white people, quote unquote, liberated somewhere where they didn't acquire land or power?
You can't,
or didn't cause destabilization.
No. Guess what, psycho? You can't. But you know what they're gonna say? That's liberation, though.
That's not
liberation.
The argument. That's conquering. That's conquering.
No. To them, that's liberation. That's what they call liberation.
That's what we're saying on the panel, right? Well, not everybody, but you get my point. Right? That's what people are saying on the panel.
Yeah, that's what they're calling liberation. That's why my argument is that there's never been an actual liberation. Hold on. And then they'll fucking make it hilarious, because then it'll be like, well, I guess that we ain't never been free. Is that the new argument now? Like, come on, bro. What the fuck are y'all? Y'all determined to misunderstand people bringing points to y'all. So if you determined to misunderstand it, I'm not gonna try to keep making you understand.
I'm not determined to misunderstand it. I keep saying that y'all got a good point, but I keep saying both things can be true. They did all that shit. They did both of them. They started it and they did the most to stop the shit.
But they never stopped. No. Okay, listen. In your sentence, you said they started it and they did the most to stop it. My argument is that they never stopped it.
They never stopped it.
They started it, and then they just kept it going and rebranding it as something else. It was slavery, then it was apprenticeship. They never stopped. So when you're saying that they're championing human rights, they don't give a fuck about the humans. When
So
you're saying that they're liberating
if they
people, they
never
never
stopped,
stop.
right? See, like this is where y'all would accuse me of being hyperbolic, right? Because if they never stopped, then what is my current status as an American?
Under control.
So you're right. So that's where y'all would be like, "Oh, I'm being hyperbolic." Well, I would
No,
say,
I'm
"Well, I
not being
don't feel like no
hyperbolic.
slave."
No,
I'm saying that's where y'all would accuse me of being, right? Because that's where I would go off and say. So what you're saying is
hyperbolic would be saying that we've never been free. We ain't free now. Look at us. We can go outside and do whatever we want to do. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not going to ever say, oh, we ain't never been free. But explain to me how them people felt after slavery, how we felt after slavery when they told us, you know what, good, you could slave crop for us now. Or convict leasing. Yeah, you're going to feel a little better, but then after a while, you're going to realize, like, man, what the fuck? Because if sharecropping and Reconstruction was okay, then we wouldn't have had to go for civil rights.
All we have to do.
Hold on, Psycho. If mass incarceration was okay, we wouldn't say nothing about it. But we know that they over-policed us, and we know in the 13th Amendment, when they was giving us this freedom that y'all keep talking about, when they tell you free unless you get locked up and then over-police and mass incarcerate, you may be free, but it ain't the liberation that y'all niggas talking about. It ain't no fucking champion of human rights that y'all niggas is talking about.
The only comparison I'm making is that our civil rights are better than niggas in Africa. I keep trying to say that. Like I gotta have a backdrop of comparing where I'm at to where other shit is at.
And then go start.
It's because I haven't moved my point.
Talking about Africa. They're not even talking about what you're talking about.
I'm not even talking about
You
Africa.
somehow trying to prove the point that Africans, devoid of white people, wouldn't have been able to govern themselves. I don't even want to have that conversation with you, Logic.
I ain't say govern themselves, but they did not want to stop enslaving other ethnic groups. They did not want to stop that.
Why do you know they spell history?
You know why? That's because they follow those spooky face better than the white man. That's why. Because they actually believe that stuff they read.
Yeah, bro. The people that write the victors to the victors go to spoils.
If we're gonna have that conversation, we can have that conversation.
Yeah, that's
but I thought that was the core of the argument is that we would have to have a comparison, right? In order for us to judge that our society has moved, I would have to compare it to a society.
In order for somebody to liberate somebody, they got to be doing it not without any goal of getting anything in return. You gotta be.
I get that. I'm not the guy on morality.
Quote unquote liberated anybody and didn't get nothing out of it.
I'm not the guy on morality.
You keep bringing up. I just don't understand why you keep bringing up Africa.
So let me explain it. I'm saying just like in the other conversation about Naeem Akbar, right? You have, in order for me to compare how I'm supposed to act, I would need an example of where you're getting. This is how I'm supposed to act. Right. So if I'm using our society and I'm calling it progress, I'm saying that I can see progress in our society from the African society. So the comparison is necessary so I can judge if there's progress in either mine or theirs. So I'm saying that our system, whether we struggle to call it better, whether we struggle to call it liberation, I would definitely consider our freedoms. I would say that I would prefer that over Africa.
Of course you would.
However it got here.
Of course you would.
That's subjective. You was born here. Of course
you don't know what it's like. You don't know anything about Africa. You ain't never been. Only thing you know is what you read. You don't know anything about it. You keep saying like, and that's why I'm confused as to why you keep going to Africa. Because of course you as an American.
Because I can read that they still do slavery in
Africa.
Which country? Like it's 54 countries.
Ghana's one of them.
Why do you act like Africa is one place?
Discrepancy.
It's on Wikipedia. You can look up
Africa is
modern
a
day
continent.
slavery right now.
Wait, Psycho.
If you're trying to compare
Africa
bad
is a
things, you
continent.
take
Logic.
this
I'm
one
about to
bad thing,
get it for
you
you.
will
I'm about to
find
get it for you right
54
now.
bad things, and you say there's 54 bad things over here is more than this one bad thing over here. I mean, obviously the map is
Africa
like.
is
That's why
a
I said, which
continent.
country are you talking about?
You keep holding Africa as a continent to the same status as somebody else. Africa got 54 United States in it.
Bro, if I'm ever going to use a word like better, it requires a comparison. I don't know if you know that or not.
Which country are you
But
talking
how
about?
are you comparing the United States
Well,
as
well,
a country
I just pulled
to the
it up.
continent of Africa?
I just pulled it up, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's just about this. This is about why Africa. I mean, why not Asia?
It's just you keep going to Africa. That's the only
Asia.
thing. That's the only reason I'm asking.
We talk
You
about
keep
Asia.
saying
I mean, we could talk about Asia. I'm just used to
No, we
using Africa.
probably could.
It's
I'm
really
trying to
for
figure out why you
no
saying
specific
Africa.
reason. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm
really for
trying.
no
Yeah.
specific reason.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no specific reason. I could be asking y'all that the Asian countries do more than white people. I'm just saying the word Africa.
And then on top of that logic,
I brought up modern day slavery because I know it's existing in Africa. That was purposeful.
Okay.
But Africa is a continent. Why are you holding countries within Africa to the same standard that you hold the United States as like Africa is a continent. You can't say
I'm reading it right now, and I'm going to give you the specificity that you're asking for.
Yeah, that's a mistake that we often do, Brass. It seems that, like we try to compare Africa to the United States like it's a fucking country.
Wow.
I don't know. Yeah.
And it's dangerous.
If we're gonna do Asia, did the Ming Dynasty liberate the Mongols?
I couldn't tell you. You got to educate me on that one, brother. I'm out of that one. I can't.
I wouldn't know.
I would love to say yeah, but I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
I'm just being real,
like,
Psycho.
Because I'm saying because based off this logic, if you conquer an area and you indoctrinate the local people with your culture, and you liberated them. That's pretty much what they're saying, because that's what the white man has done historically, and that's what they're calling liberation.
And don't forget they're championing. Don't forget that they're also championing their human rights while they're doing it. Hilarious, bro. Shit is fucking.
Petty wants to be unmuted, Brad.
Do you know what people would think about the United States if they treated all the states within the United States as a fucking country? As if you would say, well, they killing motherfuckers in Chicago. And you would be like, well, the United States can't say the rest about the rest of the United States, bro.
Right. So I got you. Let me read this so we can get off the African part. I don't want no, that way it ain't me being general no more, right? Slavery in the Sahel region, to a lesser extent, the Horn of Africa, exists along the racial and cultural boundary of Arabized Berbers in the north and darker Africans in the south. Slavery in the Sahel states of Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan in particular continues centuries-old pattern of hereditary servitude. Other forms of traditional slavery exist in parts of Ghana, Benin, Togo, and Nigeria. There are other non-traditional forms of slavery in Africa today, mostly involving human trafficking and other enslavement of child soldiers and child laborers. Human trafficking in Angola, and human trafficking of children from Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Gabon, and Cameroon. So it listed a couple of them today.
Okay, all right. Now, did they say why that slavery is going on? Google why that's happening, and we watch how this go full circle. Google why this happening.
I mean, you could. No, I'm not gonna fight you on why. I'm sure colonialism has something to do with it, but they do it.
No. It's
you can explain it.
It's the Abrahamic faith. It's the Abrahamic faith. That's why they're doing it. You can Google that.
You could attribute that to colonialism. I'm following what you're saying.
Your argument would make more sense though if now get away from now ask about human trafficking in the United States and Western civilization.
Okay,
Ask about it.
Make your point. I'm listening
No,
to
no,
you.
no.
I'm
But
not
that
like
would be my point. You that would make sense if the slavery you talking about, and the trafficking of humans didn't take place anywhere else. But talk about the human trafficking in Western civilization. It's just rebranded. If you take a human, strip them of their rights, and just fucking steal everything from them, what's the difference, bro? What's the difference? What's the difference if you just selling humans to other nations and to other people? So like it's the same shit. What is they got you so
well.
they got
If it's the
stuck on
same shit,
no, but they got you so
They're
stuck
not
on the
talking
I
word
run
going.
back
slavery.
full circle into that, like, so nobody is free again,
No, I know you keep using the word free. I'm very specific in my language.
or nobody is something. I don't know
No
what
one
the
is
right
not
word
under
is.
control. They don't
Okay.
give you liberation without control. So it ain't liberation. You ain't liberating me from anything. All you did, if you just Logic, if I told you you can't eat no more apples, bro. What if I told you, Logic, all you can eat is apples for a week? And then you like, man, this is tough. And the whole week you telling me it's tough. And then at the end of the week, I say, you know what, Logic? I agree. Eating apples is tough. Now all you can eat is oranges. Did I liberate you, bro? No. You're still under my control. What you do is under my control. It just ain't apples no more. Now it's oranges. If 100 years from now I stop you after eating oranges and you're a vitamin C Avenger superhero. Now I say, you know what, Logic, you did good. People have been writing letters. They've been telling me that they sick of these oranges, bro. But now on my side, you don't know. I done cut a deal for watermelon now. First, I had a good deal for oranges. First, I had a good deal for apples. But now that I got this good deal for watermelons, I'm going to do you a favor. You ain't got to eat oranges no more. Eat these watermelons. And what you telling me is that I'm championing your human rights and liberating you from oranges while now forcing you to eat watermelons. It ain't about being free, bro. It's about keeping you under control, however the fuck I can.
So, hey, Chef, are you still there?
So you don't need Chef for this.
No, I wanted to bring up a previous part of the conversation. That's why I'm asking if you were there. But I get you. I mean, I fall into, so now if that's what I'm demanding in order for me to like to say that I'm liberated or something, I like now I feel like it's necessary to have an example of this. Like maybe y'all didn't necessarily see that, but so now that you've given me this clear definition of these people are liberated once this happens, do I have an example of that anywhere?
I've been saying to y'all for the past 2 days to show me an example of true liberation. I've been asking y'all.
And we've been asking for an example of people who did more, and y'all haven't done that either.
Right, but liberation again is subjective.
That's
right?
sad.
What one group might call liberation, I might call oppression. What I might call oppression, they might call liberation. It's subjective.
True.
No, it's not.
Right.
It's not subjective,
In my opinion,
hold on, wait. Before we move on, it's not subjective.
It is. He's right.
No, hold on. Let me finish. It's not subjective. Liberation. We've discussed this with Naeem Akbar. Slavery is normal when the dominant society and majority says it's normal. See, this is what I mean by your fucking forms of liberation. Liberation ain't subjective. Liberation is whatever the dominant structures, systems, and institutions say is liberation at the time.
I am giving you control over the definition. I'm giving you control over the definition. So you give me the definition and let's find a people group who fits it.
Yeah,
I'm giving you control of definition.
Correct.
Yes. I mean,
But it's
that's
still
why
not.
I gave
But
you
it's still.
control
Listen.
of it. So let's find a people group.
It's up to the winner. The winner is the person. Apparently, in this particular scenario, y'all are taking the winner's version of liberation and calling it liberation. But I've never.
No, I'm asking you for yours, and I'll say let's find a people group that fits it.
Hold on.
I don't think it exists.
I don't now I agree with you. I don't think it exists, right? So if it don't, if our ideal form of liberation doesn't exist, right? Then we got to look at where we coming from, right? We talking about that old world tyranny at that
You
point,
back, and
right?
you back
Where
in
you
Africa.
where they cut your arm off or cut your tongue out.
Right. And you back in Africa.
That's why I keep
say,
bringing that up
Yeah,
because of
yeah,
those
yeah.
old traditions over there.
I would say
I don't
the
know why you
small-
keep
I
trying
would
to go
say
back
the-
to Africa.
I would say the small hats was liberated in World War II.
Hey, you know what? Because Corey was making, I think that
That's a
was
good
Corey
example.
that was making a
That's a
good
good
point
example.
on
Your
liberation.
mic is low. Whoever know Mr. Nice Guy is, your microphone is very low.
Oh, that's me. That's Savio. My fault. Y'all
Okay.
hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
That point on liberation. How are we? Because you didn't say it, but the only way that we know about this word liberation is from the oppressors, from the conqueror's viewpoint. How does a loser look at liberation? Are the people of Palestine being liberated?
Now, I think that you can make it more simple than that. I'm gonna give you full command. I'm gonna give you full authority over the definition of liberation. I don't have to use the oppressors.
Logic. Don't do that. Are the people of Palestine being liberated?
That's a good question.
I don't think so.
But the Jews think, but there's some people might think they're being liberated.
Mm-hmm. I think that was the point that
which would make it
Disciple was
subjective.
making. Yeah, I think that was the point Disciple
Right,
was making.
which is why I moved on and I said I will give you full authority over the definition, and let's map out what are the requirements for people to be liberated, and let's find them. Psycho gave a great example of the Jews after 1945. That's a great example. I totally get that as a good example.
Do you
Right, so
understand how disrespectful? Do you understand how disrespectful it is to say a people?
I didn't
need
use
to
the
be
example.
liberated? Do you just understand the dangers and how you talking? That's ridiculous. No, that's what you asking for. It's ridiculous.
But yeah, let them go ahead and do it though. Right? That's
Chuck,
what we're
I'm
here
the
for,
one.
right?
I'm the one who repeatedly says I find the word liberation problematic too. I keep saying that.
Yeah, because I'm with you, Logic.
I keep saying that.
I can't go with liberation. I can't do it. I can't do it no more, Chef.
I don't know what word I would use to describe it. Right? I don't know. It's certainly not freeing the people. It's certainly, it doesn't accurately fit liberating the people. Certainly not better than the Jews in 1945.
Call it a chess move because that's what it was.
Yeah, they do maintain control. There ain't no doubt about
right. That. Chess move. Chess move would be good. Yeah. I mean, I could still. I don't know. I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I could still kind of not. You know what? I don't even want to say it. I'm still not totally out of the car with Chef, but yeah, I can't liberation. Nah, I can't do it.
Well, if I in another Baltimore drug deal, analogy, right? Like if I get you hooked on drugs, and then I supply you with the good shit, like I can't really call that liberating. I just created a codependency. Like you know what I'm saying? Now you might be naive enough to view it as that, but I get what you're saying. I totally get it, which is why I say I can see why the word is problematic. Tuck. I said that. So yeah, I don't. But maybe my argument might be further away from Chef than y'all want to admit. But I definitely see the word liberation is problematic.
Yeah, I can't do liberation no more. I can't do it, bro. I can't. Yeah. And I was about to speak to his piece on the champion human rights, but I don't even want to get. I might get in trouble going down that path too, Chef. I'm gonna let you. Yeah.
Right.
I'm with you.
Maybe I'm struggling to find a good word to describe it, but they definitely they went around the world in, I guess, a specific form of slavery or something that they actually did. That chess move, right? I would say that they played that card heavier than everybody. You know what I'm saying? Now, it was absolutely
Yeah.
more for themselves than it was for other people? Absolutely. Like I'm not trying to approach it as naive. I'm attempting to find some objective middle ground where I'm just describing what happened, right? Like I'm not trying to necessarily like create a
They ended
narrative out of
slavery,
this
but not out the
somewhere. I'm
kindness.
just trying
They
to.
ended slavery, but not out the kindness of their own heart.
No,
And that's
absolutely not.
And when you
I'm
say
looking for that middle
when you
ground
the
too,
mention
Logic.
liberation,
the driver behind it
when
is
you
not
mention
no
liberation,
morality.
when you mention
Right.
liberation, intent matters. You're talking about liberation. Right? And again, if you're getting something out of it, this, that, and the third, you are not liberating people.
You're not liberating. Right.
Yeah. If you're doing it for the sole purpose of getting something out of it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't disagree with that at all. Hey,
Yeah.
Psycho, man,
Yeah.
while you're in here, I was going to email you, man, because I've been interested. I've been checking out those interview shows. At nighttime when I go to bed, man. When I wake up in the morning, a lot of times I'll be on there. At least I'll catch some of the stuff that y'all was talking about. But man, what you think about a TMI interview, bro? You put us in the hot seat and ask us some tough questions.
I was doing this for the debates and everything else. If somebody some people want to join the debates, they can. Got a tournament coming up, $500 prize to the winner. If anybody anybody interested in joining, let me know. Email me.
I like having conversation. That debate shit, that's a lot.
I hope Haskell's in there in y'all's little debate league. I don't mean little, my bad. In y'all's debate league, bro. I'm gonna have to and Psycho, I've been fucking with the channel. I didn't know, but I'm having some health problems, so I haven't been tuning in lately. I didn't know you were doing a debate thing, but yeah, Haskell's a bad Haskell's a bad motherfucker, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. Whoever interested, email me. Let me know.
Yeah, sure.
We definitely can set up an interview though. That y'all want to interview.
Yeah, I mean, it don't have to be. I mean, because I don't want to be in the debate thing, but I definitely like the structure of it, and I actually want to answer some tough questions. You know what I'm saying? I think that makes it interesting and creates good dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Like
Go
especially
ahead
the
and
one you
debate,
did, with Marley, man, that was cold. I ain't gonna lie, I really appreciated that because the diversity makes it good to me. You know what I'm saying? He don't sound like most other people with his answers, even where I disagree with him. The fact that it don't sound like just another iteration of the same thing. I like.
Yeah, I hate an echo chamber. I try to keep different people's opinions around and everything else. Keep people honest.
Yep, it's the challenge. The challenge is good. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, whenever a window pops up, man, so just give us at least like a week or so we can make some banners and be happy about it too. Yeah, let's do that.
Definitely.
This is look how fire this little space is, right? Like we got a couple people who more on the blackologist. I mean, and no disrespect, but like Pan African, like Mujasi would be like coming from that sort of ideology, right? He would be a lot different. I mean, a different way of kind of describing some of your sentiments, but he is like the diversity, right? Like he is absolutely not agreeing with us half of the time, but the conversation is amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, Majasi's a breath of
Facts,
fresh
like
air.
big
A lot of
facts.
times.
That's definitely one of my
Yeah.
favorite people in here, right? Like he's like he's running our book club, which is definitely getting off. I'm super excited about it. We just got done reading some Naeem Akbar literature. I got to look at what we're doing this week. So yeah, it's been fun, but we actually do have that. We got respect for that. There's space for that. But yeah, let's but we going I want to figure out how we can do that and share our views. I want to get the other guys on the panel to, I want to get all of that. You know what I'm saying? Nice little structured environment.
Yeah, we could manage something now. We get bad to do something like that.
Yeah. Who you a Redskins fan, huh?
Big time. Yeah.
I think I heard that, man.
I knew I liked you for a reason, Psycho, for sure.
Man, here y'all go, man.
My
Cross
nigga,
country.
yes, Skins, yeah, and call them what the fuck they are, nigga, them the Redskins, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. I used to be a season ticket holder.
Yeah. See, I do I fuck with Psycho for a reason.
How y'all running game looking this year?
Running back by committee.
Eckler just got hurt though, and the new boy, he young. They still gonna be committee again.
Yeah.
The dude with the two last names, that's a young boy.
Yeah. You talk about Bill? We call him Bill. Everybody call him Bill. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Bill, what his real name is? Niggas is funny, bro.
I just know him as Bill. Yeah, he got 3 names. It's one of his 3 names.
Yeah, he got a crazy ass name, right? Yeah, nigga call it Bill. Bro.
That's everybody on the team call him. Yeah, that's what everybody on the team call him.
Oh, okay, that's like his team nickname. All right, cool.
Yeah.
I was looking at. I'm trying not to overpay for him, and so now that I know he ain't getting touches like that, I might have to let him cheat it. You know what I'm saying? How you doing on your fantasy? I'm 0-2.
I'm 1-1.
I gotta get me one this week though. I'm out the race. I'm 0-3.
Hey, but Logic, before we kill the room talking about sports, the chef win again. Is that where we're at with it? Did he come away with another victory? Did he come away with another dub?
I'm gonna say yes or no. Right.
Okay.
Now he absolutely has pushed this conversation to the point where the ball is more in their court than it is in his, which, he kind of hammered that home today, which would be a dub for him. And, unfortunately, I don't think that we have an alternative answer to the question, right? Because we keep asking it and nobody say nothing. Like, who else did more? Right, of course, we're gonna struggle with the word liberation.
Western society, who else?
If it wasn't Western, right, that's putting in black people, because that's how it's worded, Western civilization, right? So you lumping in the black people in there. You didn't say white people, you said Western civilization. So he kind of right there. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think technically he is 2-0.
Yeah, he's kind of 2-0. He's kind of 2-0, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
And I don't even want him to be 2-0.
Hey, Logic, I don't even agree with him
I didn't want him to be
anymore.
yesterday.
I don't even agree with them anymore. But that nigga 2-0, bro. That nigga the undead. Y'all can't kill Chef. I don't care what y'all say. That nigga, yeah, bro.
Yep.
This nigga is stupid, bro. I'm waiting to talk about them dropping the water off the helicopter here, because I know how ignorant this little nigga is. Oh my God, bro! I know he ain't gonna be talking about the humanitarian effort. You know how ignorant this. You know how ignorant.
He said he gonna bring up the red.
He will say it, bro.
He gonna bring up the Red Cross.
He better not talk. He better not. He better not bring out the Red Cross, bro. This nigga ignorant, dog. This nigga gonna have propaganda pictures up there. The woman with the little advocate. Come on, man. Nobody want to see that shit. Come on, man.
Them crates of water.
Don't do us like that, bro.
Them crates of water knocking niggas out on the ground and shit.
God damn, man. If I see a pot belly African, I'm leaving Smalls. I'm gonna just let y'all have it. If this nigga posts a Potbelly African, I'm done with y'all niggas, bro.
with the fucking flies on the face.
Jeff is
With the
gonna kick me off
flies.
the internet
Oh
if that
shit.
nigga posts that shit. I'm
Oh
telling you.
man, you know that's where
Hey, but
he's
for
going,
real,
bro. It's
but
not
for
even
real,
funny, but that's where he's going.
but for
Like, it's not even
real,
funny.
dog. This nigga got a little Chief X in him with this one, bro. I've been
Yeah.
trying my best to be like, okay, I understand what he's saying. And look, you even heard me yesterday, Smalls. I don't know if you was in there, but you probably was. I was like, yo, Chef, they not listening. But if we turn that screw, it's gonna be harder for them to hear it, bro. Did you remember me saying that?
Yeah, I remember you saying it. Yes, absolutely,
And
absolutely.
and look, and so he done did his thing today, right?
Yeah.
Anything other than this will really be turning the screw a little bit, right? You see
That's right.
niggas be touchy about some shit like this. We already talked about slavery and white people, and you know what I'm saying, giving them credit for anything. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard, bro. You know what I'm saying? You asking niggas to do a lot, you know what I'm saying? But nothing.
Bruh, like I'm telling you, bro, like this was a good one, bro. He had nigga that took my eye at work, mad to the motherfucker,
Hey,
Bill the cat, Bill the
it's a
cat
good
was
one,
about to
but
cut his arm off. Like
but
this shit
Chef
was
is
funny.
2-0, bro.
Chef is he's 2-0. He's a devil, bro. He's a
Buddy
devil.
2-0.
got concrete Corey on the team too now. Like that's like I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Honestly, I wasn't on the team. My thing is, I was just in the audience, right? So I'm an audience member, I guess.
Right.
And I'm looking at the fight or the argument, and I got my jersey. You know, my jersey is with y'all, right?
Right.
I'm in the boat with Logic or not Logic, but
Brass,
Brass
yeah. Yep.
and
I
Psycho
got the
and
jersey on
Company,
too.
all
I
these
feel
guys.
the same way, bro.
I got a
Yep.
Psycho Patriots jersey on, but I'm in the audience looking at my team lose stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
I feel you.
listen.
I feel you.
Listen,
Corey.
I'm just gonna say right now, my self-esteem is not any. It's one notch higher. I will say it's one notch higher, and that's thanks to Cuban crisis. Cuban crisis is the only one that got my self-esteem.
See, y'all can't. See, we can't let Chef say shit like the French was gonna bust the Haitian's head, right? We can't say that, and then let the nigga win. You know what I'm saying? Now he dancing in the end zone, bro. We got to get this nigga.
Hey Corey, let me say something to you. No, hey Corey, while you talk about what jersey you got on, I'm
Oh
gonna tell you,
shit!
this is the owner of the team. We no longer want y'all niggas' services, so we've traded you, Logic, Fatty, and Tony to the other team. So that way, it's no confusion, and I give you clarity on what team y'all niggas playing for.
You giving me a refund on my season ticket then?
Hey, Brad just spoke for the Negro delegation. Brad just spoke for the Negro delegation, and he done traded y'all 3 niggas. That's funny to the motherfucker, yo. Yeah, bro. I ain't gonna lie. This has been a good one though. And the funny part is when Chef turns this motherfucker up, he keeps lighting the match, throwing the gas on the goddamn fire, and then walking out the goddamn room. Chef ain't even in this motherfucker no more. Like he did that so many times yesterday. Got niggas arguing. You know, got niggas about to, cussing each other out, about to. This nigga done left out to go fuck up to go give a Jewish taper. That shit.
The fact of the matter is, Cuban. The reason why I'm saying that Cuban got a point off in there is because it was his original. Like he came up with it. It's his original thought, right? But it's one of my talking points, right? One of my talking points is that African Americans showed the whole world how to behave, right? But when you put it in the way that Cuban put it, he says that African Americans is a part of Western civilization.
Yeah.
So again, that entails Shepard winning the
It,
argument again.
right.
But
That's my
it brings
point.
up my self-esteem a notch. It got my self-esteem up a notch from
No,
that
no.
point.
Wait
Go
a
ahead.
second. But when you say Western civilization, is by default because they were kidnapped and brought here. So it wasn't because they wanted to be here. It wasn't because they fucking wrote a letter for a visa or a green card.
But
You
you
know,
would
like
still have to consider it Western civilization at that point, though. At that
no.
point, they were
Oh, y'all
fighting.
get hung up on the
I
why,
would say,
the why,
I
and
would say
all of
it's,
that.
I would, me
My bad,
personally,
Cuban. Go ahead.
this is just how I would word it personally. Like, I would say instead of African American, I would say Africans in America, or Africans
Okay.
in the Western Hemisphere,
Okay.
because I mean, this might be another word because I know environmental colonization and colonialism fucking gave you guys conniptions. Linguistic imperialism. That's another factor. Linguistic imperialism is when a person, the one that is imperializes a group of people and subjects them to their language, subjects them to what they want to call them. So there was no West Central Africans brought here, kidnapped, that were calling themselves Americans. This is a term that comes later. But why did it come later? So when we talk about liberation, liberation is more than just physical bondage. Liberation is mentally, spiritually, the things you succumb to socially, the languages, the names, the customs, everything that's imposed upon you, forced upon you, and things that people assimilate and adapt and synchronize, these things to survive. But that's the key point. It's for survival. So it's not because they wanted to, they did to survive. So there's a lot with the fucking subject. It's a very complex subject. So the only thing I can say is that the Western they Africans, can nobody outdo what they did for their own people. Your ancestors, what they did. There's nobody else to look to. Greatness came from your people. That I wouldn't be what the fuck I'm into and everything like that
So
if it
African
wasn't
American.
if it wasn't for black revolutionaries in this country, if it wasn't for movements, if it wasn't for a Panther Party, if it wasn't for whatever, I wasn't inspired. I wasn't inspired at 12 years old by Che Guevara. Che Guevara came later, learning about Che. I was inspired by learning about somebody like Elijah Muhammad. Learn what's the nation of Islam? What's this about? What's that about? And those things open doors to other things, to finding out things that, interestingly enough, I felt a connection with because of things socially, things that was done unjustly, predicaments. You speak English. People I come from was forced to speak Spanish. Your last name is Thompson. This last person's name is Jimenez. It's a slave name. You're a Protestant, you're a Baptist, First Baptist, Second Baptist, AME. This person is Catholic, Roman Catholic, slave religion. So these.
So is there an example? Is there an example in the world of liberation at all?
No.
No.
Y'all can say
Because
it's you. I don't know who that is, but I'll say no.
No, I don't think
we ain't never seen liberation before.
No,
but
not that. No. We've never seen. No, we've never seen. We've seen liberation. Liberation from your oppressor. When they telling you what liberation is, if you had me under slavery and you telling me my liberation is Reconstruction, then we haven't seen it. If you telling me that my liberation is the slave codes and Jim Crow, we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. If you telling me, if France is saying we're liberating you from slavery, but then also charge you 150 million francs at basically with cannons in front of me, then no, we have not seen it. We've seen the version of liberation that they like to say, but I don't think the liberation of the dictionary even fits what the hell they talking about. And Corey, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They will say on one hand that think that it is admirable. Look what America has done with all these black women that are so educated, and we got them out into the workforce and this, that, and the other. And then the whole fucking time, they're the largest ones that's getting their wages stole from them. That ain't no fucking liberation. That's why my argument is that there isn't no liberation. That, when you say when Martin Luther King got the civil rights, everybody brings up Martin Luther King. There's a reason why he immediately realized in his zeal for the civil rights, he forgot the economic part. That still ain't, he realized that we still wasn't liberated. There is no situation, specifically for African Americans, who I'm talking about right now. There's never been, y'all can say small hats and all of that, and I can study it, but I want you to show me a time when they didn't. Hey Corey, they told us we abolished segregation, but you niggas can only live in these communities. You could fight for us, yeah, of course you could fight in the military, and then the GI Bill don't apply to us when we get fucking home. See, it's never a situation where you actually liberated. Not in the truest sense of the word. It's just liberation in their sense of the word. And that's the only liberation that they know. They don't know any other liberation, because you know what they can't relinquish in their liberation? Liberation's definition shouldn't depend on the control. They never relinquish the control. Ever.
Right.
But you know, who am I? I'm just a fucking, you know,
Right.
the owner of the
Which
team. Here come Africa,
which took
whatever you
me
about to
back.
talk about.
Which would took me back to the other conversation we had about the Katrina explosion, right? Because in that Katrina explosion, it made me think about, well, then if it's always going to be about that, then voting becomes somewhat of an illusion too.
But you keep talking about people. See, the difference in the Katrina conversation is you keep talking about people. There were failures in structures and systems in Katrina, but specifically within Katrina, there was a failure of people, the governor, the mayor, the sheriff. Then there was a person who went in and regulated a situation. That's an event. I'm not talking about a time period. That was an event. I don't like to confuse a time period with an event conversation. And then when you're talking about that, just understand that we're talking about structures and systems versus people. I don't want to talk about people and events. We're talking about whole swaths of people, not black people in New Orleans, black people, period. So when you do that and you start talking about, well, Katrina, have the whole conversation with Katrina. If the motherfucker, let's say that those levees, let's say if those levees were exploded, the conspiracy theory was true, right? That the explosion everybody heard was an actual explosion of some levees. Well, in that explosion of them levees, if it was, say it did come out that a Western civilization, a person from the Western civilization said that I exploded these levees because I was trying to do whatever. But here go X amount of dollars to liberate these people, or I'm gonna pay for you to live somewhere else. If the overarching goal is for them people to take over that land and not have nothing to do with New Orleans no more and get these broke people into San Antonio, Houston, and all these other places permanently and displace a minority, that's the kind of liberation that the reason why these conspiracy theories make sense, Logic, is because people are used to the kind of liberation that Western civilization calls it. Because that makes sense to them. That's the mistrust. It's like, so why are you helping me? What do you gain from this? What are you trying to get from this? So no, the liberation that y'all talk, the true liberation, that's why y'all keep saying, well, we ain't never been free. What you talking about free is true liberation. And I'm telling you, it don't exist. It don't exist. You're looking for something that don't exist. That's why you got to describe it as a Santa Claus liberation. Some nigga flying around in a sleigh, sprinkling the shit. That's how unrealistic it is. Y'all don't even believe the shit that y'all saying. Y'all know that this shit don't happen that way. That's same as believing in Santa Claus. It ain't real.
Romanticism.
And that's why Y'all 10-day contracts have been. We don't want y'all on this team no more. Go start your own fucking team. We don't want y'all on our team. I don't want the concrete nigga. I don't want the barber. I don't want the nigga that working in Army bank vaults. I don't want y'all nigga. Y'all can go somewhere else. I don't want y'all, bro. I can't be in here constantly like explaining to you, because then if the conversation goes, Corey, back to, well, we ain't never been free, then I gotta believe you don't want to understand me, bro. Because we got to start with a baseline of some kind of intelligence. And I know y'all intelligent. So when you start making arguments like that, you're actually trying to fuck up the conversation, not have one. We know we know we're free, whatever they called it. We know that. We know that shit. We know that shit right now. Logic. Let one of your friends, since you so free, let one of your friends leave some drug paraphernalia in your car and the police pull you over. Let's start talking about freedom then. You probably need to go to prison to see when I keep saying that this shit is like slavery, bro. You probably gonna have to go ahead and go to prison for me to prove that point. But go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, because I kept like a broken record saying Angola yesterday, right? And then fucking DQ bought up some shit in Texas where like they don't even pay niggas. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But now you're
these
saying
niggas
I'm
in
making
Angola
my
get
point out
paid.
of just being naive. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. You kind of like got, I don't know what you think. You like, it's like you concentrated so hard on how what I'm saying, on what I'm saying being similar to what Chef is saying.
Oh yeah. Hey, is it okay if I unmute Fetty? Like Fetty wants to come off mute. Is that cool, Brass? I just want to make sure.
You can liberate Fetty.
Liberate.
I ain't even know the nigga was on mute.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I don't think I was the one that muted him, but yeah, you can liberate that nigga. As soon as you liberate him, I'm gonna mute him again. I'm Western civilization around this motherfucker. Y'all don't gotta ask me for permission to talk, bro.
What's happening?
I don't know. Fetty was on mute.
Well,
Everybody thought I did.
he left anyway, so whatever. If he comes back, I'll unmute him.
Yeah. I didn't mute the nigga in the first place. But I ain't. Logic was saying something. That's the only reason. I'm doing some shit over on my computer. But what you saying, Logic? I think you naive, or Smalls think you naive.
You saying that I gotta go to jail just to know that oppression is still happening in America.
No,
and I've even
that ain't what I
tried to
said.
like simplify. I mean, that's what you implying.
No, it's not what I implied.
I would have to go to jail to. I would have to go to jail to be able to establish that it's like slavery.
No, you'd have to be somebody like you, an upstanding citizen, would have to probably go to jail in Texas. Let's say specifically Texas, and get 30 years for something maybe you didn't do, or go to jail with a white person.
You mean county?
And then finish, and then y'all both committed the same crime, and then watch this motherfucker get out in 5 years for some shit you did. You doing 30 while on a chain
or
gang,
40,
working for free. And when you leave, you probably won't hit you that this was slavery until you leave after them 30 years, and they hand you a check for $220.
Hey, Brad,
I'm not being I'm not being naive to when
you
you're
using the
making
words naive. I ain't
comparison.
doing that. I said you was intelligent.
I mean, what you're describing would be kind of me being naive.
No, it's not.
To where
If
like
I
I
was calling
can't.
you Logic, do me a favor.
Okay.
If I was calling you naive, bro, I'd call you naive. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you, like for example, I'll flip the shit back onto me. I'd probably, for everything that we talk about when it comes to Africa, if I had never been to Africa, right? Like if I had never been to Ghana, I would probably have some thoughts that I would have to live in Ghana for a year in order to be able to say the shit that I'm saying about Ghana. But the fact that I had already been, I can say what's true and what ain't true, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a specific thing to you. I don't know what it's like. Here's a funny thing. We're having conversations about Haiti and France in the 1800s. I think we all would have to literally go there on both sides of the argument in order to prove these arguments technically, because we don't know what the fuck is going on.
I got you. So what I'm saying is I have no problem like having a position that I'm having, and also agreeing that the prison industrial system and all the over policing is like slavery. I don't have no problem but I wouldn't me specifically for what I'm saying. I'm putting all of that under the umbrella of oppression. Like I remember I'm the zoom out person. I'm being like ideologically consistent.
Right. But the challenge logic that I would have been, and my question to you would be, you're using the words oppression and then you sometimes using the word slavery, but I think when I use slavery and mass incarceration, I just look at I don't think you look at slavery as, I don't think you look at mass incarceration as rebranded slavery. That's where we probably differ. That's probably where we may differ. I don't look at it as just.
I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem embracing that. Like that's
no. You said
I'm not even too. I'm right. I mean, I'm saying that would fall under a larger theme for me. Right.
Okay.
For me, I would still put it under a larger theme. Right. To be more specific about it, I don't have any problem with it falling under the label of slavery.
Okay.
Right?
Cool.
So
then we got to understand it, man. Yeah,
liberate the trees. Last thing I heard was liberate the trees.
Become Chef right on time. Fuck up the conversation. Go ahead, Chef. Do your job. I thought it was wild as hell until I realized it made no sense to me. It made no sense to me until you said the koalas. Then I understood.
And and the fact that it made sense to y'all is exactly why I ain't making sense to y'all. Koalas and trees, and y'all don't get what I'm saying.
No, I don't get it.
Y'all playing.
I think gorillas and trees.
Y'all always be talking shit, hating on me, yo. The koala bear analogy.
Come on, don't do it, bro.
No,
they're not trying to accept it. Just
I
understand what you're saying.
I'll never understand.
I fully understand what you're saying. Don't try to get Chef to understand. That's the problem, really.
Chef is
trying to get Chef to understand some shit. You should never wake up with the goal of trying to make Chef understand.
I think Chef is trolling. I think there's a lot of shit that Chef trolls about. Like I really think that he be chilling and he writes shit down. He writes shit down to like fuck with people. Like I don't believe. I honestly think Chef is trolling saying he's FBA. Like I don't believe that.
No, he likes to make points. If you don't know, y'all know Chef longer than me. Chef likes to make points to see if you can defend it, and he revels in the fact that if you can't defend this fucking argument, he won. He's a sick nigga, bro. Stop thinking about Chef as though he's some kind of like he's sick. He's insane. That's why I'm participating with this somewhat and leaving just to retain my own sanity because I know he's enjoying this whole shit. This whole shit is hilarious.
Disappeared, bro.
An argument, so he can't understand for the life of him that when he first said it, he didn't receive enough pushback, and he said, "You know what? I'm about to fuck up the whole week in the Discord." And he is enjoying. Look, y'all don't realize this nigga is enjoying every single minute of this, watching us scrambling, trying to prove that white people and what. That's why he went to white people. Y'all just ain't catch the shit. Yesterday, every time I said white yesterday, Chef told me, I ain't talking about white people. This nigga woke up this morning and said, y'all got to re-talk about white people. That's how sick he is. You got to have a good memory, bro.
Let me get the bourbon chicken over low man.
And this whole time,
overloaded Magnum.
Low man. Low man.
Oh, no, he's ordering food, bro.
Now this nigga orders Chinese food.
Y'all niggas Y'all pulling y'all hair out trying to defend this shit and go against
Put
it.
some more sauce on
This
that.
nigga thinking about lo mein and lemon pepper. I'm not fucking with Chef.
That nigga ain't FBA. Go to soul food restaurant, Chef. What the fuck you doing?
Man, he don't care about niggas. If
Yo,
you
go get
corner
some
it on that,
goddamn.
bro, if you cut, he'll be FBA until them niggas say, "Hey, we need you to pay a payment." Well, guess I ain't FBA no more. What's the next group? What's the next group I could join? He's sick.
You don't like eat lunch yet?
I'm eating lunch right now. Look, I'm making lunch this whole time. The whole time you've been talking, I've been making lunch. That's why I've been leaving. I ain't listening to y'all no more.
You ain't know that? You ain't
Hey, look, hey, DQ. You know the funny shit? I done heard Chef when he's arguing with Fetty go the exact opposite direction. And then now when Fetty say you cooking, he on the same team. Hilarious.
We cooking you, nigga.
Chef, you gotta understand, Chef is gonna go with the winning squad. If not, he's gonna be a contrarian. If not, he's gonna be willfully obtuse. It's like you gotta choose out of the three with this nigga. So yeah.
And that's why I keep pointing out. But the only way the only way Chef is able to get away with that, when he leaves, reasoning and good common sense is supposed to reign. But when he leaves, now we gotta fight everybody else. It's like, oh well, you kind of got a point, you know. I don't really know, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. Yeah. I mean, any argument, that's the video. I'm not talking about you right now, Logic. I know that might have seemed like a veiled comment.
You and Logic need to be at the focal point of the Kovac and go ahead and get this out the way.
Yeah, because I think every time I say something, Logic be gonna fuck
Let me
up.
get a regular Cinnabon.
Look, this nigga's ordering Cinnabon.
This nigga still ordering food.
But no, my point with that Logic, to be specific, is any argument, and you know this, any argument, that's the whole point of discourse. That's why you got to have a Supreme Court. Any argument from you got to have court and judges and trials. Any argument from any side, no matter how asinine, with free speech can be argued. You can make a good case for any fucking thing. It don't mean that it's right, wrong, or otherwise. That's why I'm not telling y'all stupid. I'm just telling you y'all missing something. That when you're talking about the liberation and when you're talking about the human rights, that my argument can only be that there's never been any true liberation. Because if I accept the fact that what they're doing is liberation, then y'all argument is right on its face. So anybody that's arguing with me, quote unquote, on my side or whatever side, if you believe that what they was doing was liberation in the first place, then you got to be quiet and tell Chef and Logic Chef Logic and them that they're right. I'm saying that what they giving to these people ain't liberation in the first place. And I'm gonna die. That's the hill I'm gonna die on. You can't kick me in the stomach and then stop and then start kicking me in the knee, and you freed my stomach. What about my knee?
Well, I'm trying to find a way in there to describe the difference between motherfuckers getting buried with the king. I'm not really trying to go that far back, but I'm trying to like emphasize old traditional ways where people literally had like your rights wasn't even a theme yet, right? Like people hadn't even started discussing democracy at all, right? Like how is accurately describing that being no difference from that to now. Like there's got to be another way to describe it. Like if I can agree with you that liberation is problematic, then we ain't really done that for real. Like we've been talking about liberation being problematic, and I'm saying something I definitely feel like is a better part of the kind, at least my part of things.
Would you agree that, okay, so I'm gonna give you an example, right? This is what true liberation would look like to me. True liberation, when they did the 13th Amendment, you know what it would look like? True liberation would look like all people, all men are created equal. And stop. That would be the liberation. The caveat is the self-interest. So if you're saying the morals is all men are created equal and you're abolishing slavery, that would be morally right. But if before you finish the sentence and we start celebrating, one of the black, because I mean, I picture things in my mind to make it make sense. When they did the 13th Amendment, I'm sure that motherfuckers was sitting somewhere reading it or whatever, and they started screaming, "Look what these motherfuckers did! Yeah!" It was 1,000 motherfuckers screaming, and then one motherfucker who kept reading, and that shit said, "Unless you get locked up," said, "Hey man, what the fuck is this?" Then the next day they dropped the slave codes. Hey man, you can get locked up for crossing the fucking train tracks? The fuck is this? And then they said, hey, you got sharecropping. Hey man, but what's this quota thing they keep talking about? See, like it's never morals is not like you can have good morals if you say you was getting beat up by your girlfriend every time you walked in the door.
Oh shit.
Right?
Hilarious.
Let's just say some little a woman was beating the shit out of you every time you open the door.
God damn, I don't like this. I don't like where this is going.
And then on Monday she beat the shit out.
Hey, don't condone that nigga. No, don't encourage that shit.
And then the next morning, hey Mel, and then the next morning, instead of hitting your ass 10 times, she liberated you with just 8 punches.
I ain't heard that shit. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm not talking about nobody in particular. You know what I mean? So what
Nigga, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, if you liberating me, like you can't, you gotta, morals would be
funny as shit out here.
Like if she just stopped kicking your ass, then that would be morally, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're talking about, Brass. You speaking a foreign language right now.
No, I
got you. Motherfuckers, humans done went to the moon, and we ain't figured that out yet. So I'm agreeing with you, right? And then I'm putting the ball back in your court and saying, where's the closest that we've come to it?
I just want to say, Brass, you're a horrible person. And then, yeah, that's a good question.
You know that? That nigga know that. That nigga fully aware. He ain't shit.
Horrible person. You ain't shit, Brass. Go ahead, back to the conversation.
Hey, listen, domestic violence is domestic violence, whether the woman beating your ass or you beating her ass. It's still
See?
You know what I'm saying? If you got, I mean, I wouldn't be shit if I said if you got to up a gun on the woman now.
Nigga, you ain't shit now. What are you
That's
talking
something
about?
else.
You ain't worth a goddamn, nigga.
But you know, I'm a sick nigga.
I hope this ain't recorded.
Yeah, I'm a sick nigga.
You are.
What's the closest? What'd you say? What's the closest to true liberation? I don't know.
What's the closest we've come to the 14th Amendment? That was your example.
I don't know. I can't tell you that. What you answer? You the one saying that we've been liberated. But you tell me.
I'm not saying. I keep telling you. See, that's why I'm like frustrated. I keep trying to frame what I'm saying away from what he's saying.
You keep trying to die on the heels.
Mm-hmm.
I keep trying to say I see liberation being problematic. I was ahead of you. I was the first person to say it. But it's all right.
No. Okay.
I just said that humans is fucked up. Well, I mean the fact that they wrote it down, the fact that they wrote it down, right? Whether they adhere to it 24/7 or not, I mean to some degree would have to be an example of people coming close to it, right? So unless America is not the greatest nation ever, right? Unless our freedoms and social liberties are not like the best ever in human history, I don't have a better example than America.
He wants to know who else He wants to know who else was doing the sprinkling. Since y'all want to say it was sprinkling, who
No,
else was doing?
Logic, you're starting the conversation on a fallacy because you assume that.
Help me out.
All right. When you say America is the greatest nation ever, what do you mean by that?
I'm being specific because we're having a conversation about like social liberties and freedoms, ability to participate in politics, and the economy, and all that good stuff.
All right. What the word they call a perfect society again? The E word. I'm so sorry that my brain got
egalitarian.
No, man. A utopian society. There's no utopian society. Yeah, there's no utopian society. But when you use the terminology greatest ever to describe America, you're directing it almost in that lane of a utopian society.
No, I'm actually not, because I'm actually framing my statement in a question.
Right. No, because
I'm actually asking if it is it the greatest.
And against the backdrop of human history. So
Yeah,
if he's
I'm asking it as a question.
against the backdrop of human history, then you have to look at history as a whole and tell him where he's wrong.
All right. Let
me name another nation. You have to name another nation more free and liberal than the United States, and then you win.
Okay. This is not a win situation. When we as human beings first stepped out of wherever we stepped out of, our aim was always to develop a society where we could be the best of ourselves. And that society, the word for that society that we created was a utopian society. And that's the direction we always lean towards. Whether we consciously or subconsciously are aware of what we're saying, when we're defining a society as a greater society, what we're actually saying that this society is the closest to what we think is ideal. That's why I don't like when people use the word greatest to define anything, because we're constantly moving. So when they say Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player ever, we haven't stopped playing basketball. We haven't stopped playing basketball.
He's the greatest up until this point. He's the greatest up until this point.
And that is the fallacy of it, is that up to this point, but have we stopped moving as an individual? He's a great basketball player. Nobody can deny that. But why do we insist to crown him as the greatest? Nobody's denying that he's great. America's a great nation.
LeBron to go.
But what I'm saying is that these are philosophical
fallacies.
Philosophical questions. Yeah, that we have had. Descartes has talked about this. But when we look at it, is that we cannot say that because America is closest to what we deem as that beacon on the hill, you cannot just give it the crown of the greatest, because we have not finished evolving yet. But when we use those terminology, right, we always going to compare now to say Michael Jordan is the greatest, LeBron is less than Michael Jordan. When to many who watching basketball, LeBron is just as great as Michael Jordan. And persons who live in the United States would say, okay, America is the greatest democracy ever. But other person would tell you that the French is better, because many of the terms of enlightenment that we deal with today actually came out of the French society. America is the richest, no doubt about that. But black people in the 50s would tell you that the French was the greatest society. That's why they were running to France. That's why they were running to France. And when you look at French now with black people status in France, to many black people who live in France, is better than their status that they have in America. When they come to America, they're seeing it as, how do black people live here? When black people in French is more recognized as being French than black people in America is recognized as being American. That's a conversation.
So,
But you who
so
never
which
lived
one is better
outside,
to you, two P's? French,
no,
French or American?
there's no, there's no, there's no better in the sense that we say this is better than that. Because as a person who come from a culture where we move anywhere, is that where the individual is more
Which one do you
comfortable.
like better, or do you just like them both equally?
Do I just like what?
I said, which one do you like better, or do you just like them both equally?
I like this one better now because I'm living in this one. I'm living in this one. I'm living in this one. But if the opportunity arises that I can move to France and live better than I live here, I would. I would. I tell people this all the time. I am not. I don't have to be buried where I was born. I don't own no obligation to any land mass in the world. Because human being own every land mass in the world. So, but people who own affinity to a direct landmass would love to think that their landmass is the greatest. But it's not necessarily so in all cases.
Betty,
But
you
ask black people in France when they come to America how they view it.
You can mute and unmute because you got server muted, but nobody ever unmuted you. So, but I give you mod privileges. You can unmute yourself if somebody forget. They don't want to hear that argument. Those two P's. I mean, I get it, right? I get what you're saying, but we had an impasse. I think until Chef say something else, and then it'll.
No, I haven't heard. You know, and I heard y'all, and I respect where y'all coming from. But we can move on if can't nobody get past it. Like I understand. It's a hard
You
position.
think I'm gonna accept that backhanded ass compliment you just said, bro?
No, I said I
No,
accept
you
where
just
y'all at.
no, nigga. No.
Crazy, like,
If y'all no, if
y'all
y'all
just
can't
want to
get past,
argue.
I got past.
You said
You
if
just
y'all
don't
can't
accept it.
get past,
Yeah, y'all can't get past her. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. If y'all just wanted to admit defeat, then we can
I
just
ain't the
move
only
on.
stick nigga in here.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Sure you
You feel
didn't.
me?
Sure you didn't.
Chef is the
I didn't
fucking
mean it
greatest.
like that.
I gotta put on
This
glasses.
nigga Chef is the goat.
I
This
gotta
nigga
put on
Chef is the
glasses
goat.
called Chef Ring glasses to talk to you.
This
So
nigga
trust
Chef
me.
is the goat. I don't give a
I
fuck
know
what
what
nobody
you
say.
mean, bro. And even if you don't mean it, you do mean it. Fuck that. I ain't letting you get away with nothing because you get away with every goddamn. Hey, y'all see what they doing to what y'all think about a segue? What y'all think about what they doing to Jimmy Kimmel, bro?
Yeah, what's that all about? I haven't.
he needs to get because of
They suspended that nigga, bro.
shit. He needs his own network. If he get his own network, people would support it.
Own network is a touch much, bro.
No, I think he can do it. He got the money.
He might, but you gotta put some shows on that shit too.
Absolutely, he can.
You
He
can't
got the
do
network.
24 hours of them. He don't even own
As many people have come up on that platform, you don't think he has connections?
Nah, because he don't even own
That's
his own name.
ridiculous.
No, listen, he doesn't own his name.
Yeah.
What's the new name gonna be called? Because he
He
can't
can
say
do
it's
whatever he want to name it, as long as he's up there and it's his shit. I mean,
I don't know. I don't. Maybe I ain't a Jimmy Kimmel fan. I don't look at him as that powerful. Maybe let me do some research real quick.
Yeah, do some research.
Yeah. I don't, because you gotta be a real tough nigga to pull off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week broadcasting.
He ain't even gotta do that. He just gotta have his show, and then he could have other shows from other people that he can hold the same views.
There's ways to do it without running 24/7 content like
I think
A&E.
so.
He can get other night show contestants who may have similar feelings about this curse motherfucker, and they decide to drop whoever they got.
So now, but where's this show going? Now he didn't just get suspended because of. Well, I mean, hold on. He did get suspended because of MAGA. Let's not.
Yeah, what he do?
He said we've hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. That's what he said on his monologue.
They suspended him for that?
Well, he said more, but I'm saying, so here's the thing though. Let's be clear where this started at. Y'all keep talking about he can go try to start a network. The first person that said something was the FCC, the people he'd have to have that network on. The first person that said something was the FCC. So that's the people that would determine your show shit. Like the people that regulate the shows. That's FCC. The FCC said that was his remarks were some of the sickest conduct possible he's ever seen on TV. And he suggested that regulatory consequences will follow if he continues the speech. Nexstar Media Group, large owner of ABC affiliated stations, announced it'll pull Jimmy Kimmel Live from his station, saying it was offensive and insensitive. And then the Sinclair Broadcast Group, another major station owner, demanded that Kimmel apologize to Kirk's family and make a personal donation to the family and Turning Point before allowing the show back on their stations. Right after Nexstar made that announcement, Disney and ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel indefinitely. They gave no explanation, saying they're preempting the show. No, he's free.
Sounds like a fucking shakedown.
They emancipated his ass.
They gave him his liberation.
Yeah, they trying to.
No, Smalls, they didn't suspend him indefinitely. They just told him you need to spend a little bit of time with your family.
Don't donate to Turning Point? Are you fucking kidding?
That's all he did. They just liberated him. What's wrong with y'all?
That's fucking crazy.
But Bryce, you got like he can't set up a streaming service.
Yeah, I know, but you said a TV show, so I'm thinking TV. That's all. That's all I was saying. I thought you meant like on TV. I know that in order, like for example, and you probably saw it the way I'm seeing it too. When Disney bought ESPN, I stopped watching ESPN.
Facts.
As soon as guess what? As soon as Disney bought Marvel, I considered stop watching Marvel because Disney, everything has to be.
I've seen Black Panther.
It has to protect Mickey Mouse. Everything that Disney buys, if it's a burger and it's offensive to Mickey Mouse, it can't happen, bro.
Yes, the brand.
So I don't. That brand Disney is some. You talk about some brand protection. Study Disney, bro. If you want to look at the downfall of the Marvel movies, yeah,
that's why Shannon Sharp got out of there, nigga. This company is owned by Disney. They like what? To who? What skin color? Get him up out of here.
Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp. I told you, DQ. When we were saying ain't gonna get fired for this, I said y'all do know Disney own ESPN.
Disney own ESPN.
Oh shit! You talk about a motherfucker that believes in. They should do a book, and I'm sure they've already made it on how Disney protects the brand. If that shit goes against Mickey Mouse, Black Panther ain't Black Panther no more. Watch, you can see a distinct difference between the Marvel movies before and after. You can see it. So it's completely it's different. They're just moving more and more to like censored shit. That's why they bought all the major franchises. The Star Wars shit. It's all different. You can't Jimmy Kimmel can't say no shit like that. You can't say that shit on airwaves, bro. Not on regulated airwaves.
And there are books.
If he wanted a syndicated radio show, he'd have a problem doing that because
there are books on how Disney protects their brand.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, syndicated radio show that's still FCC regulated, so it wouldn't matter.
That's my man that said about the Rutgers female basketball team. Look at them nappy heads. Those are some nappy heads. Hoes right there. That nigga
got
was
him
gone.
the fuck up out of here. Yeah, got him the fuck up out of
That
here.
nigga, Don
Absolutely.
Imus. That was his name.
Don
And let me
Imus.
tell y'all about
Don
John
Imus.
Imus.
Yo should have got his ass whooped.
Yo, if you want to study, you talk about a motherfucker that should be more powerful than the brand of it, more powerful than radio. Don Imus at the time was more powerful than radio. He thought he was until he said nappy-headed hoes.
Nappy-headed hoes.
That motherfucker was gone shortly thereafter, bro.
He still got his show.
Yeah, he did, but didn't he do it on Sirius or some shit like that?
Yeah. He moved to.
Yeah. I think Sirius falls outside of the FCC. Or
I think they do as
they
well.
They got freedoms on Sirius that are different.
So
I think that's satellite. I think that's
satellite. Yeah,
we could look it up, but I noticed that like even Howard Stern, because I think they're ending the Howard Stern show, but when they were going to end him before, he was talking about going to Sirius. And the other dude, what's his name? DQ always talking about this nigga.
Rush Limbaugh.
Nah, the other one that looked like him. The Sandy Hook guy. Jones, Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Nigga,
Fox got rid when Fox got rid of Bill O'Reilly. I said shit real. I used to watch Bill O'Reilly every night, yo.
Right.
That white boy was a nut.
He was.
Yeah, he was out of control.
So, Brass, it says, yes, the FCC regulates satellite radio through licenses and specific rules, although not to the same extent as traditional radio. Satellite radio providers such as such as Sirius XM require FCC approval to operate space and Earth stations and are subject to certain licensing and operational rules, including requirements on things like mergers and potentially certain content restrictions. So in other words, it's not to the same extent, basically.
Yeah,
but it is FCC regulated.
Radio, you got to be careful. Most people don't know this. Where's Hits at? Hits ain't in here. In radio, I'll give you the example from New York, but maybe y'all don't understand it. Hot 97 is Emmis. Like it's all radio is essentially owned by like 7 stations. So the radio that you hear is not like each one of those is independent, whatever. They all fall under specific places. So for example, like you'll have Power 105.1 in New York and New Jersey. That's Clear Channel. But
Clear Channel, yeah.
In Philly, it'll be Power 99, but it's still Clear Channel. Like it might be clear across the country, but it's still Clear Channel. So if you piss off,
we got Clear Channel here.
Yeah, if you piss off Clear Channel, then when they start like a city might be mad, but Clear Channel will say we just won't show you no more, and that's the power. That's the threat. I remember when what's that big? I was about to say some real racist shit. What's Steve Harvey? I was about to say.
Say it.
Yo, I was about to say.
I ain't gonna say. Hey, record and say this shit.
Nah, I can't. I'm glad I caught myself because I had to get in the car with Sheffield though. No, I remember when Steve Harvey threatened to pull the Steve Harvey Morning Show because he was going up against the and I don't mean this racially, but I mean this seriously. What's the albino looking black dude that had the biggest black morning show? We look like albino if you look at him.
Tom Joyner.
Tom Joyner.
Yo said Tom Joyner looked like an albino.
He said albino.
Wait, y'all
that shit wild.
I didn't know who he was talking about when he said albino. Then the nigga said Tom Joyner.
Yeah, we're talking albino. Am I bugging? Hold on, let me
Yes, you bugging, bro.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
Nigga.
you are.
And that nigga look like hit.
I
That nigga
told
look
you
like
he ain't shit. I told you that nigga ain't shit. He like,
Yo,
ain't shit tirade. That should be on.
you need that. Y'all say
Yo.
I'm wild. I say
Yo. Why
yeah,
you fall, bro?
shit.
Hey, Hits, I'm telling you now, Hits, wherever you at, if you fall for that shit and think I'm saying you without buying though, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad at you, bro. I ain't even gonna be mad at you.
Who said that little light skinned man
Jordan
look like an albino?
He do.
No, he don't, cause he light skinned and bald.
No, he look like an albino for real. To me,
Oh my god.
like he
Brad,
don't got
please
no
stop.
eyebrows. He don't got no eyebrows, right? I don't know, but listen, y'all missing the point. But I'm saying,
What's the point, nigga?
yeah, I'm right. I'm fucking up the point, man. You're right. I ain't gonna lie to you. So
Oh, shit.
that was a little bit of humor thrown in there. I ain't gonna lie. But anyway, but he was trying to. His complaint was is that the only reason that Tom Joyner was beating him in numbers was because of the group that he was in, and then the group that Steve Harvey was in didn't know that his group was being bought by Tom Joyner's group. And his group politely told Steve Harvey, shut the fuck up, talking about that other group. And he's like, I'm just talking about Tom Joyner. He said, no, when you talk about Tom Joyner, you talking about the niggas that's about to buy our corporation. And that, so it shows you like there's free speech, but to a limit. That's that money part where it's like, all right, yeah, you he funny, but chill out. We trying to cut a deal here. So, you never have as much power as you think. That's the overarching point. You never have as much power as you think.
That's
right.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think
you almost took me out with that.
I think somewhere in this, and I said this earlier, I don't know if niggas is here or not, but I think somewhere in this we just talking about the byproduct of complex society.
That's what we was talking about earlier before they got on. I think you made that point when it was just me, you, and Mujasi. I don't think they heard that.
What was it? I ain't
Yeah,
hear that. What was it?
Yeah, that would just basically be, what we have contentions with at the end of the day. Right. And it just happens to manifest itself in whatever particular way because of our unique situation in our environment. But those are all just byproducts of, I guess, the same way people form civilization 2 or 3, maybe 5,000 years ago. I guess somewhere in that neighborhood. But the byproducts are the theme of those byproducts is technically.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, man. Like I said, some things are uncomfortable proofs that I think everybody who heard the argument will eventually come around to it, whether they like it or not. You know what I mean? That's the first time you hear something, most of the time we fight it. You feel me? So, and then liberation, I'm still tripping off of like honing in on the word liberation. Like that's kind of like so if I free you from slavery, why wouldn't that be called liberation?
Because then it's what you did to me right after that would determine whether it be liberation or not. If you freed me from slavery, to then make me work under an apprenticeship, which is 45 hours unpaid wages and everything else that goes along with slavery, then did you free me from slavery?
So now in 2025, is we liberated yet?
No, I ain't talking about 2025. I'm talking about you skipping to now.
So everything that they've done, right, in the evolution of bringing man into where we're at now, You dig what I'm saying?
Okay.
They've done it. That's that. You know what I mean? If you didn't feel free after 1865, you know what I mean? Or whenever the 13th Amendment was passed, by 2025, can you admit that 1865 was part of you feeling free in 2025?
You notice how you got to keep saying feeling free rather than being actually free?
Because y'all didn't acknowledge
No, I
actual
would
freedom.
say we all. No, I would say you feel free. Yeah, I would say we feel it, but are we actually? Are we actually liberated?
I say that's why I said feel it, because I'm saying we're free. Y'all went to the point to say that we're not even free now.
No,
Like it's crazy.
But when you go from words, you keep the reason why I keep harping in on the words. I know it's irritating, but when we keep harping in on the words from free to liberated to human rights and this, that, and the other,
Because y'all won't acknowledge nothing.
Okay, no, I will say this. But one of the problems with freedom, and this is W.E.B. Du Bois, the problem of freedom after slavery is we're free in law, but bound by debt, Jim Crow, and violence.
Jeez.
So that's why I keep talking about legal freedom and true freedom. I don't think we've gotten any truth. I think we've gotten legal freedom. That's why we feel free. But if it's still bound by, just like Malcolm X, you don't stick a knife in a man's back 9 inches and pull it out 6 inches and call it property.
We're gonna go outside, buddy.
So isn't white people under the same economic?
You're talking about white people. I ain't doing that.
Right. No, listen. If that makes us still not free, right? Then that means that white people have never been free.
I'm not talking about white people.
They're bound by the same economic system that we are. So if it's now economics that's bounding us to not be free, then everybody in the world is under that condition. It's bound by an economic system.
No, I think freedom is a relative condition. Now go back. No, I'm just saying so you're saying, because you want to talk about white people, I don't. That's always going to kind of mess up me and your conversation. But
because you moved it to economics.
No, I'm not moving it. When you said Western civilization, you can't. When you say that in liberation, whoever it was that was going around sprinkling, the person may have been white, but it was in the name of the structure, system, and institution they represented. It wasn't that one person. So it was there's a reason why I keep saying it. I'm keeping it on structures and systems. If you want to talk about white people, that ain't my conversation. That's a conversation for somebody else. So in an industrial age, white workers were free labor, but they lived in crowded slums, worked 12 to 16 hours in dangerous factories, and had little political voice. Karl Marx called this wage slavery. In medieval Europe, white people were serfs, tied to the land, paying lords, unable to move freely. They weren't free, even though they weren't enslaved. So you can have an illusion of like some kind of racial freedom, right? You can have a feeling of superior, like a white person, I would envision, since we're talking about white people for right now in this conversation, white people, I could see them saying in their superiority, at least I'm not black or an immigrant, but they don't even see the exploitations that's hitting them. But W.E.B. Du Bois, the psychological wage of whiteness. Poor whites were given just enough social privilege to feel free, even while being controlled by elites similar to the black people they despised. So they may feel freer because the hierarchy in race, right? They think they're amongst them other white people, but they live under the same economic, political bullshit that we live to. The systems of control. So it's not much different. It's not.
And who made that argument? Who made that argument?
W.E.B. Du Bois.
Wasn't he a communist?
No.
What?
No, I don't think he was a communist. No.
You sure?
No, I don't think he was a communist. If you find somebody that says he was, then that's what they say. But I don't think he was a communist.
I'm gonna wait for the next one. I'm gonna wait for the next one.
And I don't know why you here's the funny part. I don't know what that was for, I guess to change the conversation, but Malcolm X also said, let's go to someone else. Malcolm X, if I stick a knife in your back 9 inches and only pull it out 6, that ain't progress. And that's why I keep saying the why. If you liberate me and put me right back into, I mean, it's just a different form. Didn't go nowhere.
See, that's where I'm having the issue at, because now y'all, in order to not give credit to the West and my point, y'all saying we still not even free. That's that.
I thought we weren't discussing credit. Y'all said we
Y'all
weren't.
lost.
Wait,
Y'all
now we're
lost.
discussing
Y'all
credit?
lost. I'm going to take that as just y'all had to lose, yo, because y'all don't believe that we still in fucking slavery, y'all.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that we were still in slavery. I think
you said we're still not liberated.
Right. You see the word
right.
I know.
So if I enslave you, right, and then if I free you, I've liberated you.
You never freed me.
Let's see, you're back to the same point. So how you not saying what you saying then?
If you enslaved me, just so we're clear, if you enslaved me, and then you somehow say you're free unless you go to jail, right? If you add that component, you're free unless you go to jail. And then you immediately start over policing and over incarcerating us with slave codes. You didn't really free us. You gave us the illusion of freedom, unless we're perfect, and humans ain't perfect. If one day the law would be cross the street at 6 o'clock, the next day when you lock me up, the law would be you cross the street at 4 o'clock. You'll tell me I'm human. Like Thomas Jefferson will say all men are created equal while owning 600 slaves. Like this is the kind of shit that you want me to rationalize. Is he a good person because he wrote that all men are created equal, and then go outside and say work, nigga? When is he the liberator? And I don't know why I gotta explain this to you.
You said you're talking about systems. Now you went to a person.
Well, he's a representation of a system. Thomas Jefferson, you don't know who Thomas Jefferson is? He ain't no fucking just one human being. Thomas Jefferson, he moved a nation. He was a nation mover. Like I'm talking about when y'all say I'm talking about an abolitionist writing a paper somewhere. Like Thomas Jefferson was a member of the system and the structure, a leading member of the system and structure.
So was William. So was Wilberforce.
William, yeah, I know. Right. But
did he represent the system?
Were abolitionists? Yeah, he revolutionized the system of abolition that could not beat no system of government
inside the government.
No.
And didn't the things that he pushed?
You're getting that wrong. You're getting that wrong.
The things that he pushed help curtail slavery?
Yes, he did. Yes.
And didn't he introduce bills to help curtail slavery?
The fighting style. Hey, Chef, let me explain to you something about who you're talking to right now. I know the fighting style of asking somebody a bunch of questions and getting them to say, no. Let me finish. And then they proceed to keep asking me questions that I gotta say yes to. So it makes it seem like I'm saying yes to your argument. I'm not like this. I know you think that shit is real slick. It's not slick to a can of paint.
But I'm saying yes to him. So what's when you answer a question? When you ask a question, what's that called? When you ask a question that the answer is already.
I'm no longer answering no more of your questions. It's rhetorical.
You don't have to.
It's rhetorical. It's rhetorical.
Okay, rhetorical.
Yeah, it's rhetorical.
Yeah. So the answer is already implied. We already know what it is.
But when somebody's losing an argument or somebody's trying to prove a point in their argument, they'll get the other person to say a whole bunch. The 2 plus 2 plus 2. Yes, 2 plus 2 is 4. Yes, 4 plus 4 is yes. niggas ain't never been shit. Like it's like I ain't doing that, bro. Like that shit don't. It's not. It's not. We just not. Listen, me and you have already been at an impasse. We just don't agree.
You just moving around the point.
No, I'm trying to get away from you trying to get me to say yes.
No, so I won't get you to say yes no more.
Okay.
After you already done said that we are still not liberated, and
I
we're
don't
not.
think we're no. I don't think
we're not having. We never was having a conversation because we don't even agree that human beings are free now. If we don't
No, you
agree
keep.
to
You
that,
know what's funny? You say you start. You do this every time. You start every sentence with liberated and end it with free. And I don't. And
no,
you're,
they
and you're,
go
and you're
together.
talking. You're
Bro,
talking
they
as though
go
it's
together.
like you keep saying we don't own a Honda, but you trying to tell me you ain't driving a Tahoe. Like I'm not. My
No,
liberation
bro, they
is
go
free.
together.
No. They should go together.
No, they do.
No, they should. When you free the slaves and you write amendments, it should just say all men are created equal. Not unless
you are having a problem with definitions in English. So
No.
ask everybody else. Because I
Okay,
could be wrong.
Cool. Who in here thinks we have true? This is my question to the panel or whoever could talk. Who believes that we've been truly liberated? In the United States, who believes that we've been truly liberated in the United States?
And can I ask you a question? Do you believe that the
You can answer the question.
the Emancipation Proclamation?
No, you can probably answer it. No, just answer the question.
I am. But did that Emancipation Proclamation, when they freed the slaves, you don't believe that actually?
What? Well, answer the question first, then I'll consider. But I don't know what you said.
1863
No,
Emancipation
I know when
Proclamation.
it was. I know what
freed
it
the
was. I'm
slaves.
saying
Yeah.
I forgot my
So-
original question to you because you asked me a question.
Yeah, so that was our liberation, right? That was the freedom.
You believe that the Emancipation Proclamation was
said
liberation?
yes. He said yes.
Okay, somebody else. Okay, we got his answer. That's one. Anybody else? Because he didn't. The
Go
person
ahead,
who's telling because the person that's telling me that doesn't know what the Emancipation Proclamation was. That's why I don't. We can have that conversation, but I don't want to start arguing over the Emancipation Proclamation. It's gonna fuck up the question.
Well, it's because that's the invention of wage slavery, right? So when you cutting me off though, so I can't even make the point.
Go ahead.
Like
Oh,
30 hours.
Dame Dash on you.
Yeah. So, no, basically, like when they freed the slaves, they went to Texas, and those slaves that didn't know that they were free, when they freed them, they gave them an opportunity to go or come and back to work.
Okay.
They chose to come to work. So that was the invention of wage slavery.
Okay.
So are you saying, and you brought the point up about in jail, but there are white people in jail too, right? Stay with
the Emancipation Proclamation.
You don't be listening, bro.
That goes for everybody, right?
But you don't know what the Emancipation Proclamation did. So now I'm gonna ask you a separate question.
I don't know
what did the Emancipation Proclamation actually do? You're talking to a political science major, so tell me what it did.
We about to lose our point, Brad.
Yeah, you're trying to dilute it. It freed the slaves.
No, it didn't free the slaves. See, there's a reason why specifics and argument make sense. The Emancipation Proclamation did not did not free all the slaves. It freed the slaves only in Confederate states that were still in rebellion. It did not free enslaved people in border states loyal to the Union, Kentucky, Maryland, Delaware, or Missouri, or Union-occupied areas of the South. And it wasn't meant as something for Black people. It was what you would call a war measure. It was to weaken the Confederacy's economy. So it wasn't morals. You just destroyed Chef's point. And when people say,
he didn't, because I wasn't talking about no emancipation.
I know. I'm just using that in arguing. Chef. I'm just using that. That's a tactic right there. But what I'm saying is, you can't. When people say things like emancipation, that's what they want you to believe until you read the whole thing. Remember the analogy of me saying, "Hey, did you read 1,000 niggas and slaves saying, yo, do you see this Emancipation Proclamation? We free." And then some one person who read the entire document reads the part that is only in Confederate states still in rebellion. And then you realize that we damn sure ain't as free as we thought we was. So that's I wasn't trying to I ain't trying to demean you or nothing like that. But most people, when they say Emancipation Proclamation, don't even know that.
So ask somebody else about the freedom.
What's the question? What's the question?
Are we free?
No, I didn't say that. See, you keep using free.
Oh, well, you ask the way
No,
that you
I said, has any, well, I won't say any group, are Black people in the United States truly liberated? Have we truly been given liberation? The true liberation, not the
bro.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to ask the question. I don't know how to ask.
The true liberation, like
exactly.
so,
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't really know.
The true death. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. I say no.
Yeah, the whole
Okay.
truth thing.
This shit sad right now.
But and then it's like he didn't.
Like,
Wait, hold on. Because he didn't finish reading as well. It says that the Emancipation Proclamation, what he said, this besides those Confederate states, but it also says slavery was not completely abolished until the ratification of the 13th Amendment.
I know that.
So you disagree with that?
No, I know. I don't. No, I do disagree with that because the 13th Amendment. No, listen to me. Because the 13th Amendment, when they freed the slaves, it's unless you was locked up. It's always the caveat. If you tell me it's unless I get locked up, if you tell me I got all the human rights unless I get locked up, then cool. Then what you just expected me to say this, that you're saying.
But that applies for all citizens.
But let me finish. But
all
the humans,
not just African ancestry, correct?
Yeah, but all human beings weren't slaves at the time. So I'm talking about Black people. So the 13th Amendment, when I'm saying that, is that if you tell me that I'm free, I don't know who I'm talking to, but if you tell me that I'm free, and you tell me that I'm giving you this amendment that says you have human rights, but then you say unless you get locked up, I could almost accept it, right? Because it's like, well, fuck it, just live on the straight and narrow path. And then you create the slave codes that make just existing damn near a crime.
But that goes for all races, brother. That's all
but
Americans.
they weren't. But all races weren't slaves to start with. All races weren't, bro. I've told you structures and systems. I have never told you.
So that's really a moot point if it doesn't apply to you.
It would be moot point. But what I'm saying is, what I mean by that white people part, I've told you, white people in Beverly Hills don't give a fuck about white people in the Appalachian Mountains. Of course, they would love to regulate them motherfuckers too. This is economic structures and systems and institutions. You could simplify it and call it racism, but you think wealthy conservatives
it's really
look at white people in Appalachian in the Appalachian Mountains or white people in poor communities as the same as them? They don't look at them as the same as them. Of course, they don't give a fuck if those people lose their rights. But at least they weren't slaves in the beginning. Like I told you, they will give you just enough and then give you wage slavery. It's all slavery. You can't tell me I can exist under whatever terms you decide and say you liberated me. Whatever time you free, you got human rights as long as you don't go to jail. And then you lock me the fuck up. That don't make sense. But if y'all can't see it, if y'all can't see that from school, it ain't nothing I'm gonna be able to do in a Discord chat to make you see my point. This is something you learn in school. This is not something I'm about to teach somebody.
Are you saying that we still enslaved in 2025?
I know. See, y'all keep. I just said 5 times.
I'm asking, bro.
No. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say this.
I don't do what you do.
I've said it.
I don't do what you do. I don't twist people's words up.
I've said it 5 times. Y'all keep trying to.
I just got back
the
in.
words liberation, slavery, and freedom.
Who was y'all? I just got back in.
Oh, I don't know.
Who was
like
y'all?
you was here the whole time.
You be saying shit sometimes. But
yeah, you're right.
He believes in systematic slavery.
If I'm just saying shit, then why the hell are you talking to me?
No, I'm just saying. I'm
No,
just
no, no.
saying,
If
bro.
I'm
I'm
just
saying
saying
like,
shit, if I'm just
bro,
so
let me,
terrible, don't
bro.
talk
You've
to
been
me then.
talking for a brick, bro. Like, damn. Let me
No,
speak
just
for
don't
20
talk to
seconds.
me then. Don't say
All right,
don't say I just be saying
be
shit and then be
emotional,
asking
like
me my opinion. That
shit
don't make sense.
crazy. Like
You just
all right,
saying
bro.
shit. What do you think about
It seems
this?
like you the
You
one
never
that
asked me
can't
nothing.
settle with the fact somebody think different than you. Like you the one trying to grasp with all this. But go ahead.
No, I'm not. It's just nobody else is talking. Everybody else is on mute. Matter of fact, when I leave, that's when everybody starts talking. I can leave again. Keep the
What you
conversation
mean when you
moving.
leave? I said so when you started talking. What are you
I
talking
wasn't talking about you. I said people. You just think it's about you.
about? Okay, all right. We'll be more direct next time.
I don't have to do anything you fucking say.
Yo, y'all got this man emotional, man.
No, I don't like people to say
Black
allow me or
allergy.
let
I
me.
knew Brass was the black allergist, man. This man
Yeah.
said I mean, he trying to make the argument that you can't be truly liberated. This man, get the hell out of here. Chef, keep cooking these niggas. You exposing they rationale and logic or lack thereof.
Okay.
Betty, I got a question for you, Betty. How do you find where's the piece in this where you align with the argument, with Chef's argument? Like where do you find
The emotional part? You can say simple shit, y'all. It's like the emotions don't let niggas look at shit. Where I've been said, if you a blackologist, it's like walking around with a dirty ass visor and you a quarterback. It's like you not seeing shit fully, and your emotions is preventing you from just admitting small shit. That's just a fact. So I mean, when he say shit, break it down. Because again, I said earlier, I see both perspectives, and what Chef is saying, breaking down the abolitionist movement in the UK and shit like that, and how they spearheaded and helped a lot of shit that we deem important now regarding ending the slavery and all that. They did play a part in that, but it's like y'all the ones, not y'all. I don't want to say y'all, but like people like Brass and others want to play this semantics game, and and the arguments that they're making in regards to mass incarceration, and it hasn't ended, and certain things are still going on. It's like, bro, like the lengths niggas will go to just swallow a hard truth. Pause. Like you can disagree with Chef a little bit, but to act like what the nigga is saying is just wild, and you trying to burn this nigga at the stake, that's just crazy.
You think some people have taken on that position with Chef's argument?
I mean, I've been listening, bro. So I mean, it just goes to what I've been saying in regards to a lot of the responses when somebody has a different perspective that isn't something that's emotionally comforting. Is like if you black and you say certain shit, you gonna get your black card taken, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro. So it look like y'all grilling Chef, and y'all are amazed that he has this opinion, and y'all can't deal with it.
So that's why I'm gonna move away from the y'all, because you're doing a lot of y'alling, and I think
whoever the response, like Chef said, the responses that I'm hearing, it ain't really in my world. That shit ain't. It ain't.
Right. I get it. And I think there's a lot of alignment with what Chef is arguing that you're finding alignment with. But I'm trying to make sure that as you clarify and try to make some distinction between those who's making the argument. I think you were in here in the morning when me and Logic and Chef started the conversation again. And I think you will agree that there was no emotional sentiment put on the table in our discourse, correct?
Not emotional, but I mean, y'all want to label white people as this thing, but like y'all don't want to give them the other side of it. Like you can't acknowledge. It's like y'all don't want to acknowledge the fact, like, yeah, and this thing, that we talking about, a lot of them played a part. And it's like, it seems like if Chef just brings that up, and like, again, he may have a sensationalized opinion altogether, but you cannot act like you can extract truth in what he's saying. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying.
So even if there's if you find some truth and I find an element of disagreement, we're having a good conversation that doesn't require us to kind of like generalize and slander our perspectives. Am I correct in saying that? Or
yeah. But again, you gotta see my perspective. I've been having certain perspectives that I thought that was very genuine perspective, and this just goes along with the shit I've been saying. So I think Chef and Logic them being on the other side of it and seeing how they're being met with just a lot of illogical points that's mostly rooted in not just wanting to give a group of people, you know, whatever. That's what I've been seeing in a lot of these conversations. So I'm just sitting back listening like, oh, y'all finally on the other side of this shit. And y'all see how you can be met with just a lot of just illogical talking points versus just dealing with history, not from being black, but just looking at the forest from the trees and just not being so you know what I mean? I think that's what Chef is doing. He's just looking at the forest from the trees, looking at history from a non-black person perspective, not putting himself at the forefront of history.
The other dude seemed like he
And he just calling
Afrocentric.
Right. So I
Everything
think
is black
just
people
wanna
can't get a
level-
job because of white men. Now, like that's like outdated.
Yeah. So I just want to just level the statement there because
I'm just saying when you're a blackologist,
Who the fuck on a plane?
seeing shit clearly. That's something I've been saying. You just don't see
Yeah,
the
and I
world
just-
clearly in it. You know?
Well, maybe, maybe not. It kind of depends on the perspective, Fetty. And I just want to level it because most of the times, and I'm gonna speak personal now, I have exchanges with people on the Discord that I even disagree with, and I still attempt to find and strike a chord with them to find where there may be some element in their argument that I could try to reposition myself and just try to get some understanding. Even if there's 5 other things that I disagree with, I try to find that one. Even when I've extended myself to you, Fetty, there's some things that I know you stand on politically and socially in your position, and I'm like, yeah, young brother, he's grappling with these things, and he got a lot of good inquiry and he's trying, but I still try to find the things that I agree with you on, and it may be small or little,
Look,
but
and I do the same thing, bro. I try to do the same thing.
Right. And so with that effort, I want to make sure that we're not generalizing and even kind of castrating
I
people.
get generalized though, bro. I literally
Hold
said
on.
I
Let me
agree
land
with
this
y'all.
piece. Let me land this piece, my brother. Let me
I
land
got
this piece. I
generalized.
just want to make sure that any disagreement that we may have with Chef or Logic's position isn't just been centralized in some emotional reaction of blackology. That there's some people who disagree with them that has brought up good historical, philosophical, economical, political considerations and positions that wasn't based on some emotional blackology. And that's all I'm saying. Because I've given you the benefit of the doubt when people have attacked my little brother Fetty. And I've said, like, no, we got to consider what Fetty is saying in some positions that he's putting on the table, just to make sure that people wasn't shipping you some isolated kind of narrow perspective. So that's all I'm saying. Just extend that piece that if we disagree with Chef a lot,
I got you. I literally said that. I literally said, like, if you heard my opinion yesterday, I literally was saying I see both sides. I see both perspectives, but I don't get extended that same grace. Motherfuckers say, "Oh, you said this." When I'm like, "Oh, I never said that."
I do. I extend that.
Like, so I'm
Right.
saying I can come to the conclusion that people are blackologists, not necessarily you, but a person like Brass. When I clearly said yesterday, I see both perspectives, but you know what I mean. Instead of acknowledging that, he's gonna say, "Oh, you said this," and twist my words up. So no, based off those responses, yes, I can say a nigga is illogical based off his blackology, and he just saying anything.
Hey,
So that's all
Can
I'm
I
saying.
call you? Can I call you a samboologist? Can I call you a samboologist?
Here we go. Well, what do you do in real life?
I just don't think we should get in.
I
Once you
don't
start
understand
the
what
once
you're
you start the
saying.
name calling, then it devolves the conversation. That's why I just don't call the name.
Probably
But y'all
do
might
nothing.
disagree. Y'all might
If you say-
disagree.
if you
Y'all
call
might
somebody
disagree with the discourse, but as soon as you start calling each other names, it devolves to something else. Hey, you see, Doc, before you go, let me just say this, and then I gotta go. I'm gonna give you the floor. C Dot, I'm speaking to C Dot and Mujah. See, everybody can hear me, but I'm speaking to y'all. I just want to see if y'all understand where I'm coming from. So,
Not a problem.
the term I guess I'm getting kind of confused as to why I keep making sure that the language is important and the words that we use. So I'm gonna just take 3 minutes, right? Because I wanted to make sure I wasn't doing semantics when I'm saying, because I don't even think we're fleshing out these definitions. Slavery, liberation, and freedom. Mujahsi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the reason why I'm being precise is because while not knowing the specific definitions, I looked it up to try to make sure that with the difference between them. And now I've gotten even a starker contrast, right? So slavery, literal slavery is the legal ownership of people as property. Chattel slavery ended in 1865, but then sharecropping, convict leasing, Jim Crow, redlining, mass incarceration recreated slavery's functions without the chains. So Du Bois called this wage slavery, and Michelle Alexander calls this mass incarceration the new Jim Crow. So then now let's talk about liberation. Now here's the funny thing about liberation, right? And I knew, but in the back of my mind, why I kept saying we got to be specific when we saying free, slavery, like these different words. Because there's a piece to liberation that nobody in here has talked about.
There you go.
Liberation means deliverance from oppression into power.
Here we go. That's what I came up
Emancipation.
for.
That is not the
Emancipation.
definition. That's not the definition I just read.
I'm not fucking done talking.
But you make you lying.
Hold on 1 second. Let me help you with that.
Yeah, anybody has a difference of opinion. Yeah.
Let me help you with that. As soon as I'm done talking, tell me how wrong I am. Liberation means deliverance from oppression into power. Emancipation was not liberation. It ended slavery, but it didn't transfer land, wealth, or sovereignty. The civil rights wasn't the liberation. It ended legal segregation, but it kept the systemic inequality. Colonies are waving new flags, but not liberated. So if you control true liberation to me, maybe not the charter definition, but true liberation to me would be controlling your destiny as a people, allowing you to get the same shit everybody can get. But if you stymie me from trying to, that's not something else. But then freedom, personal mobility within the system, voting, traveling, buying, and speaking. But freedom without liberation is a condition. So you can move, but you can only move within the parameters they say you can.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is you end up being in a situation where people feel free, but you're still controlled by surveillance, debt, and laws. So this is, I'm gonna land my plane right here. So if you collapse freedom into liberation, you hide the fact that the power shifted but never disappeared. If you collapse slavery into only chains and plantations, you ignore its structure if you focus on white people. Language precision is the difference between celebrating progress and fighting for what we still don't have. Now, Mujasi and C-Dot, I know everybody gonna throw tomatoes in a second. Mujasi and C-Dot, do you understand what I'm saying right there? And if I made a mistake, tell me.
I completely understand that. I don't know how you can mount an argument against that. I completely understand that. That makes perfect sense. See that?
I understand it also. The reason I came up here is because I saw that out of all the time that y'all been talking, nobody has really defined liberation. So I know you just gave that definition. The other guy, I don't know if that was Fetty or not, but the other person was saying that that's not the definition. He probably gonna go by the colloquial definition that's in the
So we're allowed to make up our own definition.
Wikipedia or something like that. So I've looked at both definitions, and according to these definitions, neither of the definitions that you're gonna find will say that the things that we went through in America was our liberation. Like none of it would count. I mean, I'm gonna say like the freedom of slavery, sure, but we weren't free from oppression. Even after slavery, it still wasn't free from oppression. As Brad brought up, you still had to deal with Jim Crow laws, which still restricted us, and which was the beginning of mass incarceration, in order to continue to enslave us. So,
can you tell me how in 2025 how Jim Crow affects you now?
Jim Crow is not around.
Do you have a nice career? Do you have a nice?
Don't ask me a question and then talk over me when I'm trying to answer.
Go ahead.
You want me to answer the question, or do you want to keep talking? Was there more to it?
I would like you to answer.
Okay, Jim Crow doesn't exist in 2025.
Okay,
but that's not what we
bringing it up.
discussed. We talked about. because that's not what we were discussing. We were
He
talking
asked,
about
are we
slavery.
liberated today?
Brother,
Liberation.
please don't keep.
Are
Because I know
we
that's a
liberated
tactic in order
today?
for you to not want to hear the answer. As I was saying, after slavery was not our liberation, because after slavery we were still being oppressed. And I can make several arguments of oppression of black people today in 2025. So hopefully that would answer your question, brother. Since you're so busy trying to make an argument for goddamn how good white folks been to you.
Liberation occurred in for you. If that wasn't when it happened, when did it happen for you? If you say that it doesn't exist anymore in
It has never
2025,
happened. It has never happened. If you
so
want to talk
you
about
never been
real
liberated.
liberation, then you can go to different liberation movements in
So
Africa,
you're
like
oppressed right now. You don't have
Logic
any.
was
You don't
bringing
have
up
any
earlier
freedoms
on.
as
Real
you don't have
liberation
any.
means that
You don't have any freedoms as
real
an American
liberation.
citizen.
Real
Hey,
liberation
this sound.
means
Hey,
that you
one
get
mic.
to choose your own destiny.
This shit sound
Real
crazy.
liberation means you get to choose your own destiny. You get to decide what's going on in your future, not
We do.
your white
You
dad.
don't. You
That's
don't
a
get up
difference.
every. You don't. Oh, you mentally enslaved then, because you have the ability to get up and do whatever you want. What do you do as a career?
You gotta say own a business.
Right.
Yeah, this
Don't keep asking me questions, bro. Like,
Business owner.
say what you gonna say. But all of
Yeah,
that
but
weird ass.
all these people on the panel are business owners, but yet they're oppressed. I don't get that.
What the fuck do that got to do with anything?
Yo,
Jewish
yeah,
people was
this is.
Jewish people was business owners, and they was
we
put in
still,
fucking
bro, we still
chambers,
have all
gas chambers. What are you talking about?
You're
Y'all be
talking over
saying
me.
dumb shit that don't
You're screaming
equate,
now. You're
that don't
frustrated.
equate to freedom. Because you're saying stupid shit that don't equate to real
No,
freedom.
we
You're just saying
still
because you
have
own a
all this,
business that
brother.
you not oppressed, that people can't be oppressed because they own a business. That's
Brother, we
stupidity.
still have all the same
You
liberties of
can't.
every American in the country, brother. We can own land, we can own our home, we can have good careers. What are
Wherever
you
they
talking
allow you
about?
to. Well, hold
Who
on, but
allows
hold
you
on.
to?
So now I'm gonna answer your question without. No, I'm gonna
Who
try to
allows
give
you
you.
to?
I'm gonna try to give you a systemic.
A
Trying to
white
give you an
man?
idea. You want to talk or you want to argue or you want to get the fuck out of here? Like I
Either
hate
one.
that
It
we
don't
be
matter,
having.
brother.
I hate that we be having a
You just
good.
run shit. It don't matter, brother.
I
Like,
do.
just
And
like
then,
you
you know
somebody
the
that
funny
agree,
thing is, no. You know the funny
you
thing
don't
is,
have the
I do.
ability to be disagreed with. It's okay.
No,
It's
no,
ego.
no. I don't want to argue. I want to have good discourse, but you just want to argue. I don't want to argue with you.
Brother, I disagreed and you put me on mute.
No,
So
but if
don't
I'm
argue.
talking, if I'm talking, you could disagree with me all day long. But if I'm talking, you can't just keep talking.
And that's a fair point. Okay. Let's go. Continue.
So what? So in 2025, right? I was talking about the illusion. Now you said you can get up and do whatever you want, and the you can't really fight it from that point, because when you just say that I mean, I can't argue with you. I can't just get up and go do whatever I want. So, but there's a difference between freedom of motion and freedom of power. So when you say you can just go start a business, I hate when people say they business owners. It should be funny, but when you say business owner, right, then you still got to go get that funding from an institution where we get denied 4 times as much as anybody else.
I didn't have to get any funding. So no, that's incorrect, brother. I'm a business. I'll tell you about my as a tattoo artist how I got the capital, but I just started doing tattoo. I didn't need anybody to put money behind me or anything like that. No.
That shit don't even matter. Owning a business is irrelevant to oppression. People own businesses back
How are
in
you
Jim Crow
oppressed in
time. People
2025?
own businesses.
You're
That
not
don't mean they weren't
explaining how are we
oppressed.
oppressed. How are
So
we
you
oppressed?
using an example, you using a ridiculous example of owning a business as people not being oppressed is idiocy. Why?
Give me an example of how people are oppressed in 2025. You're not giving me an example. Give us an
After
example.
slavery, black people own
2025.
businesses. What happened during what happened? See, you, and just like Bruh said, bro, you just like to talk over people. You don't want to listen because now you're being made to look stupid as fuck for the dumb shit that you saying. That makes no fucking sense. You just saying dumb,
you saying you're a slave in 2025 is stupid, brother. That's crazy. You're saying you're a slave in 2025 is crazy.
None of us are saying we're slaves.
That's what I'm saying. You're so goofy that you keep making up scenarios that do
You
not
just made
match
that
the
up, brother.
conversation.
You
You
have
just keep
you have the right
dumb
that every
shit.
American citizen has. You're not
I see
oppressed.
that y'all not seeing eye to eye with King J, but somehow we gotta be able
No,
to
because
like
dude is a
allow
king
King
Simbo.
J.
That nigga just saying dumb shit.
But
He's not saying
sometimes,
anything
How are you
relevant.
oppressed
He's
in
not saying
2025,
anything that
brother?
hold
makes
on,
any
I'm not.
How
sense.
are you
He
oppressed?
was
My
How are
already
you
behavior.
oppressed as
covered
a
with the
black man in
whole, if you own
2025?
a business, then you shouldn't be oppressed. That's fucking stupid. That makes no rational logic sense at all. It's stupidity. It's propaganda that he
Okay,
has
so
learned from
you
his white
disagree with that
counterpart.
point. You disagree with
How
that
are
point.
you oppressed,
Now,
brother? I'd like to know.
King J wants to say something. We understand you disagree. You feel like that's stupid, but we gotta at least let King J get what you deem as
I'm
stupid
gonna
out,
let him
so
talk.
that we
I'm gonna
can.
let him talk. I'm gonna let him get
Hey,
it out. I
Corey,
just wanted to
Corey,
make sure I got
Corey.
everything
No,
out,
no, no,
wanted to
no.
get
Hey,
out
Corey,
before he
hold on,
started
C-Dot.
interrupting
Hold on,
again.
C-Dot.
So I'm
Corey,
gonna
don't
mute
do
right
that.
now.
No. Hold on, C-Dot. Don't do that, Corey. Because I was talking, and then he started talking about tattoo shops. I was doing exactly what you asking me to do, and this nigga immediately said, "No, the fuck, you don't know what you're talking about because I do tattoos." See, like you gotta hear everything, bro. He was about to get the
I
exact
heard what you
answer,
said. You
and
said
he
that we need
started. No,
money.
you
You
didn't.
gotta
I said
need
a
money for
sentence.
businesses
I
to get
said
started. I said, no,
one
you don't.
sentence. See,
I said,
Corey,
I'll tell you about my career.
he was coming with an anecdote, but you, in all fairness, King J, like we're talking about as a whole, like when you're talking about things like Jim Crow, and being
But
denied at
we're
a
in
higher rate.
2025, though.
At
He can't
a
even
higher.
stop talking while
Listen,
you talking.
no, hold on, and being denied loans for that capital that most people do need, not you, but most people do need the loan for the capital, and we're getting denied at 4 times higher, I believe is what Brad said. So
where are you? But where are you? Where's your
you
demographic?
can't
Where's
come with
your
an
demographic?
anecdote to
Can I ask
rebut that.
questions?
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm asking,
Go ahead.
where's your demographic at to where that's happening at? Because if you go to Detroit, that's all black. Everybody, all the lenders, the realtors,
Detroit is all black.
they're black.
And
They're
demographic
black
in a
people.
location.
So hold on, stop.
Isn't a
This
location.
is why I was talking to you because I can't
No,
talk.
I wasn't done talking in the first place. I think y'all forgetting. Oh, wait, hold on. Are you saying I cut you off so you can't cut? What are you talking about? You cut me off in the first place. I was still talking.
You're gonna make 30,000 points. So go ahead, and then I'll just come back behind you. But go ahead. You're trying to make it seem like if this all white people run everything. But it's like, what world are you living in, and where you're not surrounded by influential black people that are in positions of power? Like in my city states and where I'm from, like even if I go to Detroit, where my mother lives, it's all black. Her whole community is black people. They own their homes, they own their careers. They're influential people. They're Masons. They're OES. They work in hospitals. They're doctors. They're lawyers. There's a hospital right up the street that's black. There's a bank that's in their community that's owned by black people. I don't get it. Maybe y'all just around a bunch of poor people. But in 2025, all that Jim Crow shit don't apply no more. Like y'all need maybe y'all just talking to talk, but I guarantee you, all of y'all are well to do.
I think those was good points that deserve
But tell me how
some
y'all are
rebuttal
oppressed.
now. He making some good points now. Where you at, C-Dot? Where you at?
He making
Y'all
it up.
gotta unmute the mics now, goddamn.
Not one single point that motherfucking weirdo done said made any fucking sense at all. He is saying propagandist, right wing talking points. That's what he is giving you. The same
Now
thing
you got
he's
to
saying you can go
elaborate
find
on
from the same. Just let me keep talking.
Go
The
ahead.
same thing he's saying you can go and find with these fucking white supremacists and shit who make these same ridiculous ass points. Oh, black people, you're fine. Look, you have a job. Look, you can play an NBA and make money. So there's no way you could possibly think that you could be oppressed or that you're not liberated. And as I explained before, liberation is not about just simply being free. It's about having the capability to determine your own destiny. That's what African liberation is about. If you go and type in Google African liberation, it'll show you the African liberationists. What are they liberating from? Western colonization. Why are they still doing that in 2025? Because the colonists never left.
Brother, that's
All they
so that
did
so
was
from
put
what you just said, I guess
on
I'm not
things and
cutting
then
you
told
off. Go ahead. I'm not
everybody else.
cutting you off.
All they did was put their name on everything and told everybody else, y'all need to go by what we tell you to do. And you're saying, oh well, that's cool. Like that means you're still free because at least you can go out and get your business. So that makes you liberated. No, it is not what makes you liberated. You do not control nothing in Detroit. Nothing.
Yeah.
Your
Hold on,
mama
brother.
don't, your
Just hold on
daddy
before you
don't,
don't go
your cousin don't.
before you don't
Y'all
go.
don't control shit
Okay,
in
go ahead.
Detroit.
Go
Nothing.
ahead.
Nothing on American soil do black people control. So to make that ignorant comment just shows that some folks ain't that educated and ain't really paying attention. They just happy with
So
this.
I'll respond without the insults. So, according to what you just said, the definition of liberation is the ability to provide for yourself, to control your destiny. So, I would say that owning land, owning having a career, those things would create generational wealth, so that you can have control your destiny not only for yourself but your family to come, your future generations. I want to own land. You understand what I'm saying? It's not 2025 where I'm saying, oh, the white man own. You can go out if you got enough money, you can buy whatever you want, brother.
We own land and
I don't know what world
we
you're
own
living
land
in.
and we own land in Rosewood, Florida. We own land in a whole lot of places in South Carolina, all through there. We own land in a whole lot of places,
That's
especially in
good.
the South.
Develop the land. Hope you got some mineral rights, and you okay.
What
So how are you oppressed? Tell me. Let's see that. Let's get an understanding.
No.
Let's get an understanding, brother. Let's not
me
talk over each other because
the land that we own. What happened to it? What happened to the land that we own?
What happened to it? You don't have it no more.
Why not?
Did everybody get their land taken or just yours?
I'm asking you, why don't we
story, brother?
land
That's
that
your
we
sad
weren't
story. That's why
owned
you're so
before?
angry at the
If we so
government, brother.
liberated, why don't we still own that
Everybody
land
don't
that
have
we
it.
had after slavery?
Everybody don't
What happened to
have
the
that
land?
sad story. Everybody don't have that sad story like
I
you
ain't
got.
asked you about a sad story. I asked you what happened to Tulsa, what happened to Rosewood, what
Brother,
happened
why do
to
you keep
South
talking about?
Carolina.
Why
Ask
you
you
keep
those
talking about
things.
stuff that
What
happened
happened to the
75
land
years ago?
that black people had? That's what I'm asking you. What happened to the land that
Brother,
we had?
it's
What happened to it?
2025. Get you some money and quit talking about the white man.
So let me
That's
ask
what I'm
King.
saying. That's why I call niggas like you
Let me
good.
ask a question.
You have nothing to back up the
Racism
bullshit
does
you
not
try.
exist, brother.
Everything you
Matter of
say is
fact,
nothing more than rhetoric.
classism.
Based on
Classism, brother.
anything.
It's a half and a half now, brother.
Let me ask a
Get you some
question
money, brother.
real
All
quick.
it's based on is your ignorance and
Get you some
willingness.
money, brother. Control your own destiny, brother. Quit speaking the white man doing it, controlling your
That's it.
world.
I'm on mute and let you keep on with your soundball.
Well, let me ask. So, are you saying that those things, because every time I hear what you're saying, and I think it was some pertinent points in some of what you were saying, but I want to know: are you saying that those things that they keep? Because you keep saying like, well, you bringing up the past, and this is 2025. Are you saying that those things don't have no effect on 2025? Those don't have like a reverberation.
The Jim Crow laws do
time.
not have any effect on me currently during 2025. No, they do not. The Jim Crow laws are not affecting me to go out and get a job and provide for myself or my family or anything with food, clothing, or shelter. The Jim Crow laws do not stop that. Tulsa, Oklahoma, been bombing whenever that's not stopping us today from going out and doing what you want to do and provide for your family. So if you sit here and saying in 2025 that the white man runs shit, then what are you really saying? That white power is supreme? I don't believe in that. I don't believe in white supremacy, and I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? If anything, it's classism. So just imagine this: a utopia where black people controlled everything around the world. You don't think it's going to be a part of that where there's poor people at the bottom? Some sort of class. It's always been like that. So it's just like maybe they're just they're delivering in this white and black racist slavery mindset. Like I don't understand.
Who the fuck is this so I can block you?
Fuck
Well,
all
well,
that.
right.
Thank
Before we get
you.
to the
Thank
end
you.
talk,
You know he
before we
was
get
You
to
know
the
what I'm
end,
saying?
I want
Once
to
again,
read.
you
I ain't
already
gonna
got
be nice
knowledge,
like
bro.
Peter.
They
I'm
I
gonna
ain't
gonna
snipe
remove
said.
you.
fuck
I'm
this
gonna do some
nigga so I
reasoning.
can block him.
Just difference of
Chef,
opinion, bro. They
see
gonna
Chef.
snipe you in the neck 100 yards away.
Yeah, you
You
too,
said
Fetty.
you
Fetty,
No, it's
Fetty, you
not
on the list too.
100% like
You on
that.
the list too,
Don't
Fetty.
paint the broad brush, Fetty. It's not 100% like that. So I'm intolerant on some things, and other people are intolerant on other things. We all got
Nah, I'm telling you, that
kind of
blackology
lines.
shit real, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro.
Well,
It sound
blackology
like
is real.
we talking. We on the plantation right now. The way y'all talking.
That's what
It's
I'm
as real
saying.
as symbolism. It's
Well,
as real as tap dancing for white folks. That's what it is.
That's right.
We
It happened
see,
in
and
I
1940.
we see
want to. I
in that
want
kind
to
of
agree. So I want to just point out, like, I kind of I disagree with most of what he said, but I do agree. The most pertinent point that he made, I do agree with, and that's the fact that in 2025, the real fight is classism.
Exactly.
Right.
That's it.
I think that's the real fight. So I agree with
That's it.
that part of it, but I think you still got a long way to convince me on the other shit. You know what I mean? But y'all go ahead. Go ahead. You want to say something else? I think
Man,
C-Dot.
hey, I'm gonna say this. Just to rebut what you were saying as far as classism goes. We
Mhm.
always had to worry about being at the bottom. We still in 2025 are at the bottom of classism in America. So when we sit here and talk about classism, white folks, as they have previously, ain't studying none of that shit. The reason they ain't studying none of that shit is because their class is always gonna be has always been, and always will be put in front of us. So as long as they ain't got to sit at the bottom with us, they perfectly fine. They don't mind being
I think
at a
that's the
silver
trick,
class
though.
for other white folks in America.
Yeah, I think that's true. What you said, that as long as
History
white
shows
folks, the white man say, as long as I ain't black, I'm winning.
exactly.
But
History has shown us this, not only back in the 1800s, but
that's
it's
a
close to
trick.
1960.
Okay, fine, and he got a little notch. He got a notch over us, right? But that's the whole trick. That's what keeps white people complacent, and that's what keeps the upper echelons, the 1%, the 10%. That's what keep those folks on top. You see what I'm saying? So I think that part, what you're saying, is the actual trick, and that's the part. So when we don't, if we don't actually kind of recognize that part, I don't think it's nothing never we gonna be able to do about where our status
But that
is.
ain't the beginning part, though. That's what I'm saying. Like we worried about classism when black people in this country ain't made it to that point. This country
What
itself,
you mean we ain't made it to that point?
and the government has not made it to the point to where they finna get rid of racism in order to replace it with classism. They're not gonna do it. White folks, I've already told
No,
you
we're not
historically, white
saying
people in this
we
country
want
do
to
not care
eliminate
about
the
being
classes.
Bro,
behind
we
upper
create
echelon.
social
They just
hierarchy and
want to make sure
classism
they're
in our
above.
own group.
Yeah, that's the truth. That's not. I mean, it's there in society. Period. There is classism, right? But see, let me explain. Classism, when you tackle classism, it puts people when you close the economic wealth gap, right? When you close it up somewhat, that allows people to be in a better position to tackle more serious issues or issues that's pertinent to each specific group. If you ain't got the time or the money, then we gonna end up in the same place. You know what I'm saying? So like I think we white people and black people are being fooled. We worrying about racism when, listen, if I can have enough time and means, right, I can create my own conditions. I have more control
over my circumstances. You see
I
what
agree
I'm
with
saying? And with that, like the means don't just mean money, right? The means also meaning education too. So I need the money so I can get the education so I can buy the time.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Sounds
you know what I'm
awesome.
saying? But go ahead.
That sounds very utopian, but it's
No, that's
not
not
the
utopian.
reality
That's
of
not gonna
today.
solve
It's
all
not
the
the
problems.
history of this country. It's not the history of white people or Europeans.
You
They've
made sense to me,
never,
Corey. That was very logical.
they've never been in the situation where they said, you know what, we're going to give black people, we're going to give black people equality and actually give them money. We're going to let them equal themselves to us financially. So then we can compete on the whole racial thing later on. That's never been the case. So why do
No,
we
so the
think that it's
classism is not about race.
it
When
just
you're talking about
changed, and now all of a sudden white folks is willing to let us in the line with them, and now we ain't gonna focus on classism no more. That's not the way. We're just gonna attack racism, and we're gonna get that washed up because now we're gonna focus on classism. That's not the reality. It's just not the reality. It's never been the reality. I don't understand why y'all think
It's our
that's
reality,
going
brother. It
to
ain't
be
yours,
the
brother.
reality.
It ain't yours.
Give me a case where that has been the reality in this
Everybody's
country.
reality is different, brother.
Any country. Give me a case where it's been where Europeans have made that decision. We're gonna make sure that we financially qualify ourselves. We're gonna put ourselves right next to the black people, and that's how we're gonna move forward. Show me one example of that happening anywhere in the world.
I don't think that was what I was saying. That wasn't what I was saying. Say that.
Okay, so that's my point.
I'm not
How
talking
does this
about
classism thing?
white
How
people.
does this classism thing become a forefront in order for us to go after it?
Maybe somebody can explain it a little bit better, but I that's not what I was talking about. What I was.
No, you explained it very well. You broke it down. You explained. He just got something against white people.
Yeah. So, and I'm just.
I got something
my
against
point
you
was.
being on white people's dick. That's
My
all. I don't
point
have nothing
is
against white people.
the
I got something against you always
racism
want to go against somebody and you the talking like black
hurts
politics
white
and all
people.
this other bullshit, all this other Sambo ass talking points. I have a problem with that. I don't have an issue with white people at all. I don't have a
There you
hate for
go,
white people.
Sambo.
None of
There
that
you
type of
go.
shit. I have a problem when black people get up here and start fucking
we're not oppressed by white people like you are.
I got a problem with black people getting on this bitch and start
I'm not
crying
saying
every
that
day.
get
racism
online
Like they
and
can't touch my
gotta
shit.
stigmatizing
separate.
other black people based on
Sometimes we
their
gotta
ignorant ass
compartmentalize things.
perception of black people. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so
I'm just
see
not.
that I wasn't saying that racism don't exist. I think that was King J that
Not
said
you.
that.
Yeah, not you. I wasn't talking about you.
Yeah.
I was talking about King J. He know who I'm talking about. He know I was talking about him. I wasn't talking about you. I understand that you was trying to get an understanding of what the conversation was. But at the same time, like I said, what makes me automatically pissed off is when you get black people that have come up on panels and shit, start making up nicknames for black people who are positive towards other black people, or have positive intentions towards other black people, and they want to come up and start making it, oh, that's a blackologist, and they don't think right and all this other old goofy ass Sambo shit. I can't rock with that. I'm not going to accept that.
How do we define tyranny while we looking up definitions?
He's not.
Ain't nothing
He's
wrong with
How do we define tyranny at all?
Just for the sake of doing it.
Even his verbiage is.
Yeah, okay, so how do we define tyranny while we define the word? Is that important to like what we talking about?
No.
Tyranny?
Yeah, you would.
It can happen in a capitalistic system, but we ain't made it to that part yet. I'm just what the brother explained earlier was about how he working and like we have all the same liberties as every other American in this country, brother. We can work and have what we want in this country, but it's called empowerment. That's not Sambo telling other black people, look, you're not systematically oppressed. A white man ain't got you down like that. That's empowerment. So it's the opposite of what you're saying. We're oppressed. The white man got his feet on my neck. I can't have nothing in
Nobody
2025.
said that.
I can't
Nobody said that. That's see, that's that
nobody.
right wing talking point bullshit. Nobody said that. Nobody. You keep coming up here with white
You
folks
said
talking
that,
points,
Shaq.
and when somebody tell you that you kicking white folks talking points, you want to move the goalposts. That's what I'm talking about. You are the definition of what I call Sambo. When I be calling people Sambos, it's niggas
why
like
is a
that.
black person saying that we can have something a white person talking point? Saying that we can have all the same liberties that these white people got is a white person talking point? That's crazy.
That ain't what your weird ass just got to saying. And you keep moving the goalposts every time you make another comment. You want to make something
That's what
further
you just said.
incendiary
That's
about
literally what
black
you just
people,
said.
while at the same time trying to sit up here and act like you empowering somebody. You not.
Okay.
You ain't empowering shit. You're lying. Is what you're doing.
I'm not gonna tell my brothers and sisters that we are oppressed and that we can't have the same liberties that any other American can have. That's crazy.
You gonna tell it, but you gonna tell them that they've never been you gonna tell them that they was actually liberated after
I would never
slavery.
start. I would
That's
never
what you
start
gonna
my
tell them.
history in. I would never start my history in slavery. That's some shit some white
Fuck
people
out
would
of
do.
here, man.
That's crazy. I wouldn't even.
You
I wouldn't
gonna
even
tell
tell
them
them.
that they was liberated after
Look.
slavery, which is a goddamn lie.
I don't have a problem with
It's a lie. Black people were not liberated after slavery.
So
It's a lie.
we're still oppressed. Okay, in 2025. Okay.
We are still oppressed.
Okay.
You see, but one of the things I have a problem with in the Corey
There's
is that
always going to be an oppressor in the system.
Let's Stupides run it down real quick. Go ahead, Stupides.
Give me a chance to talk. Because within the white system, black people ownership is determined by the protection of the white system. The house you own, you're allowed to own the house under a white system. No, because we own the house, we forget the system that we're under and believe that we now have a level of permanency, that our strides that we have made are permanent and cannot be taken away. But we're not looking at the system, what is happening now. How the Supreme Court is owned by an individual who wants to fire somebody, a black woman at the federal bank. He wants to fire her. Some court said no one can't fire her, and he pushed the matter up to the Supreme Court. Are we liberated then? Are we liberated? And nobody can say he doesn't want to fire her based on the color of her skin. Because that's the only reason why he wants to fire her. Because they're making up all kind of shit that say she's this, she's that, and none of that has been proven in law. She went to court and beat those cases. But black people here will tell you today that no, we are not oppressed. That we own what we own because of our own two hardworking hands, and not realizing that when you drive through Detroit that he mentioned earlier, the amount of abandoned houses that were owned by black people that totally lost their value because we make strides, we forget where we are. No, man, we're not real. We're not real. Anybody who say it might not look the same way as we think it would look 100 years ago, but it is still there. And some people have made achievement in spite of the oppression. And we appreciate those people. Don't feel that the achievement mean anything, because all of those achievements are protected by same white people and white people law, and they can change their mind anytime. We're living in a white system because who in charge of the system is white people. But you can go ahead.
And so what I'm getting out of what you're saying, it puts me in the mind of what you're saying is, right, don't get complacent, because the shit you got can be taken away if you forget about the shit that happened, right? The freedoms that the little freedoms that we do deserve, that we do got, and we do deserve, right? Those can be taken away. So don't never put your guard down. and always do like the Jewish people say, never forget, so never again. Never forget,
Right.
never
Okay.
again. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you cleaned that up, Corey, because I was okay. I feel that now. Yeah, for sure.
But these Negroes forgetting. These Negroes who come in here now and talking all of this bullshit, forgetting and think that whatever we have now is permanent. It's a continuous fight. We can never stop fighting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But these Negroes come in here and talk about, I have a business, and your business don't mean shit. It don't mean shit.
You gotta start in your household. It do. It mean everything to my family. So I don't know what you're talking about.
That is why
Absolutely, it means something to you. Absolutely, it means to you and your family. Absolutely. But what he's saying is, don't let that blind you. Don't be I guess with like the horses. I guess when they say
play chess.
the one horse got a block of
for the
sugar.
end game.
The one horse get a block of sugar, but he don't realize that all the other horses didn't get a block of sugar.
That's
You know?
that's the right wing thought process. He don't give a fuck about nobody else. They taught to not give a fuck about nobody else, but then they'll come on platforms where you talk where you talking about community.
I'll be the
They'll even
black
throw in
boy.
little shit.
I'll be
They'll
the
even
black
throw in
boy.
little shit that got to do with community when they really only concerned about themselves.
I'll be the black
So I don't know why they get on think tank type
I'll be the black
platform
boy.
at all.
I
Because
noticed
they
that most black people on the
they
internet
don't care
actually
about
don't do
black
shit
people
for
as
black
a
people in
whole.
real life. That's what I'm
I'm gonna change my name to that. I'm gonna change my name to that. Black boy.
Let me add something to that. These Negroes that come in here, many of these Negroes that come in here, believe that the white community is going to protect them. That's what they believe. They believe that the white community is going to protect them. You have to build up your own community because that's where the protection is going to come from. Not from white people. Not from these laws that you put your faith in. Because it don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. It is not applied the same for black people as it is applied for white people. And we have seen that through over-policing and mass incarceration. That the laws don't
I disagree with that, brother, because the police are just blue. They're not no white or black. It's blue. I done got my ass beat by black police. I done had they don't nah.
This dude,
the police are blue. They not black or white, brother. So I don't want to hear this white police shit.
Dude, don't ever believe that. Not because you see a black man in police uniform, don't think that he's not been brainwashed into a white system. That he's not been brainwashed into a
Most of the time,
it sound like you say anybody that's doing something good.
They be trying to impress the other white cop. That's the majority of the time that I see that. You know what I mean?
Listen, Corey. You know why we run out to white land? For safety and protection as black people. Because the police force is protecting that part of the country. We're going to their community for their protection. We need to work in our community that we don't need to run from our community for protection. But many of us here feel that in Jamaica, they say the higher monkey climb, the more he expose himself. Climb, monkey, climb. And I'm not calling monkey as a racial figure. I'm just using it that the higher you go up in the tree, the more you don't have the foliage to protect you. So when you go up there and nobody else look like you, don't be too reliant on them to protect you. But we're going on this thing and we're talking that we're liberated and we're free. And it's 1960. It's 1960. Most black people.
How your oppressors liberate you though? That's the real question that people gotta ask. How can your oppressor liberate you? How? How is that possible for your oppressor to liberate you? Only you can liberate you. Only black people can liberate black people. Point blank up here. I'm not giving no damn credit to no fucking American government. Cause they ain't liberate shit. They did shit that was best for their own interest, point blank and period. Not finna sit up here and get them credit for all the hard ass work and shit
You
that we
liberate
had to go
yourself
through as
through
black
economics.
people. Look at Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman didn't wait on white folks to liberate her. She liberated herself. Then she went back and liberated other black people. Why? Because she knew that's what needed to be done. That's the
Yeah,
same thing that goes for black people in 2025. If black people don't start liberating black people, then black people can't claim liberation.
yeah. What is your steps to doing that? Through economics or military? Economics. But you said that was white people shit, getting money. Okay.
What? You see, you just be saying shit. That's what I'm saying. Like people like you just love to just say
You
randomly.
said white people
Nobody
shit
said
was
nothing about
white people
finances with
shit.
white people. Never did I say that. Who else heard me say something that's stupid?
Yeah.
Anybody else up here hear me say that?
Or you just want to argue with me?
I'm muting out.
You just saying stupid shit, bro.
No, I'm
It
not.
don't make sense. And then you just
It
throw it
don't
out
make
there in the
sense.
wind. You just
It don't
throwing
make
random
sense.
stupid shit out there in the wind.
It don't make sense. No, you screaming and you're hollering like
No.
you're loud and wrong. Yeah.
How did
You're
America
loud.
liberate you?
You believe that white people are running shit and oppressing black people in 2025. And I
How
don't.
did America liberate you?
I
How did
liberated
America
myself
liberate
through
you?
economics. I liberated myself through economics.
Okay, so before you liberated yourself, you were oppressed?
No, you don't want to claim an oppression.
So what? Okay, so what happened? When did you liberate yourself? When you was born?
Brother, I've never listen. I don't believe in this white people shit that you do or this systematic oppression. That's you. That's
You
your
refusing to
belief.
answer this damn question though,
That's
because
your
you keep
belief, not
wanting to
me.
dance around it because you don't put your foot in your damn mouth.
I don't believe in that shit. You do.
When did you liberate yourself?
I was born liberated, brother. Out the womb came out. I had a destiny.
You liberated yourself out the womb?
My destiny. Well, I was born free, brother. I wasn't born a slave. I was born free. You was born a slave?
Who liberated you?
Damn.
Who liberated you?
I never had a liberator. What are you talking about? Do you know what liberation means?
So
that means
how are you liberated? If nobody ever liberated you in the past and you were just born free, how did that happen, my nigga? How did that happen?
That's your talking point that black people in America are slaves in 2025. That's your talking point.
I never see you keep moving. You see what I'm saying?
That's
you
your
too
talking
naive,
point,
and
that
you
we're
realize
slaves
that
in
you stuck your
2025,
fucking
brother.
foot in your mouth, so you
That's
keep
your
making up
talking
random
point,
nonsense.
brother.
I'm asking
Your
your
talking
weird
point is
ass,
that
how
2025
are
you're
you
slaves.
liberated today?
Systematic
Who
slavery. I
liberated
don't
you
believe in it,
today?
brother. I was born free.
And ask you what you believe in. I asked you how you
brother.
liberated, which is the
That's
topic of this conversation. Liberation.
Yeah. Liberation. And you believe that in 2025, black people are still slaves.
Liberated.
Systematically enslaved. I don't believe in that, brother.
I'm going on mute. I can't stupid people. That's what I'm talking about. Y'all had these goofy ass niggas up here trying to talk like they smart and shit, and they be dumb as fuck.
You think
Don't know what
aggressively
they
talking
just
loud
saying
makes you smart
stupid
and
shit.
loud, brother? No, brother.
It's intelligent. I'm gonna mute. I'm mute. Y'all can keep talking to this goofy nigga.
Nah, it's all good.
So, brother Jay, you say there is no systemic racism in 2025. Is that
it don't affect me? It's not affecting me in any type of way, brother. I go out here. Do you know what determines my wealth? Me as an entrepreneur, me getting up every day determines. Am I promoting myself? Am I marketing myself? That determines how much wealth that I make. And no white
but King J,
you, but you're not saying it don't exist.
Right.
There's no
right. That was my exact question, Corey. That was my question. Like, are you saying it doesn't exist, or are you saying that it just doesn't affect you, bro?
If it doesn't affect me, it doesn't exist to me. Here, I don't. You know.
But what if it affects? What if it affects me though?
Honest answer. I'm trying to have an honest conversation with you.
Like, yeah. What if it affects me, King J? Like.
what we're trying to determine is whether you acknowledge that there is systemic racism, but that is systemic racism just doesn't affect me, or at least you don't believe it affects you, right? Is that what you're
Right.
saying, or are you just saying systemic racism just don't exist?
Don't
across the
exist.
board?
Yeah, I'm trying to get that too, Corey. What are we saying here?
In all systems, brother, it's gonna be somebody at the top and it's gonna be somebody at the bottom, brother. I'm not at the bottom of the totem pole, brother. It's white people that's below me that's having a more hard time in life than me, brother. In the same system that I'm in,
This
brother.
ain't gonna have
So it's not no race. So that's the brothers talking about this racist white people shit.
I didn't
I
say white
don't feel
people.
like.
I didn't ask you about white people.
Okay, yeah. The C
I'm
dot.
already asked
I'm a
the
big
question.
believer
You
on
know what my
classism.
question was. So
I'm a
now
big believer.
I'm to
Yeah.
the point where you just not gonna have an honest conversation.
Yeah, because I don't believe in
Refuse.
racism like that. Whereas it's white people in power and control. It's more of a classism thing, and it's not a white person at the top. Do you think these people
I've acknowledged the classism, right? But at least can you either you can say to me that no, it don't exist across the board, or it actually does. Nothing.
I'm here. Get back up.
That brother
Yeah,
has
he
been
asked you a
talking
question
in
though.
I'm here. It's not. There's nothing to talk about really. I mean, like.
Just don't want to respond. Okay, I ain't mad with you.
because he's starting to realize
He's made
he realizing all that
his point.
propaganda.
He's made his point, and then if you want to elaborate on, I'm just trying to figure out how if you're saying that racism, systematic white people are in control of this system.
I didn't say white people. I just said systemic racism.
We're having two different
Systemic
arguments. Two
racism.
different people. This is T-Dot's argument.
I'm talking about C-Dot. That man talking to you, bro. He talking to you, not C-Dot.
Right now. I guess. I mean, that should be the easiest part. That part jammed you up. Like that's all we had to ask. You know, I thought we was gonna have I was thinking we was gonna go into a nuanced conversation here, but you jammed up. You jammed up on the foundational question.
A black man coming here, he doesn't believe this. See that?
Yeah, I mean,
I just haven't had the same experience in that you guys have had, I guess.
Well, here's the thing, King J. Here's the thing, King J.
I never told you my experience. I never said anything about anybody's experience.
Right.
You're talking to
Yeah.
me right now. I know you done had a lot of conversations with all the different people, right? But like right now, you're talking to me. So I never said it what my experience was. I'm just asking a fundamental question so that we can have a conversation.
Okay, let's go. All right, let's go.
And not only that, King J, but you're speaking about the collective, and you're speaking on it in an individual basis. Okay, you didn't have that experience, but we're speaking about the collective. So you understand why
Can
people are
could the collective be my community that I'm around, or the people that I live? Could that be also like what I see?
that could be. That could be. So do you think that?
Listen. So if they're all if there's a hospital, if there's a bank behind me, that they all like, I just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
even within that,
like I don't see where I don't see where they might go into the bank. No, hold on, listen. Let me tell you. Asking this question, I'm giving you. I'm trying to talk.
Oh, now you're getting talkative. Go ahead now.
I can't. I'll talk too.
Yeah, because
I just don't see where. I just don't see where if I go into the bank to get a loan and it's another black person and my loan gets approved. So you may go to a bank with a white person and they deny you. So that's maybe where you get that feeling from. So
but
maybe
here's
it's
the
your
thing, though.
demographic. Maybe it's just your
KJ, I
demographic
got
in
your
the
answer.
country. Or
I got
you
your
know,
answer. I got your
it's
answer.
like, I don't know if you hang around a lot of
Let's keep it moving because I got another question. Let's keep it moving. So here's the thing. So you said within your community. Now within your community, have you individually, since you're speaking individually, have you individually gone? You're speaking individually about the collective. Have you gone around and asked each one of those successful people, hey, did you encounter any struggles? Did you come across any sort of
I'm sure they
what
have.
were the
I'm sure
barriers that you overcame to get to where have you done that? To
I'm sure they
everyone in that community.
I'm sure they have had to overcome certain obstacles and things to get to where they are in life.
So
And
then
that
that means the shit exists, bro.
does
Because
it,
it didn't exist.
that
It
means
just means
that
you
means
got
that
over it.
it doesn't matter.
My bad.
Everybody has to go through something to get to where they're going. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that they experience systematic racism.
Right. So that's what they're saying,
It doesn't
bro.
mean it doesn't mean there was a white man holding
Well,
them back.
not
It could have been a black
everybody
man
has to
holding
go
them back.
through systemic racism to make it to
Not
where
everyone goes through. Not everyone goes through it. But and also, here's the thing, though. You just admitted that you kept saying it don't exist, but then you just admitted that it exists. But some niggas can get past it. That's all that they were
well,
saying to you, bro.
his answer is good enough.
That's all.
He just don't see
Yeah,
it.
I'm with that. Yeah.
The answer is
Let me
clear
help.
to me.
Let me help.
He
I'm
don't
telling
see it.
y'all, dude has been radicalized by right-wing propaganda.
Oh my
That's why
God.
he's saying this ridiculous shit
Oh my
and don't know how to explain it.
Oh
I'm
my
trying to
God.
tell
My
y'all.
nigga
When
died. I'm going
somebody
on mute.
says, I'm
He
being real,
ain't
when
doing a good
somebody
job of
says
explaining.
wild and ridiculous things like what this dude is saying, and then has no evidence of anything other than
He
his
come with
own
anecdote. He
circumstances.
come with
And then what you
anecdotal. He
anecdotal,
got a lot of
everything is
anecdotal
anecdotal.
evidence.
That's all right-wing propaganda bullshit. Because they all do the same thing, especially black
Brother,
niggas.
I ain't gonna lie,
They all
brother.
do the
I thought
same
that,
shit. They'll
I
tell
ain't
you
gonna
that
lie.
I don't
it's
know that
okay now.
I'd attribute it to right wing propaganda.
They'll say black people.
They're usually able to articulate their arguments a little bit better.
It's
No,
not.
they
It's not.
not.
It's not.
No, they
It's not an
can't. They
argument.
can never
Yeah,
articulate their
because
It's
arguments
not a.
because they never have
It's
good
not.
arguments. Their
It's not an
arguments are
argument.
always packed with propaganda and shit that they've been
right.
told. That's why he will get up here and say, "Well, no, systemic racism doesn't exist." But then turn
Yeah.
around when you give them examples, he be, "Oh, well, you just never seen it."
That's your
Oh,
personal.
nigga, you know it exists.
That's your personal
You know,
experience.
you ain't.
Everybody doesn't have that
It ain't
experience,
got nothing to
brother.
do with personal experience, dude. It got something
That's
to
the
do with actually.
thing.
It got something to do with actually paying attention to the majority of your
Brother,
population of black people instead of just
Right,
the people that's
right,
in your neighborhood. Because that's the only
right.
people who understand is what's going on in your neighborhood. Nigga, you live in the suburbs. So how you gonna sit up here and compare yourself to everybody else that might be living in ghettos and fucking subpar living conditions? You can't because you never lived that. So all you
Yeah,
have to go off of is your weak ass experiences. But you ain't been
yeah.
through
And
shit.
KJ,
So therefore, because you haven't been through anything, then you'll make the argument that ain't nobody having to go through nothing. And that's ridiculous. It's stupid.
and I
But why is it everything that you go
made
through
the
has to
same
be
mistake
systematic
yesterday.
racism? That's what's crazy.
I made that same mistake though yesterday, King J and C Dot, because I was mentioning the Workforce Investment Act, right? And I was saying how, you know, hey, there's no barriers for anybody. That's a federal grant. Anybody can just go out there and get the. And niggas ate me up on that shit, but that's just not true. It's not just across the board. It's just gonna be easy for everybody, bro. Like the grant exists.
Can I say something real quick? Just
Yeah,
something.
go ahead.
I feel like it's just pertinent, and it's in
Go ahead.
regards to knowledge, information being available, and having accessibility to the information. Right. I'll give you an example. Right. I'll give you an
Go ahead.
example. Right. University of Illinois. Right. Where I'm at right now. Right. I applied for a media grant. Right. It's a match grant. Right. So $6,000 grant. That meant that the business had to pay $3,000 and that U of I would match the other $3,000. They did that, right? So long story short is the woman when I came to get the grant, when they invoiced me, she said, "Thank God you applied for this grant," right? She said, because this grant has been sitting here for the last 2-3 years. If you didn't apply for it this year, we would have had to give it back, right? Money's just sitting there. I'm like, oh, like wow, they're thanking me. These white people were coming to get this money, right? That just has been sitting there for black people to come get, right? We got it's a whole block where I'm from, First Street, where barbers are supposed to come. The whole block is just set aside for black people businesses. Do you think that they know about it? No. So it's not, I don't think, I think that if more of the people that you're saying that are systematically oppressed will have more access to information, and just the know-how in the 2025, because it's a computer literate world. If you're not computer savvy, you may be a little behind, but it's all type of grants, $50,000. If you poor right now, it's because you want to be, or you just don't have the knowledge to get the money. So systematic, I just say you just
This
lack
is
of
called not
knowledge.
understanding economics, bro. How can you say something so ridiculous? You don't know what
That's
capitalism is.
ridiculous.
You have no clue of how economics work for you to make a comment like that. For you to say, well, if you broke right now, then you just want to be broke. That is one of the.
Yeah.
This is how
Because
I
it's too
know
much
that
money. It's too much
everything that you're
free money
spewing
out
is
there to
propaganda
get.
because you
If
don't
you
understand economics and you don't
I just
understand
lack of
capitalism.
knowledge, brother.
Capitalism does not allow everybody to not be poor. Somebody got to be poor in capitalism,
I
right?
already said that. I've been said that. What does
So
capitalism do with
how are
racism?
you
What does capitalism
contradicting
have to do with
yourself then?
racism?
So how
What
are
does
you
capitalism have to
contradicting
do with
yourself by
racism?
saying if you're poor, it's by choice?
I said that's not what I said. I said either
You just
that
said.
or are you gonna be spinning? I said or lack of accessibility to the information to get the money. Because there's money that's sitting out there waiting for you for free. Did you not hear that point? That when I said that the
Grants
university or
have
did you not
limits.
hear that point where I said this
Grants
established
have
institute
limits.
has money for black
Grants
people
have
that's giving it away for
Everybody
free?
can't go get a free grant. They
Why can't
have
they? They don't have the skill
limits.
set. They don't have the skill set. That
Oh
ain't
my
gonna do
God.
with being black.
See, now this is being done.
All
Now it's
right.
being
The
done.
skill set.
Because I'm
See,
explaining to
when we
you
have a conversation
that
outside of black and
grants
white, then you
have
realize how
Hey,
dumb you sound.
limits.
one mic, bro.
What
Why
am I?
ain't nobody
What
moderating?
grants have limits. Everybody cannot go out and just get a free grant from the government. That's not how it works. So for you to say that and make it like, oh, well, it's
According to your
if you
skill
broke,
set,
just go get a grant. That's
yeah,
not how it works.
it
All right,
is.
let's move forward, bro. Y'all just talking over each other. Can't even really get a good grasp of what y'all talking about. I'm listening on YouTube. I was busy. But what's funny is me and Chef was actually talking about something before this all started, and Chef literally said, whatever we was talking about is over with, and I told him it wasn't. And I can't even remember what the hell we was talking about. But that's fine. Sometimes it's just agree to disagree, bro. We just agree to disagree on that particular point.
I think they were still
That was
arguing
about liberation, though. That was
whether
y'all
we was
argument.
free. Yeah, and when you said that we didn't have true liberation and freedom, I think they continued that that discussion, and it just
Right.
went off the rails.
I just think when we say the true liberation is just, I agree with that we can get up and do what we want, but when you add the caveat of within limits set by others or controlled by others, you may be freer than before, but you may be more liberated than before. But true liberation, I don't think we've seen that yet. Even with that caveat of the amendment. Even emancipation, but everything of it has some kind of conditions. So my word would be more control. I think me and Logic was looking for a better word. I think what I'm describing, while y'all were talking about liberation, freedom, and slavery, I think what I'm describing is there's still just a certain level of control uniquely to us that we face. And I'm more comfortable with control. I think I'll even move, because I don't think we'll get anywhere when it comes to the liberation conversation. I will give you credit for one thing, Chef. If you could somehow write down shit like this, these are good talking points, right? Whether we agree to disagree, But I've noticed that when we've kept the discourse civil, it's been really good discourse. Where it gets out of control is when we all, not just anybody in particular, all, including me, we get probably a little bit too passionate, a little bit too personal. And then on top of that, the kind of conversations that you have, I think are better, or topics that you have are better for panels where it's more than just 4 or 5 people talking, because it's really just a circular argument unless we're going to get new opinions at this point. Because I know I've said my talking points, you said your talking points. Me, you, Logic, Mujasi, C-Dot, appreciate you. King J, appreciate you. Fetty, appreciate you. But some of these, it gets a little circular because we're just listening to about 5 worldviews on a topic, you know, on a worldly topic per se.
Cuban brought the most diverse opinion on it, and y'all didn't listen. And
No,
I
I
think
tried to, but he started talking about the freedom of the trees. And I hate to say it, listen to me, and I'll be honest with you. Maybe y'all won't. I'll be honest. As soon as he said freedom of the trees after I was talking, I just checked out because I didn't want, sometimes in these arguments, you know, you say we had these conversations and you'll be making a point, right? And then somebody will come behind it with their point, but it'll begin to it'll fuck up. You know what I'm saying? It'll begin to kind of sound like your point. That's why sometimes when I'm giving my point, I just want to finish my shit and get out so that y'all can talk about it. He started talking about trees after I did it, so I just immediately got out of there. But I understood the tree argument when he started talking about a koala. If you move the koala here from Australia, is it Western civilization or is it still in Australian? I got that. But we a bunch of assholes too. As soon as you start talking about koalas and trees and shit, niggas is gonna throw tomatoes first before they try to really hear. My tomatoes is silent. If I leave, I don't give a fuck what you talking about most times. Because I just been trying to cut you out.
I thought it was a great point. And niggas threw tomatoes and keeping for that shit. But yeah, I thought it was a great point.
No, I know, but I left because I didn't want to throw tomatoes and hear Mujasi say an hour later, man, he made a good point.
I still don't get it though.
Yeah. And Mujasi, I'm trying to be a better man, Mujasi. I'm trying. I don't know if you can see it, but I'm trying as hard as I can, Pauls, to be a better man. But these Negroes keep dragging me back in. They keep dragging me.
Let me ask you something. I'm glad I finally. Oh, my bad. I'm shut up.
Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, Chef, do the people that got kidnapped count as Western society, or do the people that got kidnapped and brought over here count when you make the point about the West? That's what I want to ask.
Yeah, we count as a part of Western society. We did.
So you didn't get the koala thing. You didn't understand that, and the reason why he said it.
No, I told you I ain't get that shit. Like,
oh, that's why he said it.
He said it so I wouldn't get it?
No, he said it because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
oh,
we the damn koala, Chef.
Oh, okay.
Metaphor, yeah, he was trying to explain the collective identity repositioning of Black folks, Africans in America, and I understood deeply his what he was talking about with environmental policy. I think it's an abstract. What he was trying to ground was an abstract idea about exploiting different formats and how capitalism in that way always is usurping resources, even when we're looking at human subjects. So there was a method to his madness, and I understood it immediately when he went in that direction. But I can see how if you don't have that context of how capitalism works on a system standard colonization, it would throw you off. So I could definitely see how it could throw you off. But I understood. I think Cuban made a good point on that. Real quickly, Brass, check your inbox real quick. I just got to ask you a question.
Okay, no problem. Also, wasn't there, is Cuban in here? Because wasn't there like a property component to what he was talking about too, in regards to the koala? There was also that they were property. So it wasn't necessarily like a like a rice thing, but that's what I got. But yeah, I'll check my inbox. Which one is it? This one or because I can't check the I can't check my actual one because that's live. If I check it, it'll kick the stream offline.
So
And I
this
don't want
call
nobody to
is.
see my
Yeah,
inbox.
I got one question for Chef. Just throw it in. I don't want to jump in, y'all.
Go ahead.
All right, Chef. To get some further clarity on liberation, would you consider liberation as freedom from your oppressor, or just freedom in general?
It would be
Good
freedom
question.
within. It would be freedom within that society. Right now, and the reason why I say that is because when we were free or when we were liberated, I'm gonna use both. We was free to go wherever we wanted to go. So if we didn't want to live in this society no more, we had the freedom to leave. So if you choose to stay, then you are agreeing to the freedoms or the restriction thereof of freedoms in that society. But you can do whatever you want. You can leave. You can go back to Africa if you want. You feel me? Or you can stay here. And I'm saying now, right? The freedom is subjective to the system that you're under. Do y'all agree? So here in the United States,
terrible. No, that's terrible.
no, listen, just listen.
I understand you, but
If the white man if we say that we were oppressed and white America was free, then what was the things that was making white Americans free and us oppressed? It was the laws, right? It was the fact that we didn't have full citizenship. But once Jim Crow was lifted and we got full citizenship, then that means that we're just as free as anybody else in that nation. Freedom is subjective to where you're at, to what society you in. So we're just as free as anybody else in this society. Now you might say, well, I still can't do this. You know, well, any society gonna have to put limits and restrictions on people to some degree because you're living in a civil society. You just can't do whatever you want to do, right? You gotta succumb to some form of law and governance. So I don't even understand y'all definition.
Would you agree? One more question to follow up. Just a follow-up question, real quick. Okay. Now, would you agree that I think because I agree with you if you were just using the terminology of freedom, but to use the terminology of liberation, like I said, for me as a Pan-African, you know what I mean, I have a different thought process when it comes to liberation, because liberation looks different for people on the continent than it does, or black people on the continent than I'm assuming that it does here.
Right.
Because like I said, liberation there means liberation from the oppressors. That means full
colonizer.
Anatomy. I can't even pronounce the damn word, but full control over your own destiny. That's what a lot of African nations, autonomy. Yeah. So African nations have been fighting for their true liberation, which is autonomy from their oppressor, which has been the European, the West, the French, the Portuguese, all these other places, right? So can we agree that liberation and freedom would be two different terminologies to use? Because I would agree with you if you just said we have freedom in America. But liberation kind of is like a stress on the word freedom.
Can I read the universal? Can I read the universal Declaration of Human Rights?
They synonyms, right? It's synonymous. Liberation and freedom is synonymous.
Can I read the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
Sure.
It says all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. This implies that freedom is an inherent condition of human existence, not a privilege granted by a state or authority. The rights, it said we have inalienable rights and universal rights. The rights of life, liberty, and security are considered universal and inalienable, meaning they cannot be legitimately taken away.
Is that French, right?
Huh?
Is that French?
That's not John Jacques. That's not John Jacques, the social contract. No, that's just the Declaration of Human Rights. That's human. We're human beings. That's also like when a brother asked about, was I born liberated? Yes. What? Shit. Like, what are you talking about?
Look, so Chef, I tell you what, man, Chef,
That was good.
Chef is great at starting good conversations, man. I tell you what. And Corey, you see why you can't beat Corey and Chef and stuff, right? Is because Corey can see other people's position and state it back to them and see the benefits of what they're saying, or the negatives or the positives. And that's what this conversation seems like. Everybody kind of came, even Brass is saying now he kind of has a little bit more of a nuanced understanding to a degree from this conversation. I agree with what Chef just said, that the law is what's important, in the sense that that's what gave you the rights and stuff we have in America, the freedom, right? Made us more equal than we were in the past. But also, what I don't agree with is enforcement. You need that enforcement mechanism, because the law can say whatever, but if it's not enforced, which I think some of the other brothers, I think that's kind of what they're saying, that yeah, you have certain rights or freedoms or whatever, but sometimes it's not enforced, or the way it's applied, you still get denied for loans or whatever at higher rates and stuff like that. So I think you can't lose that either,
Yeah, it's no segregation. It's no segregation, but we could redline you into these neighborhoods and still control where you live. We just call it redline.
Right. Or not fund your schools at adequate levels. And the thing is, you can't really.
There's no slave code. We just call it the 94 crime bill.
Or something like that, right. But at the same time.
You can sue. If that shit is true, you can sue against all of that.
Yeah, the court system the court system been giving black people a fair shake forever, right?
No,
that's true
I'm
too. But
saying if you get redlined in 2025, you can sue a financial institution for that. What are you?
Yeah, but
I'm trying to figure out what.
That's hilarious.
Chef,
Boy. I want to
what
live in this
Stu
world that you live
What
in.
Stu P said
I want to
is
move
very
there.
important. What Stu P's mentioned is super important too. You got to stay vigilant, because human beings made these laws and they can enforce or break these laws. Corey even mentioned it. You see kind of what's happening now.
Yo,
You have.
Can I add something to the conversation? A declaration is not a law. It's
That's
just a
true too.
document that serves as the foundation for countries that want to write laws. But
there might be a
declarations are not
law
laws.
based on that
They're not laws.
declaration too. There might be
The
laws based on the
Declaration of
declaration.
Human Rights is not a law. That's why it doesn't have no legal binding. It's just not.
Yeah, but it goes to the mindset of the West.
But nobody
No, but
It goes to the
laws.
mindset
No,
that
no,
they were describing. That they were describing, free with their understanding of humanity and the rights that humanity that's inalienable to human beings. And that's one of my points. I'm
Chef.
trying to figure out
You're
when
right.
did the rest of the
It's
world
West Side. Give me a
come
second.
to these conclusions? When
Chef,
did the
when
rest
did
of
they-
the
when did
world
they sign
come
it?
to these conclusions?
When did the
Chef.
U.S.
It
sign
doesn't.
it? Hold on,
It
West
doesn't
Side.
matter.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
talking
When's West
about
Side?
their
When did they sign it?
philosophy.
Just tell me. You or
I'm
King
talking
J?
about their philosophy.
No. That's fine. You or King
Yeah, that's
J?
a whole nother argument.
You or King J? Tell me when the U.S. signed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When did they sign it?
What? They never signed it. Why would they
Yes, they
sign
did.
it?
No, they did. The U.S. did sign it. When? The key is when they signed it.
I have no idea.
Go ahead, King J. You read it to us.
It says no.
When did the U.S. sign it?
It says no, they did not sign it.
The U.S. signed it, but still had Jim Crow, 1948. So when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So while you're talking, I'm not done. I'm not done. So when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, these ideals that you read to us before, that's 1948.
Mm-hmm.
We still had Jim Crow, lynchings, mass incarcerations. It promised economic rights, housing, education, and fair wages. So when you're saying, and one, I agree fully with anathema, that is aspirational, but definitely not nothing binding, and it sounds amazing. But I find it funny that we're using this against African Americans in the United States when it was drafted in 1948 and we were still in Jim Crow.
And
so you can aspire and tell us whatever you think about human rights. Your practice is what matters. You can say whatever you want. You can believe whatever you want. If you go over there or go, let's say it was signed in France, or they was talking about it as the Universal Declaration and the United States is fully behind it. When they got off the plane in the United States, Jim Crow was still in effect for Black people.
So
what the
where
fuck
we
does
at
it
now?
matter?
So where are we at now?
No, I'm just talking about the human rights. That's all I wanted to talk about, that
No,
declaration. I don't want to
we-
talk about nothing else.
Have we arrived at it yet?
Yes.
Brass, have we arrived at it yet?
You'll never arrive at it.
We've always
Never.
arrived. It's always been there. They just imposed on it a little bit.
You'll never arrive at it 100%. You might be better off now than say 100 years ago, 200 years ago in a lot of ways, but you're never going to get there 100%. And that's where I agree with Stu P. Stu P is saying you
And the
got to stay
word-
vigilant, because remember, we got freedom of speech. And guys say I like to go off on these tangents, but I'm showing you how laws
Ask
need
Jimmy Kimmel
enforcement.
about freedom of speech.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm showing. Laws need enforcement. The law can say whatever it wants, but if the people that have the power to enforce the law
Jimmy
do
Kimmel can
not
say whatever
believe
the
in
hell
that
he
law,
want to say.
No, he can't.
No,
Not
yeah,
and
he
keep-
can.
not and
Jimmy
keep his
Kim-
job- not-
Jimmy
not and
Kimmel
keep
can
his
say
job.
whatever the hell he want to
Not
say.
and keep his job. No, he can't.
Exactly.
That's a private company. Are y'all
No,
serious?
FCC.
No,
that's a federal,
because that
no, the
force-
FCC, the rich, his private
Right.
company didn't say shit. It was the FCC that started the hubbub. That's federal.
Federal,
That's
yeah.
not a private company.
The
ABC didn't say
FCC
shit.
The FCC, so you saying the FCC fired Jimmy Kimmel and then told him he got to pay money to
No.
Yeah,
You
Chef,
gotta follow
they
the
leave
law.
them on this one, Chef. They're
Hey, can I go?
infringing they're infringing on the freedom of speech with this. Everybody should be up out in rage, whether this a white
Actually,
man or not, right? Every
you don't have
U.S.
freedom of
citizen
speech.
should
You
be
don't have
up in
Hey,
arms over it right now.
Well, you can't. But
We're talking about the
you can't.
FCC here, not
Let that
But you
man
can't.
finish his
federal
sentence, bro. Why
government.
y'all
Let's
so
look at
y'all
it.
itching to talk too much? Let the man finish talking and then jump.
Everybody cut me off. It's fine.
I know that's
Go
cool.
ahead.
No, I just wanted Chevron to know that this we're the Trump administration is trampling on the First Amendment. You see what I'm saying? And this is no joke. Every U.S. citizen, I don't care what your ideology is, bro, you should be up in arms about it. Period.
First of
That's
all,
period. Point blank.
Max the question, where did he see it?
What?
I'm about to look it up.
I can give
He
it.
said it. He said it. He
Please,
said
please
it
do.
on
But
his. He said it on his monologue on the Jimmy Kimmel show on ABC. And when it was done, there was no issue until the head of the FCC came out and threatened. They said it
I'm
was
just saying, where
the.
did he see it? Because the
Oh
FCC
no! What
only
did
Bro,
has
he
if
do?
you listen to what he said,
obscenity
all he
of
said,
obscenity clause,
all,
but you don't have free speech in a private company. That's been decided already.
No, but what we're saying, though,
That's what I
anathema,
was
is
saying.
that what we're saying, though, anathema, is that it wasn't the company.
it wasn't a
It
correct.
wasn't the company
Yeah,
that did
I
it.
know.
It
That's
was
why I
the.
want to know what he said, because the FCC only have jurisdiction over
He didn't
speech
say
when you
nothing.
violate
He didn't say.
obscenity
He didn't
clause.
say. He didn't say
So what was
anything
the
that violated the
obscenity?
FCC.
It wasn't
Yeah,
say
he didn't
yeah.
say
He didn't say
it.
nothing.
It wasn't something
right,
that violated the FCC.
Because the
It
thing
wasn't
is,
something.
right.
every president, even when Biden was there, they used to make jokes on Biden all the time. They made jokes at every president, and nobody
Yeah.
else. And guess what? After it happens, he tweets out, "Oh, the guy has no talent. His ratings are low," and he's been tweeting all that since earlier this year about
So
This
fouling his
says.
quotes.
This is.
But it has to do.
So
No.
if the
This is what he
FCC didn't
said.
violate the
This is.
obscenity clause,
This
how
is
does
what
the
he
FCC
said. This is what he said.
jurisdiction?
He
Thanks for
said
reading it, bro.
we hit some new lows over the weekend. the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Shirley Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half-staff, which got some criticism, but on a human level, you could see how hard the president is taking this. And then it goes,
Yes.
and then it goes.
He plays a clip.
When he played a clip, then the clip cut into Kimmel's broadcast showing Trump taking questions from reporters after the shooting, one of which offered their condolences for the death of the president's friend. When asked how he was holding up, Trump replied, "I think very good. And by the way, right there where you see all the trucks, they just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House." The cameras then cut back to Kimmel, and he says, "Yes, the president is at the fourth stage of grief, construction." He says, "Demolition, construction. This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish." Then he claimed Trump's seemingly nonchalant comments didn't happen just once. He started talking about, when I heard it, I was he said that Trump said, hold on. Okay, he says, Trump says, "When I heard it, I was in the midst of, building a great ballroom. For 150 years, they wanted a ballroom at the White House. They don't have a ballroom. They have to use the tents on the lawn for the President Z when he comes over. If it rains, it's a wipeout." So then Jimmy Kimmel says, "There's something wrong with him. There really is. We installed the most beautiful chandelier, sconces like you wouldn't believe. Why are we building a $200 million ballroom in the White House? Is it possible he's doing it intentionally so we can be mad about that instead of the Epstein list? By the time he's out of office, the White House will have slot machines and a water slide." That's what they're, and then right after that, the ABC didn't say anything. But right after that, the FCC chairman came out and said that his comments were irreprehensible and that there will be regulatory suspensions coming from them if there isn't an apology. And then the two largest people that carry the ABC syndicated shows, one of them said that he has to donate to the Charlie Kirk family and donate to Turning Point and an apology, or they're going to suspend showing ABC on their networks. And then the other one just said he needs to make an apology, and then ABC suspended him indefinitely. So that's the turn of events, but it started
ABC
with
suspended him. ABC suspended him.
ABC.
They all
suspended him.
said the FCC did it.
That's not what we said. You
They
didn't
did.
listen.
No.
Yes, y'all did. Yes, y'all did.
Bro, just listen to
Y'all
the
said
phone.
the FCC
Listen. No,
did
we
it.
didn't. We
Yes,
said
y'all
that
did.
Chef, it doesn't matter.
Censorship.
after he
If they
was
are
done
censored,
Chef, it doesn't
after
matter
he
if
was done talking, after he did his monologue, I said ABC didn't say anything. The first critiques came from the FCC chairman. That's a federal. He's the one that said that the comments were the worst he's ever seen, essentially, or heard on TV. And then he threatened regulatory fines. He didn't actually do anything. He just made a statement. Then the
I
other
know I
two
heard
came out.
y'all say.
Whatever.
Chef,
If you
Because
just want to
I
stay
asked,
on that, go ahead, bro.
I
Go ahead.
asked
Chef,
specifically,
Chef,
did the F
Chef,
and y'all said that it was the
Chef, Chef,
FCC and it was
It was
ABC.
censorship.
Chef.
Right. It was
It
censorship.
doesn't. Chef, it
Listen,
doesn't matter.
The
It
people.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we said the FCC or not. In
yes, it
reality,
does.
you
Yes,
no,
it does.
brother,
The
brother,
people.
you got to be able
That's
to
very
read between
important.
the
That's
lines.
very important.
Earlier,
You got to be able
there
to
are
read between
companies
the
who
lines.
own the censorship, and when the companies that own weren't going to that they were upset about what was said by Jimmy Kimmel, they made threats to ABC, saying that they were going, just like he just said. Brad just explained it. They made threats to ABC, which made ABC then go and have to suspend Kimmel. So the FCC and the censorship board is the ones who actually got
No, they
Kimmel
didn't.
suspended. That's
No,
why he's not
look,
fired.
Chef.
They
The
did
bottom
to
line.
get him suspended because
The
ABC didn't want the repercussions
Hey, see
of
that.
the
Hey, see that. See
FCC
that.
to come onto them.
Hey, see that. He
Said,
can't
I'm
hear
not
you.
listening to y'all.
Yeah, he can't hear you. Don't listen. Don't use no point. He can't hear you.
Chef. The bottom line is, Chef. The bottom line is he's been threatening this dude since July and before this year. He tweeted there's a
Who's been
website you can
threatening
go
him?
on.
Watch
The
Roland
president.
Martin, Chef.
The president
Who
been
threatened?
threatening
Who
the
threatened Jimmy Kimmel?
president. The president been
Oh,
talking crap
Trump
about
been
this dude
threatening. Okay,
from the
right.
beginning. Listen, you got to be able to read between the lines. You can't wait for stuff to be spelled out to you. And that's why I said yesterday, politics. That's why I said yesterday, you cannot discount the state. The state is that's why I say politics is the biggest thing that affects your life. It's the number one thing. And you know how you can prove how much power you got as a president? Or especially if you're willing to wield it like our current president wielding it. When he won, the richest
Y'all
guy
are
in the world,
exhausting. You know that y'all are exhausting.
the richest guy in the world,
You're
and all the
calling
big,
us exhausting?
Yes,
all
y'all are exhausting, yo.
the richest guy in the world and all the big tech CEOs went down to
It's
his home.
conspiracy after conspiracy.
So
But it's not. It's not a
keep
conspiracy
fighting
though.
y'all on this shit.
It's literally reported, bro. Like Roland Martin did a whole show on it. I think this morning or yesterday.
No, AC Dot. So just so we're clear, right? So I said, so to directly answer your question, did ABC say anything before the FCC spoke? No.
No.
The ABC didn't publicly commit to suspending the show before the federal, the FCC chair's criticism. The first quote came from the first. No, it wasn't. It was a threat. Also, it was a threat.
Okay.
Hold on. Stay right there. Hold
Mhm.
on. How the suspension actually came about? After Kimmel's comments, ABC did not say anything. FCC Chair Brendan Carr warned ABC, Disney, and affiliates that there could be regulatory.
Disney again. Yep.
There could be regulatory consequences if they didn't address what he called Jimmy Kimmel's misleading content. He suggested that those actions will include examining ABC and Disney's broadcast licenses. Following that, major ABC affiliates, notably Nexstar and Sinclair, announced that they would stop airing Jimmy Kimmel Live on their stations. They cited the contents of his remarks and Brendan Carr's statements as offensive and inconsistent with their community standards. Then and only then did ABC Disney suspend the show indefinitely. That's ABC's own decision, like Chef saying, not a direct FCC order. It says why it matters that FCC didn't formally suspend them. The FCC doesn't directly cancel broadcasts or shows. However, its power is more about licensing, regulation, and oversight. Saying we might review your license is different from issuing a shutdown, but it will cause a business corporate decision influenced by political pressure, regulatory threats, and backlash. But that doesn't equate correctly to the government or FCC legally suspending them. So Chef is correct.
Thank you.
Right.
But
He's
but
somewhat
the threat
correct.
and the threat and the power is still there. But as far as legality and technically, it was ABC that caved to that pressure who finally suspended them. ABC,
Right.
that was
Because of-
ABC and Disney.
And it was mainly because of the licensing. The people that own the licensing, they actually went on a podcast and was talking about these threats. They were
Right.
talking about the fact that they were going to require Kimmel to actually apologize and do all the stuff that Brad's talking about. They got on a podcast and said that they didn't just like put this up in art or tell the news or something. No, they got on a podcast and said it out loud. Like, this is what we're going to require. Otherwise, we're going to snatch their license because ABC doesn't own the license. These people do. These other white corporations own the licensing. So without them giving permission to ABC, then ABC can't do anything anyway because they're using these people's licensing.
Yeah, and the FCC regulates the whole thing.
And
So
he
their
didn't even
threat-
say nothing crazy.
Their
And
threat,
if
yeah,
he can
their
do
threat.
that, if they can do that to a
Right.
company as big as a Disney, that means all of us are screwed.
Yeah,
on that.
He didn't even
those
say
companies, yeah,
nothing.
but ABC and Disney ain't no. Let me tell y'all something. If a motherfucker tell you, that's like y'all, we all talk about business owners and this, that, and the other. You could think however much money, what my man say, he was a tattoo
Mhm.
guy, whatever. Let the
Nigga, business owner
head of
means
the
bullshit
let
all
the
to me.
let the head of the health department. You could say, hey motherfucker,
Yep.
I'm free, nigga. It's a free world, it's another. Let the health
Yep.
department show up
Yep.
and say, keep talking shit. We're gonna come through this bitch and with a fine tooth comb.
Find something.
We
Yep.
gonna
Right.
run through this bitch with the white. We gonna give you the white in the restaurants. For those that ain't, if you're in the restaurant business, you'll know what I
Ooh,
mean. There's
boy, yeah.
the white glove. We're gonna run through this bitch with the white glove treatment. Basically, give you some shit you can't possibly pass.
Yep.
And that's that's a threat. But Chef is technically correct because the FCC can't cancel somebody, but they can definitely threaten them. So that way we can
Fact.
move away from conspiracy and at least go into legality.
Yeah, they can take away your licensing. Like that's the whole point of the whole thing is that the licensing people
But
are the
it's
ones
a
who are
threat.
threatening
You
him. It
gotta be
wasn't
fair.
even the ABC or the FCC. It was actually the licensors. So if
Yeah,
the
there's a
licensors say, "Well, we're not gonna go forward with licensing you to keep putting your product up," then they
Then
just
you
can't.
done.
So ABC had to make a
Yeah.
rough decision. Like, okay, well, he's not gonna apologize, so we just gonna go ahead and suspend the man
yeah.
and hope y'all are cool with that.
And I don't even think it's a tough decision, see Doc?
But
Because
they've done stuff to the universities too.
no matter how powerful a motherfucker is, if you from Jersey, I keep saying it, Don Imus was the GOAT. Don Imus was the motherfucking the greatest thing to ever happen to radio at the time. Probably the second most powerful person besides Howard Stern. And he might have been more powerful than Howard Stern. As soon as that motherfucker said nappy net headed Negroes, all his power went out the window.
Nappy headed hoes.
Yeah,
But
nappy headed hoes.
who fired him though? Who got him off the air?
There was the FCC. The FCC got involved also, and they were
Really?
talking
The
about
FCC
this, that, and the
threatened.
other. And then the sponsors for the radio station, and he wouldn't
Yeah.
apologize. They made that motherfucker comfortably retire.
The FCC threatened to remove licensing, and
You can't say no shit like
basically,
that. No,
yeah.
not only that. The college, what's the dude? Brand, I think that's his name. The guy that was in charge of college sports. He said we just won't let y'all show any basketball games at all.
I wouldn't
Yeah,
agree with
yeah.
threatening Don Imus for saying that from the FCC. Now, if your people that watch your show want to say, I'm not going to
What'd you
support,
say?
I don't know if I'd agree with the FCC doing what they did with Don Imus. I
Calling
don't know.
black
Do you
You don't
guys
have
agree with
to
that?
agree.
Wait,
It wouldn't
calling black
matter.
female basketball players nappy headed hoes?
Let me ask you a question. Was that against FCC rules or something?
That's yeah.
I
I
mean,
would
it's
assume
inflammatory. I'm not saying it's not.
that ain't
Uh,
commentary. That's racist as fuck.
No, he
okay.
said it inflammatory.
I see. Well, if it yeah, but because
If you
then
watching
now,
a basketball game, let's say you watching the Lakers and the Knicks, and Reggie Miller on TNT say, no, not Reggie Miller, Ernie Johnson on TNT say, look at them protruding mandibular, long leg, big lip niggas shooting threes.
With the fucking 2C head
I
or
don't
4C head.
I don't think the FCC need to get involved. I mean, shit, like we should know.
okay, so AI is saying the FCC didn't get involved in Don Imus stuff. They're
Right,
saying
but
the
so how
FCC
did he
did
get
not
off?
formally threaten Don Imus with penalties or
So how
action
did
over
he
his
get off air?
2007 racist remarks. I'm gonna read it
How
here.
did he
Or
get off
racist
air?
action. I'm gonna read it here. Penalties or action over his
No. Stop. We
2007.
got to read it. We got the original point. What I'm saying to you has been, how did he get off? It's a separate question. How did he get off air? And I'm gonna ask you a question before you answer that. It sounds like you don't have a problem with him saying nappy headed hoes.
No. I have a big problem with him saying it.
Right.
But I think that the FCC to me is it's kind of hard. It's a governmental body, and the First Amendment for freedom of speech says that the government cannot infringe on your rights of speech, right? And so you're going to hear all kinds of wild speech. And I don't know if I'm not saying I'm right. I could be wrong on the way I'm thinking about it. I just don't know if I would respect the government getting on
They're
it.
saying that Don Imus, even though he's regulated, Don Imus is definitely regulated by the FCC.
Yes.
But in this case, it says
the public.
His outrage was public, civil, advertisers, and politicians.
Yes, exactly.
So Staples,
And that's what drove him off.
Yeah. Staples, Procter and Gamble, General
Right.
Motors pulled out. MSNBC canceled the Imus in the Morning show.
Right.
And it was corporate and advertiser pressure.
Right.
The FCC did not step in. Correct.
So this is
You're correct.
different than even the Kimmel issue. Because
Well,
in
yeah,
the Kimmel
yeah.
issue,
Yeah, because the Brendan Carr did not step in and say something in regards to this. This was politicians. This was public pressure. This
right, this is
wasn't
more
this
public
wasn't
pressure,
federal
right?
pressure.
Which
Right
is what
now,
I
we're dealing
agree
with
with.
federal pressure.
You should be able to free relative to say whatever you want based on the First Amendment. The government should infringe your speech, but everybody that's listening to you should be able to say, "Hey, look, I'm not going to support this dude anymore." You know,
I don't know
and
if you just
and
say
that
nappy-headed hoes. I don't know if that's protected. Hold on. I don't know if that's protected under the what's the name. But we're getting away from the point. But it's just an interesting conversation.
so there's hate
Yeah,
speech laws maybe or hate crimes.
because
I
I
don't know
think
if that
that's
would be
hate
considered a
speech.
crime.
I think that would be considered hate speech.
I'm not
But I don't
sure
know
if
if
that would
America
be
has hate
considered hate
speech
speech.
laws like that. I know Britain
I
and
would,
stuff.
yeah,
I
I'm
think
about to say, well, it depends on it depends on what we're talking about. Because if you're talking about people like Nick Fuentes, who is a
yeah,
white
exactly.
supremacist, he says all type of crazy stuff on
Yep,
YouTube.
Right.
But as far
Right.
as if he was working for a corporation, ABC, MSNBC, something like
Yeah.
that, he would have been fired a long time ago.
He'd been
No, you know
fucked
what?
up out
It
of there.
says
He
it
would have
is
lost money.
protected. It says it is protected for the racism, sexism, and it is protected by free speech.
First Amendment.
Yeah, it is protected. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't think nappy-headed hoes would be hate.
So then I'm about
You
to
know
ask
what I'm
a stupid
saying?
question then how come if I say I'm gonna kill you? No,
Because
let's
it's a
say
threat.
no. If I say I hate you, it's no issue. But if I say I hate you, nigga, it's a hate crime.
Yeah, because it got to
I
be
don't
because
think. I
of
don't.
But
I don't even think.
gender
I think that's
or
if you say I
age.
hate. I think that's if you say I hate you N-words in the action, and then you're committing a crime, like you're beating them up or something at
So
the
the
same
crime
time.
would have to be a
Right.
crime. So the
I
word
don't
versus
even
the
think
crime.
saying I hate
Okay.
niggas is considered hate
Right.
speech.
You
Like,
gotta
I think
be
you'd have
committing a
to.
crime.
You'd have to put something behind that, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
because it's hate
or
speech. It's not hate actions. It's hate speech.
Yeah, because
So
hate speech
anything
is a
dealing with
crime.
race, anything dealing with
You might be
race,
right.
gender, anything dealing with race, gender, ageism are protected. So
Okay.
therefore,
I'm gonna
you
look it
can't
up.
make
I'm gonna
discriminatory
look it up.
comments against those three protected things.
Oh
So if you make speeches
yeah.
directed at hate against those three, then it's going to be considered a hate
Hate
speech.
Yeah. Okay.
Nappy-headed
If I said
hoes
I
would
hate
be.
you, if I just said I hate you, then that's not necessarily hate speech. If I said I hate gays or I hate F words or N words or whatever,
Black. So that's hate.
considered
Okay.
hate
Okay.
speech.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you'd
feel
have
you.
to
I feel you.
Because they
My bad. I was
other
wrong.
people.
According to AI, it's saying hate speech is generally not a crime in the U.S. because of the
Wow.
First
Not a
Amendment.
crime, but we're talking about what would.
It says,
We're talking about
however, when hateful speech escalates to illegal acts such as true threats, incitement to or imminent lawless action, or forms of discriminatory harassment, it can become a crime.
I feel like we're away from the comment. I get
we
it.
kinda,
Yeah, because I think what we talking about, like not necessarily hate speech, but what y'all were talking about, what never mind. Not even gonna make it.
Yeah, I know. In my opinion, like I said, for me, it's gonna. I'm not ceding any ground. We're standing there. If y'all not ceding any ground, that's cool. We're just not going to agree. And I'm not even leaving from my first point. I know we brought up a whole bunch of other points, but I'm with Malcolm X on that. You stick a dagger in my back 9 inches, you can't pull it out 6 and call it progress. You just can't. You can't free me from slavery and talk about all declarations of human rights while Jim Crow is going on in your fucking country. I can't hear you when you do that.
Yeah. Okay. If we're going back there, then I'm with you. I'm with you, Brad. So I've been conceded that. Like I can't.
I've been right there,
Yeah.
right?
What
I've
you're
been
feeling,
right
Lord
there.
Grass, is the Isaac Woodard blinding in 1948, and that whole promotion and publication that galvanized the and other people to start fighting to endorse civil rights, and that's what precipitated the U.S. signing the agreement, and then people started fighting to have those things actually be enforced. And it's like you're obfuscating all of that, because you got to remember Jim Crow was legal because of Plessy versus Ferguson. So the separate but equal cause was a legal thing that had to be overcome legally. And then you're discrediting the work of the Thurgood Marshalls and all of them people that was in the United States and inspired by those clauses and held the government and other people to the fire so that we could walk around and do what we are doing now.
And by the way, y'all said that the UN documentation, the UDHR was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 10th, 1948, with a vote of 48 in favor, 0 against, and 8 abstentions. The State Department historical records note that the U.S. has supported the human rights objectives, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Oxford Public International Law confirms the vote count and the fact that the U.S. voted yes. But Anathema's point still remains: it's not law. It's not what it is. Just a declaration. It's not a law.
Just a declaration.
Happened to Isaac Woodard, and when they blinded him, the veteran that came home in D.C. on the elevator, and that put the highlight on this thing that was happening. That was the galvanizing point for the whole civil rights movement.
Right.
It wasn't the bus thing and all of them something there.
And
That's
then
when they started strategically planning and setting up things to get cases in out of court to change law.
Right.
That people discredit them about.
And that's why
the strategy that them people was using in the time that they was operating in on some Monday morning quarterbacking. Because we do that too much, I think.
I agree, and that's why Malcolm X, when Malcolm X went after that's when Malcolm X stopped talking about black rights and just say that when the United States is doing to us is a violation of human rights. He used that order signed in 48. That's what he was talking about. That when he went to the UN National General Assembly, that's what he was talking about. Y'all talking about these human rights, and y'all still got fucking Jim Crow.
So question, brother. So when the government does impede on our human rights, do we not have the right to resist? I think that's what would be a good example would be Martin Luther King.
That's not at all what we talking about.
Martin Luther King, correct? But that's what I'm talking about.
Didn't you say that they didn't sign it though?
But we're talking about the universal human rights that we do have.
But didn't you say they didn't sign it though?
Okay, but hold on.
We have human rights though in this country based on other laws.
Sometimes when we make these points,
but hold on, brother. Let me make my point. It's not for you to determine what my point is going to be.
You asking me a question.
Yeah, but let's stay on topic. I'm on the topic of what I'm talking about, brother.
But you just said they didn't sign it though.
Brother. Whether they sign it or not doesn't mean I don't.
It's not important now.
No, I can't talk. Whether they sign it or not does not alleviate the fact that I'm born with universal human rights. That's crazy.
While in Jim Crow,
the signature their signature didn't give me universal human rights.
You said they didn't have a
I'm born with that. But can I get to my point that I'm trying to make? So the point that I'm making is this: when the government does impede on those human rights, right? Do we not have the right to resist?
Yeah, we got the right to resist.
Okay, so I'm actually reading John Locke, right?
No, I'm just trying to obfuscate things. If you was born in the village, you would not have no universal human rights. It's because of the Western people and their concepts that you even think like that. You wouldn't even think like that. In and of the Western continent. What are you talking about?
Oh
Like,
shit.
how are you saying this, B? So you telling me an indigenous person thinks about universal human rights? No.
You think
I'm
Nah,
more
but the
than the
but
right
the thing
rights
is
from
anathema,
a
anathema.
No,
Village
y'all
oriented
already know
society,
Anathema
B.
about to do the
You
concrete
come
thing.
from
Let
this
him go.
Western society. This is Chevron's point. The whole
no
reason you're
human,
using that
no
language is
humans,
because of what they wrote.
no humans are born not liberated. Okay.
Oh my God. No, man.
Okay,
The
Anathema.
village
Anathema.
orders
Let me ask you another question, yo. He derailing us.
blood
He
clot.
derailing us, yo. Let me ask you something else.
I'm quoting
Am
John.
I making
Rousseau.
a mistake, right? When I say, like, in order for me to compare something, no, not compare, right? But in order for me to, like, determine that something is either good or bad, like better
You
or
need something
worse,
to compare it to.
you need something to compare it to. Is there a fallacy in this? Like, am I actually?
No, I get what you're saying. I've got what you were saying from the beginning, Logic. So yeah, you go
No,
ahead.
there's a fallacy in it, but we've
Oh,
agreed to disagree.
what's that fallacy though?
But yeah,
Because I get what he's
we just gonna go
saying.
back into a circle. What is he saying then?
Well, because he does need something to compare it to. Like, what is the
What
standard?
compare what to? Speak clear, speak plain. Like I just got into the room. In order to do what, you need to compare it to what.
So when Logic was comparing, when he was putting it in reference to liberation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in other words, what's the standard? How do we? Because we've all agreed that we're not, or at least I have, right? I wouldn't agree that we were liberated or that I think we're still controlled, right? But what is the standard for true liberation or true freedom? Is what Logic's been asking, and I think it's a fair question. Like what are we comparing it to? Like what
So
you know?
what does true liberation look like? Is what you're asking. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question.
All men are created equal. Period. End sentence.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
Unless you're locked up. We all have the right to the pursuit. It's not that it's slavery ends, not slave codes, Jim Crow, and Reconstruction.
And to give you credit, Brass, I think
You get
said
civil
that
rights, and
before.
I've said that 1,000 times. You get civil
Yes,
rights in
yes.
1965, and you also give us the economic rights that you knew you weren't giving us.
Yeah, so I think
You
Brass
make
has been
sure that
answering that
when you do crime bills, you don't send niggas away for a speck of crack cocaine when another motherfucker could do a kilo of coke and get 5 years before a speck of crack cocaine. I get the motherfucker go in for jail for 30 years.
Man,
But
that's an old law.
we punish both of y'all though. And then
Yeah.
also with the protests, right? Because he makes a very good point. But I also do understand that while we have the protected the right to protest, that right to protest, it ain't like you could just walk outside the house and go walk down the street and start shutting shit down. You going to jail. That protest is even that's restricted. You need
Yeah,
permits
because the
and zones.
Constitution says
Cities,
essentially.
hold on, cities require permits for these protests, and then most times push demonstrators in the free speech zones in any city. On top of that, I know y'all remember George Floyd. They allowed them motherfuckers to protest until they didn't. They started locking them motherfuckers up, tear gas, rubber bullets, curfews, and then after 2020, they increased the penalties for blocking traffic and protesting their pipelines. So once again, this is just another case. Now here's the thing: if you retaliate in the workplace, you risk being fired or blacklisted. Because some of those people, they took their faces and sent their faces to their jobs and got them motherfuckers fired. And then on top of that, you can protest, but even that freedom and that liberation is within the boundaries that they set for you under control. You cannot just go right outside right now and go block 6th Ave in Times Square. Your ass going to jail. And you can sit up there and talk that all people is born with unalienable human rights. and they're gonna tell your ass, listen, put your thumb right here, grab your nuts and cough. You going to jail, bro.
So
So all
basically,
this freedom
so
that you keep talking about, there's some. Do you have the right to protest? Only where and when they say you can. Because if they tell you you can't do it on Friday, your black ass is doing it on next Monday.
okay.
Whenever
Still
they say
control
you can.
mechanism. Yeah, still control mechanism. Yeah.
So basically, you uphold the social critical theory, social construct and critical theory view.
I don't know what you're saying.
There's two views. There's it's called
Elaborate.
one is called social construct and critical theory, emphasis the powerful and often restrictive role of societal norms and systems and institutions. And then there's the liberal and existentialist thought, focus on the individual's inherent capacity for free will and self-determination. John Locke would be a liberalist and existentialist. He believes that we all are born free, but with chains, right? So in order to what does it actually say? Later
Did you just
theorists,
say John? Did you just say John Locke, like Locke?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And his treaties of
Do you
government.
know he invested in a Royal African company that was trafficking enslaved Africans across the Atlantic?
Here we go.
No, I'm just trying to say.
No,
I'm just trying to figure out.
I didn't know. I did not know that. That's a fun Snapple fact for sure. I did not know that.
No,
But,
I'm just trying to. I'm just also. It just reminds me of the same thing that we got to keep in perspective when you call somebody, because I don't think we call them that. I think history calls him the father of liberalism. Even he does believe all men are born with natural rights, life, liberty, and poverty, and that governments exist only by the consent of the governed,
Of
and
the
if they
people.
fail. Okay.
Yeah.
But then it also shows, he says all men are free and equal, but then he helped draft the fundamental constitutions of Carolina, which protected slavery and gave masters absolute power and authority over enslaved Africans. So while he wrote about liberty, he excluded entire groups, Africans, indigenous peoples, the poor, from those rights. Locke invested in the Royal African Company, which trafficked enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. Now go ahead and keep telling me how he's the father of liberalism.
Right. So, but I just want to. I just
Hold
want to
on,
read the.
Westside. No, Westside.
Go ahead.
Sometimes you gotta let shit breathe, my nigga.
All right, go ahead, bud.
Okay, and so you're
When
opposing.
Jay-Z say allow me to reintroduce myself, you gotta let it breathe.
Yeah, so you're upholding the
You keep
second
quoting
view,
that man though.
the social construct and critical theory view. That's
No,
that's
but
the
you keep quoting
opposing
John
view.
Locke though. Why you keep quoting him?
We're not worshiping the person. We're talking about his theory. Okay, this is his theory.
Why? How can I listen to his theory, but if in
Oh my
practice? No, seriously, that's a serious question.
Because
Why would I listen to
Brass,
his
that's the
theory?
thing. You can't look at.
His
I don't
what
think
he
you can look
did?
at human beings as perfect, bro.
No,
You
I'm
can
not.
always
No,
be
no, no, no,
wrong.
no, 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 no. I'm not looking at him as perfect. I'm saying I understand that when Thomas Jefferson said all men are created equal, outside in his backyard, he had 600 slaves.
Yes, but yet still MLK and
That
them
ain't
use that
perfect.
same
No,
document.
that ain't perfect.
Yeah, but MLK and them use that same document to say that, hey, you guys said all men are created equal, you're not living up to it.
Right.
And use that same
wait,
document to change the
wait.
laws.
That's a better
How is
point
that the
you just
same?
made right there.
How is that the same?
It's a better point because
No,
he
how
used
is
the
that
same.
the same?
Because he used the same document that you said was created by this person, this racist person, right? He used
No,
it
I'm
for
not.
to,
No, what I'm saying. No, I understand. No, listen to me. I'm not saying his document is flawed. I'm just saying which document am I supposed to listen to? The Constitution he wrote for South Carolina that said African people, indigenous people should still be slaves, and in the same voice, it's listen. You wasn't here for this, King J. So let's be clear. I'm not ever saying that they haven't done something, did an act, wrote a document, talked some shit, and called it liberation. I'm just saying that while they were doing it or writing it, they either put us into a different form of slavery or oppression, while saying and doing something completely opposite, bro. So I'm not. Maybe I'm not talking. The reason why this seems confusing to you is because you probably wasn't here when I said that. But my point is, while John Locke, on one hand, is the document that we use to get out, right? So right now, this is the crux of our argument. John Locke. He is literally what Chef is talking
Have a
about.
good one.
We would call Locke a champion of human rights and a liberator. But in the same vein, we would look past the fact that he invested in the Royal African Trading Company and wrote a constitution in South Carolina to make sure that the ability for them to have slaves was protected. So I'm trying to, it's very difficult for me to look at him as a liberator. When I look at his actions.
From yesterday, I was
Before
not.
you give me a counterpoint, do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. You're not
Okay.
looking at the liberators because they did some effed up shit.
No,
during the time they were.
you keep minimizing it. Don't minimize it. Say what he did, Westside.
Okay, they
When we
had
just say
slaves. Thomas Jefferson had slaves. Washington had
600.
slaves. All this stuff. I get your point. I
So-
get
so
your
are you-
point. What
are
you
you
gotta
saying that-
do though is, let's say you were building a society right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you take that document, that idea, and build a society without all that stuff that works and functions well? Like
That
so
all
many
men are
societies have done.
created. If all
Yes.
men are created equal,
Yes.
Yeah. If all men,
So
were,
take
if all
away.
men, if
Right.
we could remove these biases and remove the hypocrisies of all men being created equal and actually say all men are created equal, I think any one of us could build a society in and amongst that, and then we'd have what King Jay is talking about. That when you are born, you're born with inalienable human rights. That you can get up and just go protest. You can get up and do whatever it is that you want to do in this world. Like King Jay makes an amazing point. It's just most people don't understand the minutia. You cannot go live. I want y'all all to hit the lottery and go try to live wherever you want to live. You can't do it. That's it. We talk about business owners. I'm in realty. Your money does not determine 100%. If there are neighborhoods that no matter how much fucking money you make, white, black, or otherwise, you ain't moving there with them. And they'll make it happen. Ask Sylvester Stallone and them when they tried to move with that new Hollywood money, tried to move. Now we're going to talk about some white rich people good problems or European good people good problems or just black,
Let's
just
go.
rich people problems.
Let's go.
They can't just go live wherever the fuck they want to live, bro. They will
Gotta put it into
do
perspective.
petitions. They'll shut that shit down. So this ain't just a black thing. I'm not only talking about, we talking about human rights. So yes, they redline us, but I'm tired of talking about it. Ask a motherfucker that's rich, can he just go buy a house anywhere where you want to live? And that's not true.
Right.
That's not true. Not in these United States. They'll gate they'll gate that fucking community. They'll write a petition that you can't live there. They'll do all kind of shit. Why do you think they have
That's true.
HOAs and shit that determine that kind of shit? Like that's not reality. You can't just go and do whatever the fuck it is that you want to do. Now you can go do it. You can go try. You have the freedom to try and be a American citizen, but it's still gonna be determined by some people outside of your power, and color and money don't got nothing to do with it. So I understand King Jay. I completely do. But if King Jay if he protested during George Floyd, in King Jay's face, they were able to pull that shit off of a drone, and they sent that to the health board or whatever city that he's in. That health
Outta
board
here.
can most certainly come in that motherfucker and shut him down.
Out of
Yep.
here.
You gone.
But that's the thing, Brass. Because you have a right, because the argument people make that rights also have responsibilities, right? A right comes with a responsibility, right?
True.
And
King Jay should be able to
things
protest. He shouldn't have to
and
worry
things
about
aren't
it.
100%, right? It's not
But King
100%,
Jay,
but
I'm not looking for 100%. King Jay should be able to protest without having to worry about losing his motherfucking profession.
and this is the other thing. Now, that is true. I agree with that. And the other thing is
Okay.
the First Amendment says that you have the right to peaceably protest, right? And so if you're committing a crime while protesting, that's another thing. But you can really go on any corner pretty much and just stand with a plaque, and that's protesting.
No,
See what
you
I'm saying?
can't.
Bro, I just
Who
seen it the
commits a
other day. You
crime
can
by
go walk
protest?
across the street, stand on a
You don't
corner,
no,
as long as
bro.
you're not blocking traffic or something
You
like
can't.
that.
You
You can
don't own
stand
a
there.
yo. You know what a cop will tell you in a heartbeat. I don't know where y'all from, but I know where I'm from. A cop in a heartbeat. Because remember, I do this. I do this, bro. The mayor. Ask Ross Baraka, the mayor of Newark, who got arrested trying to go into an ICE facility in the city that he governed.
I saw that video, but
Mm.
I'm saying that you're living in
I ain't no.
right now. We're living in a different paradigm in a sense, right? if it was a different government running the thing, maybe he could have stood there and do whatever. It wouldn't have
No.
been as detrimental. You know what I mean? But now we're living in a different paradigm because you have people that don't care about some of these laws and these
The
rules. They just
mayor
wanted to do what they
can't
want to do.
go somewhere
Yeah,
in
no,
his
no,
own
no. Hey, West Side,
city,
West
bro.
Side, West Side. When they in
Did you
17,
hear what he
you
just
go
said?
backwards to 1776, or you can go to today in 2025. Even when they wrote in 1776 that all men was created equal, that ain't nothing but Western liberty, because it's not a universal thing. Liberty
But
was
remember,
talking about
okay,
healthy,
let's do
universal.
this. Let me ask you a question. Let's do this. Let's not think of how black people were affected at that time and the hypocrisy dealing with black folks. What about the hypocrisy dealing with even white folks at that time? All men are created equal, but yet still all men couldn't vote at that time. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm about to be kind of ignorant, but I'm just not gonna curse. I don't have the energy to be concerned about white people in 1776. I just don't. No, I mean, I know you want to. I know what you're trying to do, and I don't have a problem with that. But it's kind of like me feeling bad for Charlie Kirk right now.
No,
Like,
it's
I
not.
don't really. Yeah,
It's
I
not
can't.
saying feeling bad. It's
Okay.
just to show that when you're dealing with human beings, hypocrisy always exists. You cannot get away from it. You can't. That's how I've thought about it, and I don't know if someone can help me and find a situation where human beings are not hypocritical. I can't find it.
I get what you're
A
saying,
part of
bro.
being human is being hypocritical. Now, I feel like by identifying that you're hypocritical, right? Hopefully, it gets you to think differently and realize when you're being hypocritical and adjust your actions to suit
But you're talking
faster.
about Pete. You're still. One thing I've tried not to do on this West Side, and I'm not trying to just defeat your point. I'm listening to you, but one of the things that I can't do in this conversation is I don't want to start talking about people, because once we start talking about people and humans, we're talking about evolution, and we're 99.9% the same. So we can't believe certain things. That's why I stated structures and systems and institutions. Those same structures and systems and institutions in 1776 are the same damn near structures and institutions that we're dealing with in 2025. Structure,
And that
systems,
is
and institutions.
and
So
that is true.
so even if you feel a certain way, or if humans want to change a certain way, those humans, it's very difficult for a person to fight structure, systems, and institutions. That's why as soon as y'all started talking about white people, I left the conversation.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, and that's a good way to do it.
white people
Right.
have to be now. They're calling us inherently savage, and I'd have to fight them. I'd have to say that they're wrong, that we're not inherently savage, while also somehow saying that they are. And
And
then
that's also
using the evolution of humans for me, but then trying to use it against them. So I'm trying not to talk about people. So when we bring up Western civilization, we're not just talking about Europeans, because y'all said it yourself. If that were not you, but their argument is that black people those Haitians would be considered Western civilization. All of it is Western civilization, whether they brought you here or not. That's their argument. So it's not people. This is structure, systems. You can fight people, most certainly. But if you do go stand out on that sidewalk, like you said you could do, now I want you to go to Times Square and stand on the sidewalk with a sign that says, fuck white people.
You can do it.
No, you can't.
I think you can do
So,
it.
No, you can't.
so check
You
it
might
out.
not
Now,
want to
I
do it,
mean,
but I think you can do it.
No.
I mean,
That's a
I could be wrong.
NYPD to the NYPD will walk right up to you and say, "This is a public sidewalk." They'll pull that motherfucking sign down, bro. Like, look, like, or
I don't. I
someone
don't.
will,
Totally,
or
No,
at
the
the
Hebrew
threat of
Israelites
someone.
out there protesting and talking all kinds of wild
Yeah,
stuff.
but they got
In DC and
licenses.
all over.
No. Listen. I'm
they got
familiar with the
501.
Hebrew Israelites. They got licenses and they get told where to go. They don't just wake up and set up shop.
Right.
Well, even then, I mean, they're still out there.
And sometimes they tell them motherfuckers they can't use megaphones. I've seen it in Times
Hold on.
Square because the
Well,
sound travels too far.
Hold on. While
I
I got
mean,
it in my
okay,
head.
but they're still out there.
Yeah. While I got
By
this thought in my
permission
head.
of the people they're talking about. The same government that they're talking about, the same white people that they fucking hate, they got to go get the permission from in order to do it so they can tell them when and where to be able to do it. And trust me, if the NYPD want them motherfuckers gone, they gone.
So let me ask you a
Yeah, so
question.
that ain't. Yeah, right.
Let me ask you a
Hold on.
question.
Hold on, let King J
Go ahead.
get in
All right,
here.
go ahead.
Real quick. Because
Anybody
I
else
don't think
available?
I don't.
I can't keep talking about this all day. I got
You good. I
okay.
don't think that like adhering to society's laws is like appearing taken from your personal liberties. Like if it's a stop sign, I'm gonna stop at the stop sign.
Right.
But I wanted to go back to what he was talking about earlier because he tried to. He said I couldn't use lock, but he's still taking
I
the
didn't say
other.
you couldn't use lock.
I want to use lock because are you
ahead.
using Hobbs?
No, I didn't tell you not to use lock. You
Because
can use it. I wouldn't tell you not to.
But the reason you said was because of his racism. But I kind of just think that was kind of like the time period, like the mood of the time. Because, like I said, if we Thomas Hobbes was the other theory, right? The viewpoint that you're standing on now, which basically
What is it? Spell it out so I can just know what it is.
Thomas Hobbes,
Thomas
Hobbes.
Hobbes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
HOBBS?
Yeah, he's the father of
Okay.
philosophy, political
Okay.
philosophy. Like
Okay.
you said, Hobbes was the founder of liberalism.
Liberalism.
Mm-hmm. So those were the two, going back at it, at each other back then. But
Okay.
they both were racist.
Yeah.
They both were racist. So it's like that just was the the mood of the environment of the time.
Mhm.
But that was the philosophy. So you're taking a point now that Hobbes created back then, was that basically you do have personal freedoms, but let me read what he said.
No, Thomas Hobbes. I just didn't know you kept. Thomas Hobbes is liberty while supporting slavery. You can't have universal liberty while supporting slavery empire. So he's basically saying you're not free, you can't be free, and that order requires your obedience.
Conform to this exactly. So
Yeah,
that's
what he said.
you don't have a problem with that, would do you?
Yes.
You do.
Yeah.
How
Because
does
what
that?
happens? Because
Go ahead.
what it does, I'm gonna say it, because it justifies absolute state power, and then the resistance that you was talking about earlier, there's no room for it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the person that is oppressive, basically what Hobbes is saying is that you're not free, you can't be free, and in
Right.
order for us to keep order, you have to be obedient. But the problem is that's assuming that the sovereign power at the time is good.
Right.
If the sovereign power at the time is tyrannical,
Right.
then
Yeah.
you don't have any right to resist.
At
If they're
all.
good, they're basically saying sovereign power, they'll do right by you, but you got to follow these set of rules and be obedient, which I guess some people that would have matched kind of like US in a way, but that's if the US government is fair to all people. But if
You don't even
you,
run a communism type of government.
I kind of think, I agree with Hobbes in this way. I think that I think true liberty is probably impossible.
I knew you would agree with Hobbes.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him in that way, that piece of it. I think true liberation, that's why Logic's point is very important, trying to find something to compare it to, because I do believe true liberation, it would be kind of difficult to say that they're doing something that's, if we haven't seen it or nothing to compare it to, we're expecting Western civilization to do something that's never been seen. And
Mhm.
I can understand that. I do understand that point. I just don't accept it, but I do
Mm.
Well,
understand.
then how does Chef not win then overall? Then? 'Cause
Chef doesn't win because his
Okay.
argument is that they went around sprinkling liberation. My argument is that what he's calling liberation ain't real.
Uh,
They went around with a,
But
like Corey says, they went around with a can of spray paint.
but even that false bullshit that we think that we have would be the standard though. You feel
Not
me though, Brass?
necessarily. Well, it would be the
No.
standard. It would be the standard that they give you, not the one they write about. The
And
standard,
and not even the ones that they actually
right?
uphold
No, the
themselves in
standard is what
reality.
King J said. Yeah, the standard is what King
Yeah.
J said. 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That's the standard. They and it was passed 48-0, but it wasn't a law, so nobody had to follow it. But that's the standard,
Right.
right there. That's why they did it.
Right.
Why you think the United Nations they don't play it? They're not playing. They did that for a reason, and people agreed. But while they did it in 1948, niggas was in Jim Crow in Georgia and Alabama.
Right.
While the U.S. is up at the fucking shucking and jiving, talking about this is how all people should be. They've constantly Chef's argument can never work because you'd have to accept what they're giving you as liberation. And I'm kind of like C-Dot on that point. I don't think I can get my liberation from the motherfucker that enslaved me in the first place.
Yeah, I can't argue with you that.
I think C-Dot is
Hey,
tripping
and
with
think
that
about this
point.
also. You can think about this also. I mean, just use this as a thought process that America knew what liberation was. That's how we got Liberia in Africa, because they understood what real liberation would be, and that would be us returning to where we could go somewhere and make our own decisions and live life based on our own destiny.
Right.
So they
You
knew
know what
what the idea of true liberation was. That's why they had
you know how else I
calling
think
their
they
country
knew, C-Dot?
Liberia.
You know how else I think they knew? The 13 colonies.
Oh,
When they
facts.
got away from the
When
fucking
they got
British
away from their own shit.
and
Yeah.
was able to write
Facts.
their own constitution and able to write their own
Yeah.
shit. They know what it's like
They
to
knew
be
what it was.
fucking truly free. They know what that shit is like. They know what it.
Yeah.
They also know what it
But
takes.
they
You gotta
achieved.
get
Exactly.
the 13 colonies
Exactly.
on the what is that? Jamestown, Virginia, 1600s. They know what liberty looks like.
Yeah.
And so
Even when they had to take it from somebody else.
and that
They
would kill and that would and then so Chef would have a problem right there because it's like, yeah, they knew what it was, and so they came over here and they did it, and then they still kept us fucked up. So like, you know what I'm saying, Chef? Like that's problematic. But you're not trying to make it a white and black thing. So then again, I guess
But you know what's funny about that though?
he's gonna
I
wiggle
heard
out of
Logic
that.
talking. Just give me 1 second, Logic. You know what's funny about that, Smalls and Logic? Is motherfucking so we would call that being championing human rights, the Western civilization taking it from the Western civilization.
Right.
That's hilarious. That's the colonies fighting the British. So you can't America, even at its inception, knows what it is. They just
didn't
don't
give it to us.
they just didn't give it to nobody. They didn't even give it to poor white people. Because some of
Or
them
chose who they gave it to.
amendments say the poor. They put the poor right next to black people.
They chose who to give it to.
Hey, I got one quick question, right? And I'm gonna jump down, but I won't. Like, I don't know if maybe it's something that y'all can maybe consider talking about in the future or later on or whatever. But the idea of propaganda, like, I think that propaganda has been extremely effective for like any successful nation in order to thrive. Propaganda has probably been at the top of the list in order to progress a nation. So, like, do y'all think that it's any type of way that black people could, study propaganda more in order to create and you know what I mean, possibly take advantage of that whole mindset of creating and spreading our own propaganda?
Oh man, that's a good one.
I know that's way off topic. And that's
No,
what I
no,
said.
no, no.
Y'all
It ain't all.
talk about later.
That's a thought provoking. That's a thought provoking statement. Because my first statement would be, I think propaganda. I think in order for propaganda to be effective, it either needs a groundswell or some kind of power. So I think if we can get a groundswell, yeah, man, that's good. That's a good. I don't know, bro. That's a good. Thank you, bro.
Let
Yeah,
me
that's a good. That's
See
good.
y'all
add to that. Let me add to that. Propaganda is not a good tool for black people. Because propaganda is based on lies. Right? They based on ideals. They promote ideals that they believe that everybody that they send to other countries to believe in order for the opposition to believe that this is what occurring in one nation state. Like when the Russians used to have their own propaganda, when they used to say, there's no hunger in
We
Russia,
can't
there's no.
understand what you're saying, Stupid.
Yeah, you real muffled, stupid.
You got
I want to hear
like
what
something.
you're
It
saying
sound like
too.
there's something over your microphone.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, see that real quick. Do you think that
Yes.
YouTube would be
No.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, see that.
propaganda is not a good thing. Don't go down that road because it sends idealistic message to your opposition about what's going on, and even sometimes your people start to believe it. If you look at Rwanda, if you look at Germany, if you look at Russia, even if you look at America, like I was telling Majasi the other day that the 1984 Olympics I was held in Los Angeles was one of America's biggest propaganda, where they sell this thing to the world that everything was good, that equality existed in America, that everybody is equal, and it wasn't true. It wasn't true. It wasn't true. The truth hurts, but the truth is the best thing people can have, not a lie. Because when you had all of those black athletes in America at the Olympics, and all of them was they was pushing up the Flo Joes, and they was pushing up the Carl Lewis, and they was pushing up all of these people, the Sugar Ray Leonard, and they were being used in the Just Say No ads, not realizing that the same Just Say No ads that Nancy Reagan was promoting, her husband was at the same time. The Noriega drugs for gun deal was what was going on. So they're selling you something in front of your face while they're selling a lie in front of your face while doing something else to break it down behind your back. So I don't believe in propaganda use. That's my standard.
But one thing though about that, Stu, because I agree with you about, you know, propaganda sometimes does, you know what I mean, like it you can put truth in propaganda also though. Because if you notice, like Project 2025. Project 2025 is propaganda. And
No, it's not.
it's
No,
been
it's not. How is it propaganda?
I'm that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna give it to you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of if you read it, it's a lot of fluff in it. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of fluff, which is why a lot of people got fooled. Of course, you know what I mean. A lot of them just wanted to believe that shit. That it was just the fluff parts to it. They ain't want to hear none of the how it actually would affect. You know what I mean? Like different people or whatnot. All they heard was the part that they wanted to hear, that they used to hearing. We hate it. We don't want the legals here. We don't want the transgenders. This, that, and the third. Like it's a propaganda material based on how threatening everybody else is, and the reason why we need to protect this country.
No,
So
Project. If you read Project 2025, if you read Project 2025, it's not propaganda. Project 2025 is a doctrine that was being created. Will all of it be fulfilled? No. With the messaging, was the messaging of Project 2025 done via propaganda? Maybe. But the actual document itself was a doctrine. It wasn't propaganda. Most people did not read it.
It can be both, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. is that the way that it's rendered, it can serve both purposes. It also
No,
serves as propaganda. The
it's
reason it
not
serves as
both.
propaganda is
It's not.
because it's lies inside. It's based off of lies. A lot of it is based off of lies. The
The
DEI
all right.
and them talking about wokeness and all of that is based
All
on
right.
lies. So
What
it's a
what you're
propaganda
doing? You're
tool.
convoluting two different things. You're convoluting the doctrine and the way the doctrine is spread. Right? The doctrine was spread via propaganda, but it does not make it less of a doctrine. You have to
It was
understand that. Listen,
based on it was
it was not based on.
it was
All
based
right.
on a lie from the jump start. It
All right.
is based on a lie.
All right.
Because
The doctrine is based on a lie, but you're convoluting two different things.
I
Like,
like how Steve Please broke it down.
hmm?
I like how I
You're,
like how Steve Please just broke that down.
right? It's doctrine. But how I spread the doctrine, I use propaganda to spread my doctrine. That's normal dictatorship 101 every day. First
Right.
formulate the doctrine, then use propaganda to spread your doctrine. Some people are not going to believe it because it's too fantastical. Most people didn't believe Project 25, Brass, because Brass couldn't believe that educated people actually think that this thing is real until him
so you
realize
making
how
my
they're trying
point,
to implement
QB.
it. Yeah, but it's not propaganda. The doctrine is not propaganda. How they're spreading the doctrine, they're using the tools of propaganda to spread the doctrine. But doctrine and propaganda is two different things. Your doctrine comes first in all things. So if you say black people need to develop their own doctrine, like Brass would say that, the doctrine was to listen, first thing first, we all need to understand money. That would be one of Brass' first thing he put in his doctrine. Understanding of money, how money will work to improve our standing as a black nation. Right? The second thing now, Chef would say, we need to eliminate black on black crime. Right? The third thing, Corey would say that we need to kill some of these niggers who don't have any sense. And Stupids would second him on that. And the fourth thing now,
You know what
you say,
Stupids
you
are?
establish a doctrine first. After you establish a doctrine now, you go throughout the community and you spread the propaganda to say white folks, we're going to use white folks are genetically evil and vicious. That is why we have to use our own doctrine. So that is the propaganda that we're going to spread in order to enhance our doctrine. 2025, Project 2025 is a doctrine. And they
Yeah,
use
but
propaganda as a tool to spread it.
I kind of
Separate
agree.
the two.
I kind of agree with C-Dot now though, because now what you just said was what C-Dot made sense. If the doctrine, the intent behind it was already evil, you know what I'm saying? Now we're just finding ways to market it to the people. Is it going to
Right,
be
that is
via
propaganda is marketing. You're right.
As a
Propaganda is
propagandist
marketing.
tool. Right.
Yeah.
So that's what
No.
I'm saying. I'm glad you broke it down. Like I'm not upset with the way you broke it down or none of that because I agree with you.
First you have to formulate a doctrine. So when we come in this room, and sometimes Brass is saying something, Brass not putting it the way because Brass don't like the word doctrine. But Brass want to tell us, listen, we need to formulate our own ideas, put them in writing, and distribute them among ourselves. That's a doctrine. Black people need a doctrine. We don't have a doctrine now in the United States.
On
where all of us stand on.
how do you spread
Based
how do
on
you spread
methods to improve our standings in society.
how do you effectively spread the doctrine? That's
You
what I
have to
was
have the
talking
doctrine
about.
first.
The part of
We have a
I don't
doctrine.
know if Brass is still here or not, but that's what Dr. Ben is. Right?
Yeah.
That's what Francis Cress Wilson is.
Right. You formulate a doctrine first, and then use the propaganda of Francis Quest Wilson to promote your doctrine. Right? So we're going to use all of these tools that we had. Everybody who said the white man is the devil, that was propaganda in order for the NY to sell the doctrine of black solidarity. That's why they use the propaganda of the white man is the devil to sell the doctrine. So the doctrine is integral to your development. Do you have a doctrine?
propaganda can't be that bad then. If it works, then it can't be that horrible of a tool.
No,
So
but if you
when you
no,
say we
it
shouldn't use it
is
and it
it is a
works,
no, it
why
is a
shouldn't we
horrible
use something
tool.
that works?
No, it is a horrible tool because if your doctrine is sound, and copacetic, you don't need a lie to sell it. Why would I need a lie of Francis Wilson to say that white people is genetically evil to sell
But
a doctrine that
propaganda
is
is
sound?
not just about. But propaganda is not just about the lie. Like I said, you can add truth into the
Yes,
propaganda.
yes,
The
but it's
propaganda is
but
not just about telling lies. It's actually about. It's just about the spread of the information. So when you talk about
no,
things like
no,
Maoism or whatever in China and shit like that, like all that stuff is based on propaganda. All that stuff had to spread through propaganda. So
Mhm.
what I'm saying is propaganda can be used effectively in a positive way in order to get people on the same page. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
It's proven in history that it can be used in order to get people on the same page in a positive way.
Uh-huh.
So I think that it could be effective for Black people,
Especially if
depending
we
on how we
control
use it.
our if we control the media. I think our problem is we
Yeah,
don't control the outlets, so we are
right.
getting
You got we even got to create more outlets. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one of our biggest issues is that we need
What do
more
you
representation and we need more truth telling in the media.
what
So
do you
it
think
needs to
about
be coming
YouTube?
from us.
What do you think about YouTube and its ability to create new content creators and maybe like what do you think about is that a propaganda tool like social media or
Yeah,
what
social media in general. Yeah,
yeah.
definitely. Social media in general, AI, the use of AI, learning how to use it and all that type of stuff.
So
All of
look,
these things could be used as tools.
so question, if you think that if we as black people figured out how to use it for our benefit, you think they'll just shut the shit down? You know what I'm saying? Like we
Well,
figured out how
but that's why I say we need to study it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not even 100% on how to use it. I've just recently been studying and it was like, yo, like
AI.
why don't our propaganda movements ever go? You know what I'm saying? Like why don't it ever maximize?
Hey,
So that's what I've
infiltrate.
been reaching into. Pause.
I understand, yeah. Gatekeepers, you know what I'm saying? Like the music industry, I don't know if that's overweight or not, but like I say, even with like the algorithms on YouTube where you're able to get the likes and the views and create like the casa nets, you know what I'm saying? Like they've been streaming for it, you know, like I want to stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know, man. I think that you can use it both for good, just like you say, it depends on the intent, you know, the intent. 'Cause
evil, evil and lies can never be used for good. Don't let anybody ever tell you that because they have a tendency to corrupt the truth. Because men without integrity are those men that will spread evils and lies. And if you put men without integrity into position of power to help you spread your message will eventually become corrupt.
mm-hmm.
Because men with integrity will not be spreading evils and lies.
No.
Think about it. It might start out with good intentions. Them
Right.
sort of the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
But Stu Pease, aren't you general? Did you just say don't trust anyone online? Is that what you just
No,
said?
that is true. I didn't say that. I didn't exactly say that, but that is true.
Okay.
You have to always, when people online come to you, right, and especially people with millions of subscribers, you have to ask yourself, how did they attain those millions of subscribers? Who was backing them? How they get into YouTube algorithms? Is it that they want Kai Cenat online because he act like a buffoon? So he's selling a message to other black youths. Act like a
Right.
buffoon and you can also be successful. What is the messaging behind Kai? So don't take it for granted that you see some people appear to be successful because they're promoting something. They're promoting something that you might not be aware of. That's why you
Right.
always can't trust what you see in front of you.
Smoking
You can't,
mirrors.
right? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Just,
But Yeah, but we need to develop our own doctrine as black people. And that doctrine needs to be expressed across. We have never had our own doctrine put together and printed and said, this is how black people move forward together as a team. I've never seen it. Have you ever seen it?
Never seen it.
Right.
I would love to.
Right.
No, but who
It's
do we
called
respect in
Pan-Africanism.
order to who do we respect enough today to actually sit down? Like if we was able to choose 10 people, you know what I mean? Like who would be the first couple people you would choose in order to, you know what I mean, write that declaration?
To be a representative from each demographic.
Right? Who when if you look at Project 2025, I use them as an example. There's hundreds of people had write that shit in it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hundreds
Yeah.
of people write that shit.
Right wingers.
Like
Yeah.
who speaks for us? Like does Farrakhan speak for us? Like will he be there?
I don't know, but we never have
don't know.
we never have a consortium of people together yet to decide. We've never had that.
I hope Jesse Jackson ain't gonna be there. Al Sharpton, them the normal people we be in, like shit. Who do
But they
speak for us?
kind of old now though. Jesse Jackson barely talking, barely moving. So I doubt either one of them will be, you know what I mean, candidates for it. But you know, I would pick John Hope Bryant to be there as one of the people. You know, that's coming from this side.
See, now it's starting to sound ridiculous when we start to say who could be in who, and this is the only reason why I'm saying so, stupid, because I've seen a lot of successful groups be successful without a doctrine. There's no written rule. It's just fucking culture, bro. Like Filipinos, I could just like I literally could just name it right outside. Like I live in the Bay. Filipinos, I could just name one right off the top. They're pretty successful out here in the Bay. They don't have a written goddamn doctrine. It's just culturally, yeah. So I'm just saying.
But you talking about on the micro. We talking about macro. You know what I'm saying? Like show us, can you show on a macro scale?
That would be macro, bro. They have a whole. That's not micro, bro. That would be macro. They have a whole like network where they send money back home and. Huh?
But brother, you're talking. You described.
I'm not talking about a city. I just said the Bay Area, which we consider, which is a region that's multiple cities, and then I could move it down to Southern California. I could move it to other states. I'm naming actually a people, brother. I'm naming a people. They don't actually have. There's no culture. I'm talking about a culture. They don't have a written doctrine, brother. There's nothing written. It's just culturally within them. So then maybe we should.
What exactly is culturally within them, though? Are you saying? Are you saying that they don't commit crimes? They don't gamble. They don't drink. They don't do drugs. Like, what are you saying? What standard are you putting them on?
Well, maybe we should talk about that. I don't know. I don't know what they do different. I'm just telling you, brother. There's no Filipino handbook, bro. There's not. I can tell you what they do, though.
You're just saying they're culturally sound people. You know, their mother passed down certain values and traditions to the child. That their language they speak. They may know how to still speak Filipino. You know what I'm saying? Even though they're in America, you know what I'm saying? Like Mexican.
Is it like that in the Philippines?
Do we have a strong what is our culture like that? Something that's passed down like that amongst us, or is it?
I mean, I can talk about
that's my point. I don't think we have that, and I'm not sure writing a manifest or a handbook or something like that would really do that. And maybe it would. I'm not against it. But I'm just saying, like, there's other cultures that do well, and they don't have that though. That was my only point. I'm not I'm not
I'm
I'm
saying
not even I'm not
we
even
have,
like disagreeing with it. Yeah, yeah. But
well, brother, we have parts of our culture. I mean, I'm sorry, not parts of our culture, but parts of our people. Like a large, it's a successful portion of our people also. Like I can take you to affluent black neighborhoods. I mean, so like I don't understand how like that's why I say you. I believe that you're speaking more so on a micro scale because you're talking about people that you're familiar with or an area that you're familiar with. But outside of that area, how do those people do?
you know what, man?
Is their country doing great right now?
Perhaps I am. Perhaps I am. You know what, brother Dot. Like the thing is, some people don't concede in these conversations, and so perhaps I am. I think I wasn't speaking on a micro level, but perhaps I am, and maybe I'll just I'm gonna just shut the fuck up and maybe you know what I mean. Like maybe do some
You good,
research.
bro. Like I don't want
No,
to. I ain't trying to
no,
discourage you. Exactly that. What you just said. You would do some research because
do
that's
some
what I'm promoting.
research. Yeah, that's
Do
what I'm
the
saying.
research, and that's the only
Yeah.
reason I asked you is because to make a comment like that, that would mean like okay, well what's going on with the Filipino people as a whole. So I was like, okay,
And
well
I
maybe he
don't.
got. That's why I'm asking the questions. So okay,
Yeah, I don't.
yeah.
I do in a sense that I know about what they tell me, but like in other words, like I've never been to the
Are you married to a
Philippines.
Filipino woman? You sound
I'm
like
not
you.
married to a no,
Okay.
I'm not married to a Filipino woman. I just
Okay.
have if you're from the Bay, you know the
For sure. For
Philippines.
sure. For
Like
sure.
I literally just pointed out one. Like I
Yeah.
could name the Indians, I could name like in other words, where there's no written sort of thing, but they you get what I'm saying? It's culture. I think there's some things that we need to look at within our culture, and it's the things that Fetty says, and he gets killed for. But I think he's right. There's some culturally there are some things that we might want to take a look at that might
What is our
benefit
culture?
us. And that's a
What is
good
our
question.
culture separate
That's a good
from
question.
American
That's a
culture?
good question, Doc. That's a good question. Like, what is even our culture? Like, that's good question. Like, I wouldn't even know how to even answer that. You know
It's
what I
about
mean? Like,
growth.
because
Oh well,
I can't.
well I
Because
mean, well,
I feel
well you
like
have to
even as
know.
I'm talking, I'm blanketing people. And I think the reason why Fetty gets killed on that point is because not everyone fits in that sort of thing. Not everyone drills or is into the young nigga bullshit. Some people just get up and go to work and just fucking. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm
No,
saying.
but
I
not
wouldn't
in.
even know. Yeah, yeah.
Would you agree that a lot of those issues are amongst our adolescents, like amongst our kids, anywhere from
Absolutely.
from
Yeah,
13
not
to
not
12,
right.
25?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, so I would think that it's
not
more of a
past that. Yeah.
right, but I would think that it's more of a cultural youth issue
Mm-hmm.
because I don't see it with just black people. I see it within this whole entire country. You got issues from left to right. So you know
Oh,
what I mean.
that's a good
That's
point.
why I don't like. I personally don't like to pinpoint and just say black people are just doing this culturally or whatever because like gun culture is a part of America. It's a part of you know what I mean. Like it's ingrained in this country. You know what I mean?
That's
People
a
are too.
great
I'm 2A.
point.
You know, I'm pro 2A. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah.
People consider me a leftist, but I'm pro 2A. I love guns, but I'm not the type of person. I don't illegally own guns. I have I'm licensed to carry, concealed, the whole
Mm-hmm.
9.5. So I do it the right way, but I do still love guns. So it is a such thing as a gun culture in America that I think a lot of black people just tend to be kind of like it's gravitate. It's something it's exhilarating. You know what I mean? When
Yeah.
you to go out and shoot a gun. You know what I mean? When you're on a range or whatever, or you know what I mean in the woods, it's just an exhilarating feeling to shoot a gun, even if you ain't shooting nothing but a target.
Yeah.
So I think that is something that most Americans like had this like yearning for. You know what I mean? To just shoot some shit. We
Mm.
want to either we want
Yeah,
to shoot
so
something or we
even
want to break something.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. No, I was about to say. So even when I'm saying culture, like I even got to clean that up based on what you're saying. Like, yeah, I get that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you. Because that's not a racial thing. The 2A thing is a I'm a 2A all the way type of guy too. That has nothing to do with black or white. You know what I'm
Right, right,
saying?
right.
So
Yeah, I think
yeah,
Americans just like guns.
we just love
Like I say,
guns.
I think
Yeah.
if other nations, if other nations had the ability to have guns like we do, that don't have the ability, like once they get a itch on it, it's over with. You know what I mean?
Right.
Bro, you just don't block me.
Even in that, even I think there's a nuance even in the gun culture. But my question, so look, so under the black banner, right? There's somebody that's going to identify as a Hebrew Israelite. There's somebody going to identify as Kemetic. Somebody's going to identify as a Native Indian. Somebody's going to be
Oh shit.
FBA, right?
Oh shit. Yeah.
All
Good
under the
point.
black. So it's
Good
like,
point.
is that all our culture
Yeah.
in one?
Good
Like, I
point.
mean, like,
We multicultural. We are Everybody's multicultural for the most part,
that's
though.
what it sounds like.
Everybody in the world is usually in some way, shape, or form multicultural. You know what I mean? Unless they've been isolated to themselves or whatever, it'll be somewhere. But for the
Yeah.
most part, like a lot of people add and take away and change
Is
things
is
about how they
is
view
is
culture.
Billy is Billy Bob multicultural? Cause that motherfucker will kick motherfuckers out of his own shit. Like you can Billy Bob Billy Bob don't give a fuck how white you are. If you pro gay, you ain't you out, nigga. Like it's like I'm just saying, is Billy Bob never multicultural? Like they got a lot of goddamn power, and
They
it seems like
stolen.
one way.
That's what they stolen more culture from other cultures than anybody else.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
they literally are everywhere,
Ooh,
sprinkled
that's
everywhere in
true.
the world.
That's
White people,
true.
Europeans are everywhere. You know what I mean? They made sure of that because their whole mission, like I said, when you go and look at history, a lot of their missions was to conquer. You know what I mean?
Right.
These were people who were bred to conquer. They got up in the morning, yo, it's time to go take some shit. You know what I mean? And they kept that going. You know what I'm saying? Throughout large portions of history, a large portion of those people had that mindset. That's why they was able to get so many people to go out and fighting wars, you know what I mean, dying wars they knew they weren't gonna make it through. Because the idea was to win and to conquer. So
Man,
I mean,
So even when you think it's their culture, it might not be their culture. In other words, what you're saying, basically, right?
yeah, I mean, but it depends on what you, like I said, what's a part of
What we're talking about.
what's a part of your culture. Yeah, because like celebrations can vary, but it's a lot of black people that celebrate Christmas. That ain't in our culture. You know what I mean? That's something that became religious or added to the religious culture that we just adopted. Just like
Right.
Easter and all the other little holidays and shit. You know what I mean? Like we just adopt that.
Right.
Just like people who come over here or immigrate here, they adopt those cultures also. Because a lot of them start celebrating Thanksgiving, celebrating the 4th of July, you know what I mean? It's an adoption.
I see what you're
So
saying.
we kind of
Okay, for
all
sure.
share culture in a sense. So, but I understand I understand the difference. I don't want to act like I'm dunce with shit either. You know, I think when people talking about the bad parts of black culture, quote unquote, they talking about violence, which it's something that I believe it was learned. You know what I'm saying? Violence was a learned experience for black people in this country. So I think that we perpetuated a lot more than other people did. In a you know what I mean, in a sense, in an era. I think we had an era where we perpetuated more violence than some other people did. But other people before us were perpetuating the same amount of violence, if not much more. You know what I'm saying? So we all have our areas, you know what I'm saying, our gray areas in history. I think more of recent, we've been highlighted more so than everybody else.
Right.
And I believe that's a part of that white supremacist propaganda though is to highlight the badness of everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Anything happen bad, we need to make sure we put that on the big screen, even
Right.
though it might be a minuscule situation. So in different ways, you know what I'm saying? I believe there's certain ways that we might be able to make propaganda work for us. I think, like I said, we just need to study it more and make sure that it's effective to the positivity that we want to push forward for Black people, especially to get us together on the same page with something. Because Pan Africanism is about accepting all of those, like the brother was talking about. If you were, you know what I mean, if you were Black nationalist, if you were Christian or Muslim or whatever you like, whatever it is, as long as you understand that your blackness come first,
Right.
then we should be able to work together in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I personally, my personal form of propaganda is Pan-Africanism, even though
Okay.
if you, I mean, my definition, like it's not a lie. You know what I'm saying? It's just an ideology. But ideology can become propagandized, and I believe that's something that we should be propagandized. It's Pan Africanism because it's I don't know nothing
What
else that bring us all together with
what part
one
of the
purpose
coast?
to one goal.
What part of the coast you from? You from West Coast or East Coast?
No, I'm from the South. I'm from
Oh,
Atlanta.
you from Atlanta? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
There's a lot of good
yeah.
networking systems down there.
Yeah, that's why I think I get so passionate with a lot of these conversations is because I see it in action. You know what I'm saying? So when people try to tell me like I don't know how Black people don't be working together, like I see how it's possible on so many different levels. You know what I'm saying? I see the financial people working together. You know what I'm saying? I see how they networking together here in the city. I'm seeing the political people, how they networking together on certain the activists. I see how they work together and move together, like on so many different levels. It's just that I think a lot of times people like to cross over in the areas that they might not understand from. And a lot of times lines get crossed, and then next thing you know, we at each other's neck about something that probably could have been worked out if somebody would have just stayed in their lane.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So
Hmm. That sounds good.
yeah, man. But I think more wherever you are in America, I think a lot of folks need to really, you know what I'm saying, pay attention to how to work
Are
together. You know what I'm saying?
are there a lot?
Like
Are
do
there
the
a lot
numbers.
of like? Are there a lot of like centers and stuff down there where you at? Like youth centers,
Youth
like
centers,
outlet? Yeah,
not necessary.
not
Not
necessarily.
necessary. I mean, well, it's youth programs. I don't know
Uh-huh.
about centers per se, but there are a lot of youth programs, you know what I'm saying, in order to get kids linked up to I work with well, I ain't gonna say a lot. I work with some gang intervention um uh folks down here. I'm trying to think of the damn name. For some reason I just had a brain fart. But
Opportunities
yeah,
for these
gang.
people.
Yeah, it's a lot of different proponents that they can go through. You know what I'm saying? They got boxing, you know what I'm saying? They got football, they got all the sports and all that type of stuff. It's more based around athletics, which I think is starting to change up a little bit because now a lot of stuff is starting to be based towards STEM, uh, a lot of engineering and stuff like that. Like my grandson, I got a grandson or whatever, but he in the coding, you know what I'm saying, right now at 9 years old. So and that came from a program in New York because they just moved back down here from New York. And he started a coding program up there and he just got hooked on it and he's been on it ever since, just wanting to create, you know what I'm saying, create different characters and all that type of stuff. So it's all type of programs all over, especially down here. It's just whether or not, you know what I'm saying, people got access to them because everything's spread out down here.
Right.
It
So
ain't like
you gotta have a car. Ain't nobody picking
yeah,
them up, taking them nowhere.
exactly, exactly. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You gotta have transportation down here because public transportation only go but so far unless you like really, really deep inside the city. And Atlanta is so expansive right now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's including all of the metro cities on top of that. So you got Gwinnett, you got Cobb, you got Clayton, you got um, uh, Redan, you got Decatur. You got all of these different other areas outside of the city of Atlanta that can't really be dependent on public transportation. So that's what kind of hurts a lot of kids down here. You stay in rural areas and stuff like that off in the cuts, it's hard to get them, you know what I'm saying, especially if their parents ain't got it. It's hard to get them to their program. So they do a lot of stuff online. Yo, y'all see that?
Yeah, we still here. I was just doing a couple things. So.
Okay. Make sure my phone ain't go out. Nah, but check. I don't know if Cuban busy, but I want a Cuban to chime in on that propaganda topic.
You, what's going on?
What up, Cuban? How you feel about propaganda, man?
About propaganda?
Yeah.
It could be
And could it
used.
be?
It
Go
could
ahead.
be used for good or bad, and it's also in fairness. Any political ideology uses propaganda. Like I wouldn't like if people say, "Oh, that's the propaganda of the Republicans." Yeah, there's propaganda, but there's propaganda of Democrats, propaganda of a socialist, it's propaganda of it's propaganda, it's propaganda in the political world, and it can
You
be
think
used.
it's effective?
I think it's effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in a place like America, that's very media driven, and I would say even before YouTube, I mean, propaganda was used in movie theaters. Like back in the day, before way before any of us were born, you go to the movies, there would be propaganda towards different countries. If it was like World War II, like that, there's always like a propaganda.
If someone asking is propaganda effective, is that really a question?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to know
Like,
how, because no, the reason I said it is
it's
because,
hard.
like I said, Stuppies had a different reaction. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to make
Oh,
sure
okay,
that
my bad,
I
Doc.
want to see what everybody's reaction was to propaganda. So, everybody ain't gonna have the same opinion about it. So that's
Yeah.
why I wanted to get everybody's opinion.
Propaganda is not only effective; it can be very dangerous. I mean, there's been entire conflicts and wars that started off with propaganda. Anyone who knows history, like we all know that, right? So I mean, I guess if you're
Yeah.
asking about our propaganda versus, hold on, baby, hold on. I guess if you're talking about our propaganda versus others, like that would be a different question. But propaganda is not only effective, but that shit could be fucking dangerous. I think we all know that, right?
So do you think it would be effective for Black people to to quote what Stupid said earlier about creating a what did he say? Create
Yeah. So as much as I say it doesn't exist in other cultures, I'm not saying that it wouldn't be a good idea for us. Like we need something. Like, yeah,
What did
I'm all with it. I'm all with
what
it.
did
Yeah.
what did he say in regards to propaganda?
He said
He
that it
was
was
saying more
for.
of creating a doctrine. Oh, I'm sorry, but my bad, Doc. Go ahead.
Now you're right. You're right because I couldn't think of the word. It was doctrine. You right. Go ahead. He was talking about creating a doctrine because he wanted. He was saying that propaganda is no good without a doctrine. You know what I mean? So I was saying like, all right, well, should we use the doctrine? Well, he was saying propaganda sucks because it's based on lies. So I was saying that, well, propaganda can be based on truth also. It just depends on how you use it. You know what I'm saying? You can have some truth in some lies and still be able to spread good propaganda. So is it a way that we could use it effectively as black people? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? In order.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Well, then,
Yeah.
if that's what you're asking, yeah, absolutely, absolutely,
I say
yes, yes, it can be effective. Yeah.
the first thing that pops in my head, um, and I guess because you guys pinpoint, let's say, the black community, you have the propaganda, and I know this was in here the other day about black on black crime. I take the position that that's propaganda by the media. That's propaganda going back to the 90s. That's propaganda with predators. That talk that the Clintons would speak, right? Then I also think of a good propaganda, right? I don't agree with everything of the Nation of Islam, and I think everybody here could agree to that. But socially, the propaganda of the Million Man March, that was a good propaganda. It showed a million black men together in Washington of different ideologies, of different class statuses that came under the banner of black people, what black people should be aiming to do towards their people in this country. That's a good propaganda. I don't see that that was bad. Now, whether or not what came from the Million Man March is something else, but if people took the concept of what that was about and made application and are consistent with those things, that's a different story. Now, what they do on stage and collecting money and where that money goes, right? That's different. Like I didn't go to the first Million Man March and I didn't go to or else, but I was at the World's Day of Atonement when he headed United Nations, and the other ones, right? World's Day of Atonement. I'm there. I'm young at the time. I remember how I felt being there. I thought it was very good. I thought it was very positive. I liked the fact of what I was seeing, and I guess also too how I thought in some ways then of what that point of that was about, the atonement. You know, like basically you need to atone because he was speaking to, the atonement of the world, right? For their things that they've done to basically make the world a better place. Sounds good. Felt good, right? Now, I think from there, what you do, what you internalize from that is what matters. You know, you can't rely on anybody, regardless of their position, their status. You know, like say a Farrakhan. You can't sit there and wait for Farrakhan all day. You know, and I think he would probably say the same thing. You disagree on things, you know, but that overall agenda, I think that was good. And I think that's a good I think it's a good propaganda when you see an outsider looking in at the African American community. I think it's a good thing when you see a collective group of black people that speak on topics and show people that, hey, look, you know, because the stereotype, black on black violence, right? But when you see people are intellectualizing amongst one another and maybe don't agree to everything, I think that's a good thing. It's a propaganda. It's saying, look, we can have a conversation. We can talk about intelligent conversations that might take place in the classroom and the college.
Mhm.
But then you got, I think there's good and there's bad propaganda.
So,
And that's just on that, amongst every ethnic group, there's a good and there's a bad propaganda. And then there's a good and bad propaganda amongst humanity. There's a good and bad propaganda amongst anything. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, I was trying to cut, but the first two that just popped up in my head was the United States and like 9/11, the Twin Towers, and kind of how they use that as a way to kind of like invade Iraq. And then, like that would be a kind of, you know what I'm saying, propaganda.
Yeah. But big ups to that. Yeah, that was big time propaganda. They
Mhm.
finessed. I watched the documentary on that just the other day. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I didn't see the documentary.
Yeah, it was dope, bro. Like they talked about how one of Cheney's little foot soldiers or whatever, he was scared to go in there with the idea to Bush in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Because it came from the idea didn't come from Bush to invade Iraq.
It was
The
Cheney.
idea came from one of Cheney's flunkies. And he was scared to bring the idea to Bush, but when he brought it to him talking about oil. And he was talking about how much oil was over there or whatever. And that automatically, you know what I mean, sprung George Bush because Bush was an oil guy from Texas. So as soon as he brought the idea up and he started talking about how he could, you know what I mean, what they need to do in order to spread this propaganda to get America to want to invade Iraq. And they used the weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And not only did they use the weapons of mass destruction, but they also used the 9/11 attack,
Situation.
which had nothing at all to do with Iraq. But they made the American people think that bin Laden was being funded by Saddam Hussein, which was bogus. They had they ain't even rock with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like the Saudis or whatever, which is who bin Laden was rocking with at first, and he fell out with the Saudis because they was getting close relationships with America. And when the Saudis got that oil and everything, when they found out how rich they was getting off of that oil, they basically was like they told bin Laden basically wanted to be the one to protect the oil. So and they was like, nah, bro, you know what I mean? You are a little dude. Like we can't, you don't do enough. Like you ain't big enough to protect what we got going on. So they hollered at America and was like, look, we want y'all to protect our oil. You know what I'm saying? And America's like, cool, tell you what, we're protected, but shoot, we need to come put a little military base over there. So, that was like a big old no-no. You know what I'm saying? So, but the Saudis saw how much money they was making. And they was like, shoot, all right, bro, you know what I'm saying? You just keep that money flowing, then we'll let you put a base over here. You just can't put no flag on it. You know what I'm saying? We'll put you a little, you know what I mean, a little plaque right here to say you the United States or whatever, military, but you can't put no flag on our soil at all. So when they did that, they allowed the Americans over there to put their base over there and shit. Bin Laden and them got super pissed off, of course, because, you know what I'm saying, they was real anti-Westerners. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't with none of the West had going on. And they wanted to be self-reliant. So they definitely didn't want America on their soil. So when the Saudis did that, that's when he flipped on them. And then, you know what I'm saying, decided to go do, you know what I mean, all the crazy shit he did. But he the son of a stupid rich dude. Like his daddy was dumb rich. He had 50 some odd kids or something like that. He had a bunch of kids. And bin Laden was just one of them.
Right. All right.
and he was the one that was just a super extremist. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
he was for real about that Islam stuff. So he went crazy, did all that, but they tied in. They found a way to tie in both of them by saying that Saddam was funding Bin Laden and Saddam had the WMDs.
Yeah, they
So
had,
that's
yeah.
what got Congress and the Senate and all of them to be like, all right, you know what? Yeah, you know what? We need to go in there and handle him. Then when they went in there, wasn't nothing there. Then next thing you know, all the files come out and everything like that of recent, and you're starting to see like, yeah, it was a plan from the get go to go in there and get that oil, like to go in there and set up shop so they can control, you know what I'm saying, control the money, and also get the Saudis on their side because that's just another, you know what I'm saying, that Saudis right next to Israel. You got them on the same page. You keep them cool with each other. Everybody else don't really matter. All you battling at that point is really Iran. Because Iraq ain't no more. Iraq gone. They were scared. Everybody over there was scared to death of Saddam Hussein. So the Saudis was with them getting rid of Saddam Hussein because they were talking about Saddam was going to go into Kuwait. Well, I guess he kind of did go into Kuwait a little bit, but they was fearing that he was going to take over that oil in Kuwait.
Mm-hmm.
So that was another reason they got rid of Saddam. They were like, nah, we can't have that, bro. Nah. You know what I mean? He had the fourth largest army in the world at the time.
Right. But
He just
Saddam
wasn't.
did.
Yeah, Saddam did. It's just Saddam had the fourth largest army in the world at the time,
Wow.
but they weren't technologically advanced as the U.S. Nowhere near. Like we ran through them cats in like a week,
Yeah.
shooting from a mile. They tank only shoot, you know what I mean, a couple hundred yards. Our tanks shooting from a mile away. You know what I mean? They don't even see them coming. So yeah, they just ran through them, bro. So they military didn't really matter. But what happened with that is, right, when they did that, when they got rid of Saddam, now like I said, this military was huge. So he had a bunch of, you know what I mean, top military guys over there. So what happened with them is they fractured, the military fractured. And then they started creating shit like ISIS. That's where ISIS come from. You know what I'm saying? They came from the fracturing of the Iraqi army.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think of that particular what they called those before they fractured off and became ISIS. I'm trying to think of what they call it. It would be like the fucking special ops for the United States Marines, but it was like their top soldiers. Like that's like not the National Guard, not the National Guard. It's like the fuck what the name of those fucking guys.
Yeah, I wasn't. I know it was something that had to do with them over there. So I can't remember exactly.
Yeah. I hear you, but you know what I'm talking about, though, Dot.
Yeah.
But you remember when they marched through, though? You remember they marched through Baghdad and they tore the statue down and they went through Tikrit and fuck it, like, bro. All that shit was wild as fuck.
They hung that man on camera.
Right, but all the destabilization, though. All the destabilization though that it caused though afterwards, like the fucking streets was wild. After that though, and didn't nobody want to show that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they wanted to show the troops marching through Baghdad. And remember when they pulled the statue down and shit, and motherfuckers was running up and hitting the statue with flip flops and shit and all kind of shit. Yeah, they want to show the aftermath though. Yeah, the shit was wild after that.
That was the propaganda though. They wanted to show the people that was angry with the regime. You know what I mean?
Right.
They wanted to show them people and show it like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, what was the word we started this topic on? They not freedom, but they were
liberation. Yeah.
They were liberating.
They didn't want to show the destabilization though. They didn't want to show that though.
Exactly. So what came from that destabilization is ISIS, who they've been fighting the battle with for how many years now? You know what I mean? So
Fact.
And they were
From
in Africa.
yeah, from that, from those, I cannot think of the fucking name of it, man. Those elite fucking
And what
Iraqi
Ayatollah?
soldiers.
Was it Ayatollah?
Say it again. Was it the You might be right. You might be right. It was something like that. It was something like that. But those the elite army members, it would be like the baddest of the baddest. That's where ISIS came from. Like, part of it, not all of it, but that's partly where ISIS came from. Like them badasses from the fucking like we kind of
It's called the Republican Guard, Iraqi Republican Guard.
Was it the Republican Guard? I had said that, but I'm not sure if it was them or not. Yeah, I said that, but I'm not sure if it was them or not. But yeah, I think it was the Republican Guard. It was like the fucking the special ops. It was like the elite. It was the elite of the elite. Yeah, that's what branched off to form ISIS. Yeah, we did that.
It's a SRG. Yeah, that might be what you're talking about. SRG. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm fucking it up, but I just know that that's where the mix came from.
Are y'all familiar with Hitler? Are we still talking about propaganda? Are y'all familiar with Hitler and how he came to?
You talking about the Promagant?
A little bit.
Okay. That might be another example of propaganda and how he came to power and got everybody up out of there. And
propaganda is effective, and it can be dangerous when used the wrong way, but it can be it's effective either way, whether you want to use it for right or wrong. Like, propaganda that's some real shit, bro.
Well, see, it was good for the Aryan nation, but it was bad for the Jews. You know what I'm saying? Like, they felt like it would have been good for them to follow that propaganda, because all of them Aryans was out there burning books and Bibles and everything out there. They was doing that as a people. Like, the people were behind that German Aryanism. So it wasn't just Hitler. It was actually the people who got behind him and believed in what Hitler was kicking, and he was just kicking what they wanted him to kick. He was just putting it out even more. But that's what they felt. That's what them people felt in their hearts. They hated the Jews. That's why they was able to do that shit. They didn't have like specialized people. They got normal, everyday, average people to go in there and work in the internment camps.
So the Nazis were
Commandant Vladimir Lenin. Yeah, like that shit was that shit was real.
So the Nazis were just a political party, right? That came to power, right?
Right.
Basically.
They by Hitler's command.
Let me add something here real quick, guys. Just for clarification. Hitler ran in an election. He did not win. Then the Chancellor of Germany, he essentially they wanted to use Hitler to go against the communists. They thought they could control him, and the Chancellor gave him power, or essentially like sanctioned him in some way. Then, when he got power, he took over the government in like 53 days. And they didn't have elections again, I think, until after World War II had ended. By the way, just another thing. Hitler went to prison for going against the government.
I didn't know.
You don't want another thing to trip you out? Hugo Chavez went to prison for going against the government.
Really?
And I think, if I'm not wrong, Castro also. They all went against the state.
Castro.
Yeah, they all went against the state, got convicted for it, went to prison, and then came back out and ended up running the same state that they went against, and kind of ran it into the ground for the most part, most of them. Anyway, that's all I'll say.
I didn't know all of that. Interesting. Yeah, see, a lot of and that's why I stay on mute a lot of times, because like I need to brush up on my history. A lot of this shit I used to be able to shoot off the head with, but I can't now because I'm having some medical problems. But I might have even known that, and maybe I just reintroduced me to it. But like, yeah, that's
Yeah.
wow, yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
didn't know
history.
that either. That's some new information for sure.
I'm like right now. I'm gonna go with that's new information to me.
Yeah. I don't mind. Learning. It sounded good. It
Yeah.
sounded right.
Right.
Sounded right for sure. But yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna probably jump up off of that.
Yeah, for sure. Me too. Yeah. This was some good shit today, guys. Though, as always, TMI is always interested. Y'all take it easy.
I'm good.